All right, welcome back to Necessary Roughness on Nelson Sports Network. Day three of the draft here. We're getting live, or we're running a little behind. Trenton's on his way over. Um, we're gonna get going here though. We already had a trade day three. This is pretty crazy. The Raiders traded a seventh round pick next year to move up one spot here. So kind of interested to see what they're gonna do. Um, I'm wondering if they're gonna go after Jermod McCoy here because he is still on the board. He's a round one talent. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm not really sure what their plans were here, but they made this trade before the draft even started today. So pick is already in. I'm kind of interested to see what they do here, but the Bills are on the clock. Raiders team needs are quarterback, which they kind of filled that one with the number one overall pick, Fernando Mendoza. Wide receiver, O line, D line, and cornerback. So they got a lot of holes on that team, but hopefully they can fill, get a guy here. I'm kind of curious. I think they're going to go after Jermod McCoy. I don't know why, but something's telling me they are with that trade. Morning, a blazing rhino. How's it going, man? Thanks for coming back in. Draft's already starting. Yeah, actually it started technically at 11. Like I said, we're running a little behind. It's been a long couple days here, but tried to sleep in a little bit today, and Trenton was working this morning, so we're getting started right now. Um, yeah, I Raiders, like I said, their pick is in right now. Bills are on the clock, so I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen here with this trade up. I definitely I could see them going after Jamad McCoy here. That would be really interesting. Um, he's a first round talent for sure. I mean, he's absolutely a first round talent, but those knee injuries are, I think, kind of scaring some teams away. But I think it'd be smart to take him here. I mean, what else you got to lose with the Raiders? I mean, they've got a lot of holes to fill. It's not like they're gonna be good right away next year. They're still gonna be rebuilding. So I think you take a guy, you sit him, let him heal up, and you've got a first round talent in the fourth round there. So I'm really interested to see what they do here. Let's see here. Tessa Marie said, "Do the Broncos pick today?" Yes, the Broncos do have a couple picks today. They'll be picking eighth in this round, in the fourth round. So that's the 108th overall pick. They also have the 111th pick. And then I'd have to go over to the next couple rounds to see where they're picking again. Let me check round 5 real quick. So we've got 2 in the 4th round, and then, man, the Browns have a bunch of picks in round 5. That's crazy. The Broncos have the 170th pick in round 5. So they got a couple picks coming up here. I'm sure they have a couple in round 6 and 7 as well, but I'd have to look. And it looks like the pick is in, and I called that one. Jermod McCoy is the pick. That is an awesome pick for the Raiders, you guys. This is huge. This is a kid that you sit him for a year, let him heal up. He's gonna recover well, I think, and this kid's gonna be, like I said, a round one talent in the fourth round. So a pro comp for him would be like J.C. Horn, kind of a lockdown type of cornerback. Really good guy that can just lock guys down. He's a good defender. He's a ball hawk. Like I said, he missed the entire year last year, and he's gonna come back healthy hopefully, and he's gonna be great for the Raiders. That's awesome. Let's see here. Your Ravens friend showing up today. Yes, he is. Like I said, he's on his way. But just busy morning. We've got a little bit of a late start here, but thoughts on the Titans so far? I think the Titans have had a really good draft. I really like the Titans draft so far. I think they really killed it in the first round. The second round, I think they did well. Let me pull up their second round pick again real quick because I can't remember off the top of my head. But I think getting Carnell Tate and Keldrick Falk in the first round was absolutely awesome for the Titans. And then Anthony Hill Jr. That's right, Anthony Hill Jr. was in the second round, so that was a steal. Honestly, probably one of the steals of the draft. And then I want to see if they took a pick in the third round. They didn't. I didn't think so, but I think they've had a great draft so far. Who asked that one? Case and Hampton. That's my thoughts on the Titans so far. I think they've done really well. Really pleased with their draft. Um, Blazing on. Yep, he is showing up. I think I already read that one, but yep, he'll be here in just a few more minutes. Like I said, just getting a late start today. It's been a pretty busy couple days with this and work and all that going on. So it's just trying to get on as soon as we can for you guys. Um, who do you guys think? What are you guys looking forward to today? I mean, day 4 is always, or day 3 is always kind of a weird. day because the picks kind of move fast. You've got a ton of picks going on today. We've got 4 full rounds to do today, so it gets to be a little long, but I think some of these teams really, you can find a lot of diamonds in the rough here in these late rounds. Looks like the Bills pick is in. They're taking the offensive tackle from Boston College, Jude Bowry or Bowry. 6'5" and an eighth. This kid's 314 pounds. He's going to be a really good addition to the offensive line. The Bills really do need to add to their offensive line. He's got guard potential. You know, he can move in there. He's athletic for an offensive lineman. This kid he'll be pretty good for them. I like it. You need to protect Josh Allen if you're gonna go further than they've gone. That team has Super Bowl potential, so I think they're really going to try to solidify their offensive line today, get some more defensive players. What's up, buddy? What's going on, Lukey boy? Luke's come back again. You want to say hi? Say hi, bud. This kid will be good. I do really like it. He did not allow a sack in 3 of his 4 seasons that he played at Boston College. So, guy's consistent. Like I said, they've got to build up that offensive line. They got to protect Josh Allen. He's gonna be, if he's gonna be your franchise quarterback going forward. I mean, he's about 30 years old now, I think, if I remember correctly. So it's gonna be really tough to keep winning if they don't start protecting him more and more. Blazing Rhino said, "Hope some gems fall to the Packers, especially line." Yeah, O-line. Are you talking O-line or D-line? I think they need some O-line guys. I agree with you there. Jets pick is in as well. Like I said, this is gonna move fast today, guys. We're not gonna get much time to actually announce like what their team needs are or stuff. The day 3 always moves really quick. Jets have killed the draft so far. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., Pons, D'Angelo Pons out of Iowa. So Indiana. They've gotten 2 Indiana guys on this team. I think they've really won the draft so far. I think this is probably the best team so far. I I said yesterday I think they're definitely the ones that are winning to this point, but we got a long ways to go. So it's hard to say they've already won the draft because there's so much more to go on. But I definitely think that they're the front runners right now. I give them an A plus so far. When your team is as bad as the Jets has been, not to be mean to the fans, but the team has been really bad, and you have so many holes to fill. You just got to go out and get the best players you can, and I think that's what they've done so far. They've really reloaded that team, and they look good. They go get a defensive tackle from Florida State, Darrell Jackson Jr. That's a nice pick. I honestly surprised this guy was still on the board. 6'5" and a half, 315 pounds. He's gonna be a really good player. I actually had him as like a low round 2, high round 3 guy. So I think him going here early in the 4th round that's a good pick, a really good pick. I like it. This guy's like one of the first guys to show up every day. He's in the gym early. He's out working hard. He's kind of a project player. You're gonna have to put some time and effort into him, but I think he's got a ton of potential. Big guy, he's strong. Played in the ACC, so like I said the other day, not quite as strong as the SEC or the Big Ten, but the ACC is not a joke though. Let's not forget that Miami did end up in the national championship last year. Um, the ACC is a strong conference, but it's definitely not the SEC or the Big Ten. Those 2 are the dominant conferences right now. I think the Big Ten is definitely the front runner at this point. But he did spend his first 2 seasons at Maryland and Miami, the Hurricanes. So he played in the ACC his whole career because he transferred over to Florida State and finished up there. But this team, the Jets have went and got an edge rusher, a tight end, a wide receiver, a cornerback, and a D tackle. So this team is really building up they're going after every position that they can, and they're building a lot. Looks like Trenton's finally here, so Trenton will be joining us. Um, we're 3 picks in. Trenton, what are your thoughts so far? I mean, did you see that the Raiders went and traded up? They moved up 1 spot, trading a 7th round pick, and went and got Jermod McCoy, the very first pick today. That's I had a feeling that was going to happen, that they were going to go get someone like that when they traded. So that's awesome. Um, and then the Bills go and get an offensive tackle, Jude Bowry out of Boston College, and the Jets take a defensive tackle, which is a guy I was surprised was still on the board, Darrell Jackson Jr. Here, let me adjust the camera a little bit. Watch out. Watch out, bud.
No, I like them going after McCoy.
I love that pick. Let me update this board for you guys. Like I said, it's gonna move really fast today, so let's see if we can get this updated real quick.
Do you know what they gave up for the pick? For
It
that
was
trade?
a 7th-round pick is what I heard. I think that's all it was, so I
Oh, I'd love that trade
seems
then.
crazy, but they went and they got their guy they wanted for sure.
Yep.
I'm gonna refresh this for you guys. There we go. Let's get this thing reloaded.
Yeah, there you go. Bills are getting after offensive tackle right now, Boston College. That's going to be good for you guys. Really solidify that offensive line for Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I like this. I mean, they've gotta protect Josh Allen. He's getting older now. He's not old, but for a physical running quarterback like that, he's like 30 years old now, and that makes it hard. You've got to really protect that guy if you want him to play a lot more years and keep going for Super Bowls. I mean, that team has Super Bowl potential. So let's not kid ourselves. The Bills every year lately have been a front runner in the AFC. Let me see if we can get caught back up here. I answered this one, especially line Broncos at 108 and 111. Yep, we announced that.
I think there's some good tight ends still on the board for you guys. We were kind of talking about it last night.
Yeah,
There's still potential for you guys to end up getting a tight end here. Definitely still some really good defensive line players. I think you guys could definitely keep restocking the line like you have been. So interesting to see what the Broncos are going to end up doing there.
yeah. The pick
Uh,
is in for the Cardinals. It is the defensive tackle from Southeastern Alabama, so small school here,
Caleb
Caleb
Proctor.
Proctor.
I do like Proctor. He is a really solid athlete.
Yeah, I think he's a crazy athlete. Southeastern Louisiana, like I said, small school, but this guy he's a really good player. He's got an explosive first step. Just 6'1" and 7/8, 291. So he's kind of a smaller D tackle. Not small by any means, but he's smaller for the D tackle position. But this guy, like I said, he's an athlete. He's fast. He has a really quick first step. 9 sacks last year, 13 tackles for a loss, which were career highs for him. Did play at a small school, but they did play LSU, and he was really he played really dominant against LSU last year. So he played against a big program and kind of showed himself off there. Um, Back-to-back seasons with 4 or more sacks. So just this kid's got a lot of potential, and I think the Cardinals made a really good pick here. I'm interested with what the Cardinals have done so far. Um, Going and getting Carson Beck, like I said, that's a boomer bust quarterback. They needed a quarterback, and it's kind of an interesting pick because what is he gonna be? I'm not really sure what he'll end up being, but I really like the pick. I think it's, hey, take a chance and see. You need a quarterback, and he's kind of one of those guys that, like, you know, you don't know what you're getting necessarily because he is boomer bust, but why not take a shot on it? I mean, what do you got to lose? And then Jeremiah Love, I mean, they went and solidified their offense, quarterback and running back. So, and then now you go and add a small school D tackle. I mean, taking gambles here. Cardinals are taking gambles, but why not take a gamble? You're a team that really, what else you got to lose? Like I said, what else you got to lose? The Chargers pick is in, so the Texans are on the clock. Let's see if we can get caught up here.
Genesis Smith, I do think good safety over there at Arizona. I seen your comment here. I mean, there's a few teams that could really use safety. I think 49ers are actually going to try to make a swing on this guy. I would like to see that anyway.
Yeah, okay, I could see that. Genesis Smith is a he's kind of fascinating as well because I thought he was kind of like a low round 2, high round 3 kind of guy. So to see him here in the 4th, I mean, not dropping like crazy far yet, not like Jermod McCoy or anything, but kind of dropping a little further than I thought he would. So I could see the 49ers going and get him. That'd be a pretty cool pick. Caesar said, "Yo, McCoy falling because he had a bone plug." A bone plug? I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure what that.
Like a spur or something.
Yeah,
I didn't understand it here for the Ravens. Yeah, I think we need to go with another guard at least. I think the guard that we have, Vega, could be utilized as a center. So I'm interested to see if we go best talent for getting a really good guard, or if we go ahead and pick up a center here. I would really like to see that. Yeah, and we do need to restock our tight end room. Losing Isaiah Likely really sucks. We got Andrews for another year. We got Kolar coming up the wings. Might as well make sure we got a good 3-man core for tight end. I do agree with you. I would have liked to have seen Sadiq go instead of the guard originally, or at least us trading back and getting the guard and getting a few more picks out of this draft.
yeah. Um, Pookie said, tight end or center here for the Ravens. Could take a D-line too. Kohler is a Charger.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Caesar said he needs another bone for his cartilage, and he needs it again, so that surgery will take him out. Yeah, and that's what I'd heard is it was a cartilage thing. So, like I said, I like this pick for the Raiders though. I think they went up, they got a first round talent right away in the fourth round. Like I said, you're not gonna be good next year. You're still rebuilding there in Las Vegas. So take a gamble on the guy. Draft him in the fourth round. If you lose him, you lost the fourth round pick. You know, if he doesn't pan out, it is what it is. But let him sit, let him heal up, and bring him back. And I mean, honestly, by the time he comes back, you guys might actually have another draft under your belt where you've brought in more talent. You had a good draft the last 2 years. You had another good one so far this year. So this team might turn it around, and when he comes back, he could be, you know, being added to a really, really good, solid team. I really like the pick. I'm really happy that the Raiders went and got him. As a Broncos fan, I'm not a Raiders fan, but I'm glad to see that someone went and got him. You know, I think it was a steal. Let's see here.
We did pick up Smythe over from the Dolphins this offseason for tight end. I thought we would have really prioritized that spot, especially with Sadiq still on the board. And then you also had your guy who ended up going yesterday that you guys didn't end up getting. There's Zach.
Yeah. Caesar said for a year, and if it fails, his career is over. Probably, yeah. But like I said, it's a fourth round pick. If you miss on it, you miss on it. It's better than missing on him in say the second round or late in the first round and really losing a pick there. So all right, Chargers get Brendan Thompson. This is a wide receiver out of Mississippi State. This is a kid. He's not much size. You know, he's 5'9" and 3/8, 164 pounds, but he's fast.
He's a speedster for
Yes.
sure.
Playmaker. Tez Johnson. So that's kind of the pro comparison out of Oregon. This guy, he's a fast guy. He's one of those, kind of reminds me in a way of a Zachariah Branch that got drafted this year. Throw him a screen pass, get him in the slot, you know, get him these quick slants, and just let him make moves and you know, go for yards after catch. He's gonna be a pretty solid. You know, okay, this might move Lad McConkey over a little and make him kind of the number 2 there, you know, and put Brendan Thompson now at the slot. I don't know. I like this pick.
I think there's a little bit of work for them to do in order to get him where they want for
Ye
Lad McConkey to be able to slide over there.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be kind of one of them players that you tool and you're trying to build build him to be the person that you want. I really do like his speed. I think he's got to work more on explosive break, getting defenders to bite more on the route that he's given, especially with that speed that he's got, because everyone in the NFL is fast. So I would really like to see how he progresses as far as that goes.
Yeah. Let me get the board updated for you guys, and then
I did see your comment there, Pookie. Yeah, I mean, we don't really want to have Njoku. I mean, I'd like to see him go to our team, especially if we're not going to really shore up we lost Kolar. We're not really going to shore up tight end, especially with this draft right now. There is a few good tight ends that are still on the board, so I'd like to see us really go after them. I wish we'd have kind of gone that direction in the first round, or at least gone after Lemon and really shored up our wide receiver room. Like I said, I really wish we would lock down that spot. We do need the offensive line. We just lost Linderbaum. You're getting a guard over here. I don't mind the pick from DeCosta in the first round. I just wish it wouldn't have been so high.
right.
I don't think anyone was going to go until the late 20s, and that's exactly when the Texans made their pick at guard. So hard to say.
Yeah. So the Packers, for a Blazing Rhino here, the Packers have the 20th pick, so the 120 overall, and it looks like that's the only pick they have in the fourth round. So we'll be getting there here pretty quickly. Like I said, today moves fast. Day 3 is a really fast moving day. So the Texans go out and get a guard from Oklahoma, Babechi Wawu. Yeah, Nawawu. I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
Oklahoma. I mean, this is what they needed. C.J. Stroud got destroyed in that game against the Patriots. That's exactly what the head coach, that's what the GM saw. That's what everyone else saw as far as any Texans fans that are on this chat. I mean, anybody who really was watching the team this year, that was exactly what cost you guys that game. cost you guys your playoff run. I thought you guys were going to make a really deep run, at least AFC Championship or Super Bowl, just with that defense that you guys had. Him getting sacked multiple times and losing the ball is really what cost you, and I think that's exactly what the Texans are looking at right now, is trying to shore up the guard spot, trying to shore up their offensive line. Make sure that you have really good athletic guards, good athletic tackles that can actually go out and make blocks, open up the run lanes, and make sure CJ Stroud is staying upright. You know what pick Green Bay's got in the fourth? So yeah, they got 120. Sorry, just seeing that Zach answered that. Let's see, Jacob Navy 1991. Who do you think has had the best draft so far? I think the Browns have had a killer draft right now. The way they've been moving, the way they've been trading, the pickups that they had, they have been killing it. The Jets have been killing it, and so have the Giants. I think the three of those teams are really going out, far above everyone else as far as the draft capital that they've gotten. I think the Browns have actually had a few steals in this draft right now. Uh, EMW going over there was huge for the Browns. I think that was a huge steal for you guys. You guys got 2 wide receivers. You guys got 2 tackles to go help Shadur out. I mean, they're building that offense for Shadur. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Browns have had a really good draft. I like this pick for the Texans though, but they're still building up. Johnny, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming back. I think you're still set up as a moderator, so we appreciate all the help you're doing. Where'd we leave off here, Trenton? Okay. Yep, that was the pick for the
Giants, Cowboys, Browns. Cowboys have had a great draft for themselves. I don't think they've had the best in the draft capital right now. I do like what they've done. Like, Jerry Jones is not sleeping behind the helm this year.
No, they're doing well. Do you think the Bills will get Elijah Sarratt? Asked Ryan M1. That would be a really good pick for them. They really need wide receiver help. I think they went and got DJ Moore from the Bears, but they need more and more wide receiver. Like I said, they need protection for Josh Allen, and they need weapons for Josh Allen.
Well, and I mean, the GM better do something, because he said that Coleman was the reason the head coach wanted him, and he hasn't really gotten him any wide receiver help. He hasn't really done very much for Josh Allen, other than trying to solidify the offensive line, other than trying to put pieces that are going to protect the O-line. You got to get some weapons over there. Josh Allen is a one-man show right now. Get some weapons. I mean, that defense you guys are starting to work on, I really do like that. It's going to make Josh Allen have to score less points, but you want to have at least a high temperature offense going for you guys. You don't need it just to run solely through Josh Allen. And if Josh Allen goes down, the whole team goes down. I mean, that's exactly where you guys lie right now. So you might want to have a few other weapons that are plug and play, that you're not going to have sole dependency on Josh Allen.
Yeah. That Green Bay pick is 120 for who asked that? A Blazing Rhino. 120. So it's the 20th pick of this round, but it's the 120th overall pick. Do you think the Bills will get Elijah Sarratt? I like that. I really like that. Pookie said, I want us to take Trig. Okay. Pookie, remind me of what your team is.
I think the Ravens right there.
Ravens? Okay. Johnny, what's up? Yep. Hey, man, we appreciate you coming back. Honestly, you've been a ton of help with doing the moderating for us. It's freaking awesome. Sequel said, how is Keith Abney still on the board? That's a good question. Keith Abney, cornerback out of Arizona State. He's a really good cornerback. I kind of thought he was like a 3rd round pick, maybe middle of 3rd round. So he is still on the board. I think whoever gets him in this round, maybe the Bengals coming up here. They need some cornerback help. The Broncos could use another cornerback. We took one last year, but we could use another one. Especially with the rumors I've been kind of hearing that maybe Riley Moss might be on the trade block. I don't like that, but we'll see what happens. Let's see. I think Sarratt is already gone. I don't think Sarratt got drafted yet. I don't think so. Let me pull it up real quick. I don't think he did. I think he's still out there. Elijah Sarratt. Yeah, he's not drafted yet. So he is still out there. He could go to the Bills. Blazing Rhino said, okay, Ryan M did reply. Okay, so no, he is still out there. He's still available. Pick 120. Yep. Do you think Diego Pavia will get drafted? Guys, I don't know on Diego Pavia. I think a lot of teams are really worried about how he's gonna translate over. Johnny, thanks for the gifts, man. We got a heart me, we got a cap, we got some bubble gum and a little crown. We appreciate that, man. You're awesome. We love it.
I
Thank
think
you.
Pavia is probably going to go in 7th round if he's going to go at all in this draft. I think it's going to be a gamble for a team.
Right.
You're going to see somebody use him as a project quarterback. They're not really going to have. They're not really going to go swing for the fences like Ty Simpson or the other quarterbacks that have gone in this draft. I feel
Right.
like he's going to be probably really late today that you're going to see him go if he goes at all. Otherwise, he's going to go as a free agent and they're going to sign him to a practice squad.
Yep. 49ers go and get a defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. It's Grayson Halton. This guy, he's a good defensive tackle, played in the SEC. He's got some quick like first step speed. He's productive. He puts up numbers, 6'2" and 5/8, 293 pounds. He's kind of a quicker guy for his size. 40-yard dash was 4.82. So he's a pretty quick guy. I think he could cause some havoc in the backfield for them. This might be a really good pick. Um, these later round guys, some of them it's hard to kind of say what they're going to end up being, but like I said, there's a lot of diamonds in the rough this late in the draft. So I think this kid could end up having a really good career. I really like his kind of like first step speed and how quick he is off the line. So I think this could be a good pick for them. And they kind of needed some D-line help.
Well, and this
So
is exactly it, right? So they already got an edge rusher. Now they're going to get a defensive tackle. So they are loading up the defense
right.
right now. They are going to go after opposing quarterbacks. They just shored up their wide receiver with Stribling from Mississippi. I feel like that was kind of you needed to replace Ayuk. This has been a good draft for you guys. I
Yeah.
do like this. I would imagine you guys are going to go tight end here. Who do you
The
think?
Broncos are on the clock, or their pick is actually in. The Chiefs are now on the clock. We're going running back actually. Jonah Coleman, the running back out of Washington. That's a really good pick.
I'm kind of surprised you guys haven't tried to pick up
Uh,
a tight end. You
yeah,
guys do need running back for sure. I mean, Dobbins going down last year on you guys. I mean, he's kind of been injury prone guy his whole career. I think you guys really do need another 1-2 punch in running back, and this probably will help you guys in that aspect right now. Is getting a running back in here who's going to be really good between the sticks. He's really got good speed. He can attack the hole. I think he's going to be a really good downhill runner. He can also do the outside routes, the east to west, where he's got to move and open up the field a little bit for himself. I do like this kid. Washington's running back was solid all year long.
yeah, back-to-back seasons with 10 plus rushing touchdowns. He's a big guy. He's a bruiser. He's like 220 pounds. He's small and compact. 5'8", 5'8" and an eighth, 220 pounds. He's gonna be kinda like the thunder to the lightning of, RJ Harvey. RJ Harvey is gonna be kinda like your kinda speedster, catch the ball out of the backfield, get you bigger plays. This guy's gonna be a bruiser. He's gonna run north and south. I like him a lot. I think this is a good pick. He actually was kind of a higher, touted player than where he went. So Tona said, "Yo, what's up, man? Hey, how's it going? Appreciate you coming in, Johnny. Thanks for the shares, guys. Let's get this thing shared. Let's get a bunch of people in here again today. We've
Boys,
been killing it the last 2 days. So, Blazing Rhino, Texans grabbing some line for Stroud. Yeah, dude,
absolutely.
that's what they
That's what they
needed.
need. That is exactly what you guys need right now.
Yeah, I agree. The Chiefs their pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. What round is it, and when did it start?
It started here at 11. We are in the fourth round
Fourth
right now.
round. Yep.
Should be going 4-7 today.
McCoy is steal, said 21J. McCoy's an absolute steal if he ends up playing. So he does have the 2 knee injuries, so people are a little concerned with that's why he fell so far. But he's a first round talent that you're getting in the 4th round. So a huge steal if it pans out. Chiefs go and get a cornerback.
Jadon Canady. This is great. I mean, the Chiefs really needed to reload that cornerback position. Now they've got 2 in this draft. They are going heavy defense. This is exactly what I thought they were going to do with this draft: is go defense, defense, defense. They're going to reach into the well that is this really good defensive draft. I do like this pick. You needed to reload up on your defensive side. This is what your Achilles heel has been probably the last 2 seasons. Is your defense has not been up to stuff enough to be close to a top 10, and we all know defense wins championships. So if you can end up getting your defense up to a top 10 status and then really locking down once you get to the playoffs, then you become a really dangerous team. We already know what that offense is capable of. We know with Patrick Mahomes under the helm, you just got Walker the third. You got some really good wide receivers. You got Worthy what was it, last year or the year before?
Yep.
You got Rashee Rice. You got tight end over there, Travis Kelce, who's kind of been the security blanket, kind of going on the back half. But I think Noah Gray is going to be a really solid tight end fill for you guys. I do like this pickup here, getting cornerback and really trying to solidify this defense all the way up.
Yep. Got a trade.
Jets just made a trade, eh?
Yep. The Jets are trading up here. Let's try to get caught up here real quick. 5-7 play shot said, look at Khalil Benson's tape from Indiana. Yeah, go take a look at it. He's a great player. The knee is the question, not the skill set. With McCoy, yes, I agree entirely. Yeah, I saw that about his ACL, huh? Yeah. It's a shame, but he is a really good player. He's super talented.
And he was what, top 15 pick for a lot of people, top 20 pick. So the fact that he fell, if his career pans out and this knee really works, this is a steal. This is absolutely a steal. This is highway robbery if the Raiders can get this thing to work out. And I think that's exactly why they made the trade to get up and pick him. Because today was the day he was going to go if he went to anybody.
Yep.
So I'm really excited to see that he's finally off the board.
Yeah. Thanks for the share again, Johnny. Let's make sure that let everyone go and share this thing, man. Let's get as many people in here as we can. Also, make sure that if you like it, follow us. Click on the link in the bio and go follow our other socials as well, because we do stuff all over the place. We've got football, baseball, basketball, and hockey. Stoned One said, we traded Greenlaw. The rest of our defense is staying. Yeah, I think the rest of the defense will stay there in Minnesota, and I think you guys are going to keep building that team up. You guys are good. You guys got a good team. You just had a rough year last year. You got a good quarterback now. I think that'll be a big step for you guys. Blaze and Rhino, do a lot of trades still happen in later rounds? Honestly, more
trades will happen right now.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of because rounds 4 through 7, you'll see a lot of them just interswap, or they'll try to trade up or trade back, whatever they really deem is necessary right now. You'll see a lot more talking and trades. Usually in the first 3 rounds, you'll have trades. It's a little bit more well known just because of the weight and how much the volume is traded. So in order to move up, you're usually going to give up a second or a third as well, or a 4th round.
Right.
Today's kind of more or less just we're going to swap pieces, like we just saw. Raiders moved up, get rid of a 7th round pick. Well, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to get rid of the later round picks if you can and go into these other rounds. And a lot of these teams aren't really sold on some of their guys or who they're going to be drafting, so they're more pliable and happy to move out of that spot, so it gives their team a little bit more time to figure out who they really want to pick up.
Yeah. 5-7 play shot said if he's healthy. Yeah, if Jermod McCoy stays healthy, if he gets healthy, he's gonna be an absolute steal. Stoned One, we're gonna use next year's picks for a tight end. Trade before the trade deadline. RJ's the man. Yeah, I kind of agree with you that we could see a tight end get drafted next year. Sorry if you guys are hearing that background, but it's middle of the day here, so there's a lot of commotion outside. RJ is the man. RJ Harvey's a stud. He's going to be an absolute stud. I loved his rookie year, but like I said, this guy we added, Jonah Coleman, he's kind of a bruiser, so he's kind of the opposite of what RJ Harvey is. NP stacks, man. Where's all the Ravens jerseys?
Yeah, I put I had Lamar Jackson yesterday. I had Roquan Smith the day before. I just like to represent other teams, other solid players. I do like what Darnold did this last year. Not a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, I don't think he's the first one to ever go from 6 teams to finally win a Super Bowl. I think
five teams. Well,
yeah.
Still, it's first one to do it.
First one to ever do that. So I really did appreciate what he did this offseason. So I just got to give a little love to Sam Darnold over here.
49ers are reaching so bad. I don't know that. I like that D tackle out of Oklahoma. I think Grayson Halton's going to be pretty decent. Kayvon on the trade block right now. I do think there was other talent available, though, that they could have taken. Yeah, Kayvon Thibodeau, it sounds like, is on the trade block. Cash, thanks for the follow. We appreciate it. Browns have so much draft cap. I know. Next round, the Browns have like 4 or 5 picks in the next round.
They've already made so many waves and moves in the first 2 days here. First 3 rounds, you guys have been making splashes all over the place. I feel like it's pretty much the Browns, the Jets, the Giants, and then the Titans as well. Those are like the 4 teams that have really made a lot of moves. Cowboys did go up and get their guy. They've only had 3 picks. I do like the draft that they've had so far. I wish the
Ooh.
Ravens would have gotten a guard.
All right,
Not a
guys.
guard, but
The Jets have made their pick. It's quarterback out of Clemson, Cade Klubnik. This is big. This is really big. He could end up being he reminds me of Carson Beck. Boom or bust here. He's either going to be really good or he's going to be done in 2 or 3 years. I think this guy, he was really highly touted at Clemson. I like this pick. I really like this
I
pick,
feel
actually.
like with the Steelers picking up Alnor, this was exactly where they needed to go. They were probably going to pick up Alnor. He ended up going earlier than I think the Jets thought he was going to go. Aller, sorry. So he ends up going earlier to the Steelers. So this is a solid pickup for the Jets. I mean, it's not really the guy that I think they wanted. It wasn't circled on the top of their board, but him falling into the 4th round is a perfect pickup for you guys. It gives you guys a little bit of time and room to play with this guy and get him to settle in. You're not going to have to force him into the playing position right out the gate. I mean, I know Jets fans are eager to see them win right now, but I think you guys drafting so high there's a reason for it. So try to play for middle of the pack if you're going to do that, and allow your quarterback some time to learn and breathe under a new regime.
Yeah. Recon said, I feel bad for Jermod McCoy. He didn't go in the 1st round of something he couldn't control. That's true. I mean, injuries is part of the game, man, but I think he's going to fall to a good situation there at Las Vegas. They're going to let him heal up and he'll have a good career. I'm hopeful he'll have a good career. Pookie, the move the picks down.
Yeah,
yep,
we're trying to keep after it. Sorry about that.
I got that for you. Stoned One said, I like the way we swap our runners. It's effective. It's very effective. And thanks for the follow, Stoned One. Angel, I'm so proud of the Seahawks still for winning the Super Bowl. That was an awesome Super Bowl, you guys. That was really cool to see them go and get it, especially Sam Darnold. I was so happy for him.
Arguably, I think the Super Bowl happened in the NFC Championship. I think going against the Rams was your guys' Super Bowl. I think playing the Patriots was just cementing the win. I don't think the Patriots were ready to be in a Super Bowl. I think the Broncos or the Bills should have been in that Super Bowl. The Broncos, I mean, tough ankle injury right there.
Nice. Okay, the Broncos go and get an offensive tackle out of Boise State, Kage Casey. This is an awesome pick, you guys. I thought he could have went higher than this. I think he was like a high third round talent. Kage Casey's a really good tackle out of Boise State. Last time we took a tackle out of Boise State, Ryan Clady, it ended up pretty good for us. So maybe we're just relying on our history here with this one. 41 starts at left tackle. Guys, I really like him. 6'5" and 5'8", 310 pounds. He's a big boy, and he's strong. He's pretty athletic. And then I like this pick a lot. Let's get back here. Cash said the 49ers are a team that is known for reaching. Could have had Cooper round 1, trade back and draft. Yeah, they do reach a lot, but you know what? A lot of times they end up having really good picks. The 49ers are good at drafting, so sometimes these reaches feel like a reach until we see their careers pan out, and then it doesn't feel like a reach anymore.
Well, at least you guys didn't reach for a quarterback, so
yeah,
you should be pretty happy.
Said a low grade player. Their pick was kind of a low grade guy. Grayson Halton, he is, but like I said, I like the pick. I think it's a good pick. Happy for the Ravens pick so far. Angel, yep, I agree. I think they're doing good. A Blazing Rhino, glad Seahawks got a chip. That Super Bowl was so boring. The game itself was a boring game. There wasn't a whole lot going on there, but overall it was a fun experience. I really am happy that Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl. Pookie, you think the Bengals getting 128 and 140 is better than 110 and 199? I do, yeah. I mean, you move back a little, but you move up quite a bit, so I like that. I think you get 2 better talents there. What's up, boys? Ravens pick yet?
Nope, that should be coming up in 2 picks here. Colts picks in, Cowboys are on the clock, and then we're up next. We're on deck.
Yep, so the Cowboys take the offensive tackle from Penn State, Drew Shelton. This is a good pick. Penn State had a really good offensive line. It's a shame that they had the season they did because they actually, I thought they had a really good team. Aller at quarterback, they had 2 really good running backs, Singleton and Allen. They had a good offensive line. I'm not really sure what happened there, but they just had an off year. I mean,
you go from the playoffs the year before, really making a deep push, and then you don't even go anywhere close to it. You're losing games in California that you should be winning. There was a reason they got rid of the head coach, and I believe it was just his message was either getting stale or the locker room. He had lost the locker room completely. Kind of showed out on the field. So yeah, Penn State. Hopefully, you guys can turn this thing around. I mean, you guys picked up a solid coach from Iowa State. So this is going to be fun for you guys this next season coming up to college. I do like this pick for the Cowboys, going ahead and picking up a tackle. Now you're trying to protect Dak Prescott. We know Jerry Jones really does love his offensive line. That's what got him multiple Super Bowls. Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith being protected by that offensive line. I mean, you're talking about one of the best offensive lines that's ever done it. That was a solid offensive line back in the 90s. So I'm glad to see that they're going this direction and trying to shore up that line. You win the trenches, you win the game.
Yeah, Pookie, thanks for the follow. Did Arizona pick yet? Yep, they took Kaleb Proctor out of Southeastern Louisiana, the defensive tackle. Small school guy, taking a gamble there, but I think it's a really good pick. He played against LSU this past season and kind of dominated against them. So played against the big school, showed what he was capable of. I really like the pick for them. Who's the best running back on the board still? I think it's the kid out of Arkansas, halfback Mike Washington Jr. I think he's kind of the best running back available still. I would have said Jonah Coleman, but he's gone now. The Broncos took him. So I like the kid out of Arkansas. What's y'all's favorite team? I didn't ask yesterday. So I'm a Broncos fan, diehard Broncos fan.
Diehard Ravens fan.
Yep.
Followed them for as long as they've been a team.
Yep. But we're also both fans of players. So you'll see us if you watch our other podcasts. If you go to our link in the bio and go follow our other socials and subscribe over there, you'll see that we wear other jerseys all the time. We're just big sports
player
fans.
guys. I mean, yeah, you gotta recognize greatness and enjoy it while it's here.
Exactly.
I love watching some of these players go out and do it, making history, doing things that have never been done before. It's really fun. I do like Washington Jr., like you said, for running back. I also like Randall coming from Clemson as well.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see who's going to pick those guys up. I think you can get steals at this point. Running back really hasn't been picked on too much this year. I know a lot of teams are really heavy. That's kind of why Love got such hate when he got picked number 3. I think he was by far the best running back in this draft, but everyone feels like running backs are dime a dozen. They're a really hard position to make sure you have right. When you do have your running back right, you want to have a solid running back, and I feel like that's exactly what the Cardinals did with Love. I'm excited to see these other running backs go, and like I said, you're going to get a steal for it, where you're not going to have to pay him too much. You're going to be able to have these guys go in, play day one. I mean, it's going to be fun.
See, Bryson Abbott said the fact that Jalen Kilgore hasn't been drafted yet is such a steal. I agree. There's actually a lot of good defensive backs still available. Kilgore, Keontae Scott out of Miami, Keith Abney the second out of Arizona State. He's still available. Like we got a lot of talent still on the board, you guys. There's a lot of good players that haven't been picked yet.
Wait, they drafted an O-line that wasn't named Tyler. Yep, that's
yeah,
finally
pretty crazy. Yeah,
I think Jerry Jones has in the contract he's got to change the Tyler Sheldon.
Oh yeah, Ravens Nation, baby. Yep. Yeah, Ravens, man, they've had a good draft so far. Pookie said the Cowboys with almost back-to-back picks. Yeah. So the Cowboys just made their pick. Drew Shelton, that offensive tackle from Penn State we were talking about. The Colts are up there. They've got their pick in right now, and the Cowboys are back on the clock again. So go Lions, said Eric W71. Yeah, go Lions, man. Lions got a really good draft so far, and they got a great team.
What a fall last year. I mean, go from NFC Championship kind of caliber to falling off really bad. I mean, it felt like the Commanders last year where you just kind of fall off so hard. I'm really excited to see what you guys do. Picking up more and more defensive players. That's really kind of where you guys' Achilles heel was last year. You just kept having too many injuries go on. That injury bug really attacked you guys. It attacked the 49ers pretty bad. There was a few teams that I thought were really going to be making some serious playoff pushes, and it really sucked to watch them go out. But hey, at least you guys still had a good winning record. I think the whole NFC North was still winning, 9-8 plus. So
I think so, yeah. The Colts pick is in. It's Jalen Farmer, the guard out of Kentucky. He's a redshirt junior, 6'4" and 7/8, 312 pounds. This kid's a really athletic offensive lineman. I don't know a ton on him. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't watch a ton of Kentucky football, but he's got quick feet. He's got a lot of upside. Like I said, he's 6'4" and 7/8, 312 pounds, and I think this could be a good pick. You know, the Colts. I think offensive line was a big need for them, so I like going out and getting a guard, especially an athletic guard. He can probably move around and play some other positions. So
well, and I mean, you're talking about going from a Super Bowl caliber team with Daniel Jones to he got hurt and then that team fell apart. You have to protect the quarterback. That's exactly what the Colts are trying to do here, is make sure we got somebody who's going to be in our interior that's going to put up some blocks, who's going to be a little bit more athletic, who's going to end up helping with the run game. I mean, Jonathan Taylor is a solid running back, so you got to get that guy some open holes. That's exactly what you want. You want a guy who's shifty, who can move left or right really fast for you guys. I'm interested to see what side of the line they want to put him on, whether it's right or left. If they feel like he's going to be super solid, he'll be on the left side, so Daniel Jones isn't going to get sacked too much. I know he's normally a right side guard, so it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play him over there.
Yeah, I agree. Being a Broncos fan, how high do you rate Peyton Manning all time? It's a tough question. I mean, for sure, top 10 all time. I would argue top 5 all time. Just because the era he played in, the passing, was so much more dominant in that era. He's one of the most, accurate quarterbacks ever. Probably the smartest quarterback at reading defenses and stuff. So I would argue he's a top 5 quarterback of all time, but that's just my opinion. I hated him when he was on the Colts. I loved him when he came to the Broncos. But I always respected the man. I think he was a great, one of the greatest ever. He's one of the reasons I've always loved watching football growing up. So
who your Cowboys pick up a cornerback, Devin Moore over here from Florida. I like this pick. You guys are locking down defense right now. This is what you guys want. Jerry Jones is really cooking for you guys.
Yeah, he's had a really good
draft.
draft.
Like the draft that you guys have had. These last 2 picks are really solidifying you guys. This is going to be fun to watch the Cowboys this year. You guys have always had really decent teams. I feel like it's finally time that you guys restock the shelves for defense. That's kind of what you guys have been doing. The offensive line is exactly what you guys wanted to have. Protection for Dak Prescott, end up opening run holes. And now you guys are going after defense. You guys are locking down edge. You got the edge locked down. You got some safety, and you got cornerback. I think you guys are probably a linebacker short right now in the draft, and that's about where I would want you guys to draft next.
Yeah.
For Peyton Manning, I got him ranked really high on my board as well. I think number 1 has to be Tom Brady with that era.
Right.
I mean, Tom Brady was the GOAT. I think number 2 has to go to Peyton Manning, and then it's a really tight fit, but I would say number 3 for me would be Drew Brees for that era. Those 3 guys are really, really, really good. They ended up being in the same era. That's why there's really 1A, 1B, 1C. Peyton Manning was the smartest quarterback, I think, to do it. I think the most accurate was Drew Brees, and I think the most clutch happened to be Tom Brady. My Ravens end up picking Elijah Sarratt, Indiana. I love this pick. We get another wide receiver in that wide receiver room. We're really trying to help out Zay Flowers right now. This guy is shifty. He's really, really quick. We watched him in the championship game. We watched him all playoffs long. This guy, he can catch and get some yards after catch. He's not afraid to make some contact with receivers. He finds himself open in the end zone a lot. That's kind of where we've struggled a little bit with getting our red zone wide receivers open. We've been really dinking and dunking to tight ends. I mean, everyone who remembers the Bills game a few years back. I think this is time. We go after a lot of wide receivers this year. We get a really tall guy, kind of reminds me of Megatron, where he's going to be open. You're going to be able to give him the long ball, get him a little higher up. For Lamar Jackson, you got this shifty guy who's going to be able to get behind coverage. And then you got Zay Flowers as well, who's a really good shifty guy. I think we got a 1-2-3 punch right now if we can get these guys up to NFL spec.
Yeah, Elijah Sarratt's a really good pick. This is another big-bodied receiver. I really like this pick. I think the Ravens are going after some good guys here. 6'2 and a half, 210 pounds. Really productive guy. Came over with Curt Cignetti from James Madison. Won a national championship last year. Clutch player. Really good player. Let's see. Let's get caught back up here. Sorry, I lost my spot. Period said that's a valid question. Yep, we answered that one. Nice pick by the Lions from Michigan. Yeah, the Lions have had a really good draft so far, you guys. Pookie, as a Ravens fan, do you think we ignore the real running back 2 problem and just utilize Hill and Ollie?
I think we also got Wallace over there too. I believe he's still on the squad. I mean, right now you got Derrick Henry. I think you really stick with Hill right now. I wish we really had a solid 1-2 punch right now. It just seems like we kind of keep shifting around from what our running back should be. But I'm really upset with getting rid of Ricard. I think he was really what helped solidify the run hole and helped Derrick Henry and Hill spring free. So I I'm interested to see what DaCosta does. Maybe we go out and pick up a free agent here at the end of this draft. We do have the hole there, like you said, though.
Yeah. Who said, but I wanted the Great Wall of Tyler. Yeah. You guys almost completed it.
Have him change his name.
Pookie said Colts taking that back they need. No, they ended up getting the guard out of Kentucky, that Jalen Farmer kid. I think that'll be a good pick though, you guys. I think I like that one. I feel like the Ravens are picking Michael Trigg. He's a massive steal.
I wish he had gone. He's a really good tight end. That would have been fun to see him go over here. We do need to solidify our tight end again now that we don't have a Likely and we don't have Kolar as well. We did pick up that tight end from the Dolphins, so maybe they're hoping that there's going to be a 1-2 punch there, Andrews and that tight end there.
Yeah, a Blazing Rhino. Wonder why Scott's fallen. I feel like he's the best cornerback left at the moment. He actually just got picked by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're really going after that Miami defense there. They got Reuben Bain. Now they got Keontae Scott. I agree with you. I think he was the best cornerback available still. He's the one that had that interception against Ohio State in the playoffs that really solidified their win early in that game against Ohio State. So this kid's a really good cornerback. I really like this pick. Tampa Bay's trying to build a defense like they had back when they won the Super Bowl with Warren Sapp and Rondé Barber and Derek Brooks, and it's going to be fun to watch. I'm excited to see what they do here.
Well, and this guy, once he sees the ball, he pins his ears back and goes after it. He's like a dog on a leash, man. He'll break that leash off and go right after you. This is really fun to see. They're reloading this defense. It feels like the Bucs are old instead of the newer Bucs where they kind of went offensive heavy with Tom Brady, kind of got good real quick. This is going to be the defense that you really want, and then you're going to solidify yourselves with quarterback and Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I mean, you already have a really good offense there. You guys are already a playoff team. This is just getting that defense a lot better really fast.
Yeah. So I agree. I'm surprised he fell this far. I thought he was kind of a low second, high third round prospect. But Pookie said Trigg is tough. Yeah, he is. Ladora 406, have you slept?
A little bit.
We've slept a little bit. The past couple days have been long, but we're trying to keep up here, and it's been a lot of fun. We really appreciate the support, guys. Like we said, let's share this to everyone you know. Get as many people as we can in here. We're already up five followers from this, so let's keep making sure we're clicking that follow button. Follow the link in the bio. Go follow our other socials and subscribe over there and check out some of our other stuff. We do long form stuff over there, and I think we do some really cool stuff if you guys check it out. So definitely make sure you're doing that. We really appreciate it. We're up to 450 likes already on this one. That's awesome. You guys have been great. A Blazing Rhino. I think Aaron Rodgers is top 3. Could have been 1 or 2 if Green Bay actually got him weapons. I think talent-wise, I would say Aaron Rodgers is a top 5 quarterback of all time. But production-wise, don't get me wrong. The guy's won MVPs. He's won a Super Bowl. But I kind of agree with you. He just didn't always have weapons, enough weapons. But I wouldn't put him that high personally. I mean, you're forgetting about Joe Montana. You're forgetting about Terry Bradshaw. Yeah, Steve Young. I mean, there's a lot of good.
You want to talk about not having weapons? Look at what Tom Brady did, and he really only had Randy Moss for 1 season for a little bit. He never really had solid wide receivers over there. It seemed like that was kind of the crutch for the Patriots there for a while. So you got to make the best with what you can.
Yeah,
I do think Aaron Rodgers was a really good quarterback. I just don't. He was in a different era. I don't feel like top 5 is kind of a good spot for him. I don't feel like he was better than Breeze. I don't feel like he was better than Manning, and I don't feel like he was better than Brady. And I really don't feel like he was better than Ben.
Yeah, Ben's another one from that era, especially. Justin 13 EJ. Who did the Buffalo pick?
So Buffalo had 2 picks in the second round. They picked TJ Parker. They picked Davidson Ibignosu, and then they also picked here in the 4th round Jude Bowry with the 102nd pick.
Yeah, Jude Bowry out of Boston College, offensive tackle. That's who they got today. So
this is you guys shoring up your defense for the first 2 picks you guys ended up having, and now we're trying to protect Josh Allen. I do like the offensive tackle. I think he's going to be good for you guys. This draft is going to be like we said from day one. This is going to be really heavy offensive line, offensive guard draft. There's some really good talent in between defenses that is going to be going. We've seen them go off the board right now, but I feel like tackles and guards are still going to be going pretty hot and prevalent. And then we're also going to start seeing some centers start falling here, I'd assume, soon.
Right. Real quick, the Chargers traded up. They go and get their offensive tackle, Travis Berkey, out of Memphis, 6'8" and 3/4, 325 pounds. This is a big guy. I think he's a good tackle. Coming out of Memphis, so it played, you know, uh, not against the greatest talent in the country. It's kind of not. I wouldn't say it's a small school, but it's a smaller school. Not really a football school, more of a basketball school, but definitely a good player. He's got a lot of potential, and again, the Lions or the Chargers are just trying to add offensive line depth, trying to protect Justin Herbert and go on a playoff run. A Blazing Rhino, love when teams draft players. Love when teams play around the same schools. They already have built chemistry. I agree with that. I think it's a really good move to draft guys that have played together already. Especially when you're expecting them to come in and be day one starters.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what the Steelers did with Pickett, and it really didn't work out. I mean, when it does work out, it's fun and it's exciting, and like you said, the cities are already ready to go for them. They've been following them, and then boom, you plug and play on that team. So
Yeah.
it looks like picks in for the Lions right now. They pick linebacker Jimmy Rowland. I like this pick. This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday. Their linebackers keep getting hurt. You need to get somebody who can play 1A, 1B. Jimmy Rowland Rollard, is going to be really good for Michigan. He made solid plays. I know this last year Michigan really didn't get too high up in the playoff predictions. Moving. I mean, they had a lot of controversy. They had a lot of stuff going on. I feel like they're still in the rebuild process. Michigan is, but I feel like this is a solid linebacker. They have always had really good defense over there in Michigan. You have to have really good defense, especially when your opponent, the big rivalry for the Big Ten is going to be you and the Buckeyes. So you have to have that defense to kind of go slug against them.
Yeah.
I really do like this. And this is the second pick that they picked for Michigan. So they're going to go heavy Michigan. It seems like they want those interstate players, like you were saying, a Blazing Rhino, where just boom, plug and play. People have already been following them. They like that career choice for them to go right over to a Michigan school, and then Michigan pro team.
Yeah, they've always liked their Michigan guys. Aiden Hutchinson came from there. They have a good pipeline there. So, let me get caught up on the comments here real quick. The Jaguars pick is in. They're taking Wesley Williams, the edge out of Duke. This is a really good pick. Duke actually won the ACC this past year, so this is a really good pick. I like him. I think he's a good edge rusher, 6'3" 3/4, 256 pounds, 11 sacks, 29 tackles for loss in his career. He blocked multiple kicks in 2 of the last 3 seasons, so he's an athlete. He's going to get around the edge. He's going to make plays for you. And the Jaguars need defensive help, and they always draft pretty good players on defense, to be honest with you. They don't always pan out sticking around in Jacksonville, but they do draft a lot of good players. So let me get caught up here real quick.
Well, I mean, this is the third defensive player they picked up. So they get a tackle, they got a safety. This is the edge rusher. So they're really shoring up the trench warfare that they've got. They get a tight end and they got a guard. So these are all offensive line and defensive line players. They are trying to have the trenches work really well for them and get where they need to be. I do like this pickup here. Like you said, they're going to go after quarterbacks. They gave up a little bit, but it seems like they got a lot for it. I do like this pick. So they ended up receiving the 4th round pick, 119th, moving up from 124th, but they gave up the 196th pick to the 166th pick to the Panthers and moved back to 196th. So a little bit of a fallback from going from round 5 pick to a round 6 pick, but I do like this pickup for the Jaguars. This is the guy they wanted. They obviously moved up, and they only lost a little bit of time, I guess, today.
Yeah. Big Ricken. What do you think about Elijah Sarratt going to the Ravens? I really like that pick. I think he's a big-bodied receiver, makes big plays, always comes up clutch. I really like the pick. It's Joven. Thoughts on the Ravens so far? So go ahead.
I love the Ravens. I love what we got going on. Picking up 2 wide receivers back-to-back here. We really needed it. We needed to sure up that wide receiver room, give Zay Flowers some help. We need to get more sure hands. I do like that we went after Lane yesterday. I know there's been a lot of controversy about him, but he's a really tall guy. He can high point the ball. He's going to kind of fill that role of Isaiah Likely. You can see that Sarratt is really shifty. He's going to get open in the red zone there. He's going to be able to make really good shallow routes that, boom, he just turns the corner. can get the ball in his hands, if Lamar Jackson can throw those darts to him, I think he's going to be solid for getting his points on the board. I really do like this.
Yeah. I'm gonna cut you off here, Trenton, because Johnny sent us a hand heart. Thank you. We appreciate that a lot. And L Cruz 32 sent us 188 roses. Man, we appreciate
That's
that.
the most roses we've
That's
seen.
awesome.
Thank you so much, El Cruz.
Thank you, El Cruz. If you got a question, throw it in here. We'll read it. Ravens flock, where y'all at? Big Racken or Ricken, I think. Right here. He's right here.
Right here,
Big
man.
flock right here. Not gonna lie. Nate said, not gonna lie, Rams are butt. Yeah. I'm not a Rams fan. I really like Kurt Warner. I'm just a big players guy. I'm a Broncos fan. I think he's maybe top 8 at least. I think. Are you talking about Aaron Rodgers there? El Cruz, what's up, fellas?
Unless
Thanks
you're
for
talking about
covering.
their draft pick, I do think that was a huge reach. And heck, you saw the interview afterwards, the press conference. Sean McVay is not happy. I mean, heck, did you see Ty Simpson talking to him on the phone? It did not sound like he was really excited to talk to him at all. So he was not sold on this pick.
All right, we're going to read El Cruz's here because he sent us a bunch of roses. We appreciate it, man. What's up, fellas? Thanks for covering the draft. When is Dallas next? So Dallas is coming up, pick 137. So the 37th pick of this round.
That's going to be the third pick that they have this round. I like what you guys have done with the draft so far. I mean, you just picked up offensive tackle Drew Shelton today. You picked up cornerback Devin Moore from Florida. I do like both of those picks. You guys are really making some waves on the defensive side of the ball. Like we've talked, I know who was saying he would have appreciated Tyler, have the Great Wall of Tyler over there, but I really do like this Drew Shelton coming over there, shoring up your guys' offensive tackle spot.
Yeah, Green Bay's pick is in. They took Dennis-Sutton, the edge out of Penn State. This is a big pick, you guys. I'm surprised this guy was still available. I think he was a high third round guy, maybe even low round 2. Like, the guy's got a lot of talent. He's a really, really good player. I like him a lot. I think this is going to be great for Green Bay. 6'5" and 5'8", 256 pounds. Really productive and a really, really athletic guy. So he's built more like a really big linebacker. But he's able to put his hand on the ground and really get around the edge there. So I like this pick a lot. Very 2X. Did McCoy get drafted? Yes. The Raiders moved up to the first pick today to take him. They took a gamble on him with those 2 knee injuries, and they're really ready to see what he can do for them.
I really do like that pick. I thought it was going to go earlier, even with the second knee injury yesterday. He kept falling, and so it was one of those. He's the steal right now. I think he's the steal of the draft if he pans out.
I like this pick too, you guys. Pittsburgh goes with another Iowa guy. They're getting Caden Wetjen, the wide receiver. This guy's a playmaker. I like him a lot. 5'9" and 3. It's 193 pounds. This is going to be another guy that you can just like dunk the ball down to. Little screen passes, jet sweeps types. He's going to go out 4.47 40-yard dash. Like I said, 5'9" and 3. It's 193 pounds. I really like this kid. He's a back-to-back winner of the Jet Award, the nation's top returner. So he's just a weapon. Like I said, get him screen passes, get him, quick slants, and just let him do his thing. Let him go get you yards after catch, and he's going to be really good for you guys. I like that pick a lot.
It seems like the Steelers find a way to get some really good wide receiver drafts, and then on top of it, it seems like usually when they get these good wide receiver drafts, guys like Wetjen over here are really good at punt returning, at kickoff returns. They're really good speedsters, so they're also going to be a gadget guy for them where, hey, you're going to make the roster because of your explosivity on special teams. You're going to be a special teams superstar for us, and I do like this pickup for you guys.
Yeah. Back to the comments here. Big Ricken. He was the first person or second in the fourth. McCoy was actually the first one taken today. So first one in the 4th round. A Blazing Rhino. Pat goes running back or offensive line here.
They ended up going edge rusher. I like the pick. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. You are in the NFC North. You have to get after opposing quarterbacks. This is a huge pickup for you guys going after the defensive side of the ball. You got to win the trenches. You got to get after the opposing quarterback. You cannot give Williams. You cannot give Goff, and you cannot give Murray or, I guess, McCarthy any time to beat you guys. We've seen how close those games are. Defense is really going to matter to you guys. It seems like even when you think the game is over, you find a way to make this thing go to the very last play and make them really exciting moments in the NFC North. So this was a solid pickup for you guys.
Let's get back to the comments here. Yep. Sorry we didn't get to that one quicker. Blazing Rhino. They did end up taking that edge rusher, but it's a good pick.
Walleye Hunter. How long does the draft go? It'll go 7 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know how long it'll go. Like today, it could be 4 or 5 hours. We'll be here for a long time, guys. So buckle up and like I said, let's share this with everyone. Let's get as many people in here as we can. Yesterday I think we peaked at like over 400 people. So let's see if we can do that again, guys. That was awesome. And then make sure you follow us.
David Andrews over here. Everybody that isn't Seattle saying we messed up, but we pulled 3 Bs. I agree with you 100%. You guys have had a killer draft right now. I mean, you're picking late, winning the Super Bowl. It's going to be hard for you to find the best talent, but that's a really good pickup, really good draft you guys have had, considering what you have right now.
Yeah. L Cruz 32. Thanks for the vocal bear and thanks for another rose, man. You're really blowing us up. We appreciate it. Like I was saying, make sure you guys are following us, and then make sure you also go to the link in our bio and go subscribe to our other socials, because we do a lot more stuff over there. We really enjoy doing this stuff for you guys. So the more we can grow it, the more we can do for you guys. L Cruz 32, better not throwing no shade at my Cowboys no more. Hey, the Cowboys have had a really good draft. We've actually been really high on them in this draft. So
yeah, I mean, Jerry is cruising this this
Jerry
draft.
Cruz, he's cruising. Jerry Jones is cruising.
Gonna have to call him Jerry Cruz this draft, because he's not acting like Jerry Jones of old, where he's been sleeping behind the wheel and getting you guys some really bad draft picks. I do like what he's doing right now. He's cooking. I feel like he's kind of had to, where in years past he was able to sleep behind the wheel, or really you're only going against the Eagles really having a solid draft. The Giants have been making some serious waves and pushing on the Cowboys territory here. So the fact that he is getting the best players for, hey, we got to go for the best. We cannot just go ahead and pick up whoever we want and try to experiment with them. This is kind of make or break for you Cowboys fans, where Jerry Jones has finally got to get you guys back into the spot where you're constant playoffs, or at least going to NFC divisional games, NFC championship games. I do like what he's doing with this team, though.
Yeah. Gunny Funny Bunny 44 said, Need my Raiders, go grab Perkins or Daniels, linebackers out of LSU or OU, but we also need defensive line and interior. Yeah, you guys do have a lot of holes to fill, but I think you guys have had a really good draft so far. They're actually their pick is in right now. So I'm curious to see where they go here, but I like the McCoy pick. Obviously, Fernando Mendoza I think he's gonna be electric. So.
I really think you guys need to go with offensive line, interior line over there. You guys got to find a way to make sure your quarterback's well protected. I do like what you guys have done with the defense so far, but I think you got to go with somebody on your interior line. Make sure you're going to give Kirk Cousins and your future Fernando Mendoza a lot more time to actually sit in the pocket, make plays, and then you're also going to open up the run game with this interior, making blocks, getting after the trench warfare over there, and making solid plays.
Hey, L Cruz, man, thanks for the galaxy. We really appreciate it. He said, y'all followed me back, so I'll show love. LOL. Yeah, proud of Jerry. Yeah, hey, thanks for the love. We appreciate it back. We try to follow guys back when they follow us. We really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. You're making this awesome for us. Yeah, I'm proud of Jerry too. He finally started drafting good, man. I'm gonna get caught back up here. I wanted to jump ahead and read that because he sent us a galaxy. That's awesome, man. We really, really appreciate that. Let's see. Blazing Rhino said edge. We have Van Ness and Sorrell to fill the Gary spot. I think it's a good pick though. I think you guys can use more edge. In the NFL, you can't ever go wrong with having edge rushers. So
well, and if you have excess, then it means you can trade them for more draft capital or get something that you're not really good at drafting. So this is exactly what you want. You're already good at drafting an edge rusher. You know what you're looking at. This is something you guys feel really comfortable with. You do like the talent on the field. I like the pick for you guys.
Yeah. Real quick before I announce this pick, Johnny, what are we getting for lunch today? I don't even know if I'm going to get to eat, man. We're going to be here all day.
Yeah, it seems like the last few times we've done this, I've gone without a meal for a while.
Yeah. Troy said Ravens are cooking. Real quick, guys, the Raiders pick is in. It's Mike Washington Jr. That was the kid I was saying out of Arkansas, the running back. This is big, man. Put him behind
Genty,
Ashton Genty.
1A, 1B, Thunder, Lightning. You're going to have solid. You're going to have your jabs, and now you're going to have a knockout blow right here. This is going to be fun to watch.
And this kid's big and fast. I mean, he ran a 4.33 40-yard dash, 6'1", 223 pounds. So,
second team SEC this last year, 1,070 rush yards, 8 touchdowns in 2025, led Arkansas, led the team. I really like this kid. 6.4 yards a rush in
Yeah,
2025.
he's
Ninth
good.
in FBS, man. This guy is going to be a good speedster. He's going to move quick. I like him.
Really good pick. 6'1", 223 pounds. So he's big, but
Let
he's fast.
led 3
4.33
different
in the
schools in
dash.
rushing. So in rushing touchdowns. Everywhere he's gone, he's been able to get after and get the touchdowns. That's what you want. I mean, he's going to go over to the Raiders, and it's going to just be like another team he's on. All right, I'm just going to keep scoring touchdowns. I'm going to keep being productive. I really do like this pickup for you guys.
Yeah, so do I. I really like it. L Cruz 32 said, I like Raiders going with McCoy. If his rehab goes good, he will be a draft steal. He'll be the draft steal. He's a first round talent going in
Travis,
the
thanks
fourth
for the
round.
heart. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Mario Kart 530 said, I see that Super Bowl champ sitting to your right. Yeah. Go Hawks, baby. How we like the Hawks picks so far. I like the Hawks. I think they've had a really good pick. I like Jadarian Price in the first round a lot. I think he was a really good pickup. You guys lost Kenneth Walker III, so I really like getting a new running back there. And then we're gonna pull up who else they took.
Bud Clark over there, securing your guys' safety. You guys have already been locked down on safety. Now you guys got a safety that moves around, is a little bit more shifty. I like we said yesterday, he's going to be a little taller. Kind of feel like Ed Reed, where he's got that football knowledge, where he's going to be able to make a quarterback make a guess or assume where he's going to be going, and then he's going to be there making a play. I really do like how shifty he is. Like you said, picked up Price. It was a 1A, 1B punch right there for Notre Dame. You had Love, and then you had Price. I think those were the two best running backs in this draft, right, coming up. Definitely, Price would have been on his own a number one running back in college if he wasn't behind Love. I do like this pickup for you guys. You're shoring up your running back game, giving Chardonnay 1A, 1B punch. And then you guys go ahead and pick up cornerback Julian McNeil. So you guys are shoring up your guys' defense again. The Legion of Boom is going to be revamped again. I know, what do they call you guys now? The dark side?
The dark side,
yeah. I mean, you guys are coming back. You guys are really revamping this defense and keeping after it. So I do like the defense that's going on.
Yeah. Goldo Ben said, how do you like those two Wolverines for the Lions? I really like the Lions draft so far. I think they're staying in state. All right, let's get caught up here real quick, you guys. The Texans took Wade Woodis, the linebacker out of Clemson. I like that pick, but I want to jump down to this Bears one that just came in. Malik Muhammad, cornerback out of Texas. This kid is a stud. This kid, I think he's great. I really like the pick. Hold up. I really like this pick for the Bears. This is the kid that was opposite of Jade Barron last year or 2 years ago, and then the Broncos took Jade Barron. This kid's a really good cornerback. I'm honestly surprised he fell. Like I said, there's so much talent in the defensive back field that's still available. It's crazy. Let me jump back up to this pick from the Texans real quick. Wade Woodis, 6'3" 3/8", 236 pounds. I think this guy's going to be really productive for them. He's a Clemson linebacker, so he played in the ACC. Really good. I think he's just. I think he's going to be good. I think the Texans needed another linebacker, and they got a guy here that they can probably use for the next couple years.
Well, really sure it up your guys' offensive line, and then it's got to keep going. The Houston Sack Exchange right now needs to make sure that they're keeping the defense on fire, and that's exactly what you want. You got a hot running engine, keep adding gas to it, keep the oil moving, and that's exactly what you're doing with this piece here. You're keeping that defense. You're getting really good talent here, and I mean, honestly, linebackers really haven't gone too much in this draft so far, so this is a really good pickup for you guys.
Yeah. L Cruz 32, y'all followed me back, so I'll show love. Yeah, proud of Jerry. Yeah, we read that one. Yeah, man, we really appreciate the support you guys have been showing.
So here you go. Buffalo just picked a wide receiver, Skyler Bell. I do like this one. You have to get Josh Allen weapons. We've talked about this multiple times. Skyler Bell from UConn. I really haven't watched too much film on him.
He's good.
He's very, really very good and shifty from what I have seen. He's a good number one slot receiver for UConn. I don't know what kind of games he's really played. Like I said, I didn't get the chance, so maybe that's something you can talk to us about here, Zach.
Yeah, he's a first-team AP All-American this year. Played at Connecticut or UConn, so it's he didn't play against, like, they're not in a conference or anything, but he is 101 receptions last year, 1,278 yards, which was second in the FBS. Receptions was first. This kid's a really, really good receiver. I think he was overlooked coming out of high school. It's why he ended up going to UConn, and he showed that he's got talent, man. He's going to be really good, and this is the kind of pieces that they need to put there. I mean, DJ Moore, Skyler Bell, James Cook, Dalton Kincaid, like this team's gonna they're building something for Josh Allen, and it's about time they do it. Real quick here, Grayson said hi. He also said Pat Mahomes rookie card. You got a Pat Mahomes rookie card, man? That's pretty crazy. That's awesome. Blazing Rhino, 6'1" at running back. He's a behemoth. Yeah. I think you're talking about Mike Washington Jr., right? He is a big boy. He's 6'1", 223 pounds, but he's fast, man. I think he ran like a 4.33 in the 40. Blazing Rhino said Hawks safety room, probably the best in the league. Oh, by far best.
I give you that. Lockdown safeties over here. I do not want to be a quarterback who's going to be throwing against these guys because it feels like you're getting set up for failure.
Yeah. And the Bills got back-to-back picks here, actually. So let's see what they take next. Scroll down here for you guys. Union guys said watching the Niners absolutely fumble this draft has got me laughing. Yeah. They they've had some weird picks, but they usually draft really good. So I'm curious to see what it ends up being. Grayson Barrow said he left. It is worth 700. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a Pat Mahomes rookie card is worth a lot of money. I'm not sure who left, but yeah, that's crazy, man. If you have one, that's awesome. Travis, thanks for the heart. I think we said that. Um, guys, let's make sure we share this to everyone. Let's get this out there. Let's get as many people as we can in here.
So they do go with another linebacker over here, huh?
Yeah, Kaleb Alarms or out of TCU. Is 6'2", 234 pounds. This guy's a really athletic linebacker. 4.47 in the 40-yard dash. He's going to be really good, I think. He's a 2025 first team All Big 12, 130 tackles, which was ninth in college football last year. I
First
don't know.
team All Big 12. I do like that.
Yep.
130 tackles in 2025, ninth in the FBS. I mean, this guy is a go-getter. Played for the Horned Frogs over here in TCU, so he's got really good intangibles. He knows what he's going against. He plays in big games. He plays high college schools. I mean, this is going to be a good guy to watch for your guys' team over here. I think linebacker, like I've said multiple times, Bills really needed to get wide receivers this draft, which they did, and they really needed to get after the defensive side of the ball. That's where you guys struggled the most. You guys gave up way too many points to put too much pressure on your guys' offense over and over again. It is time that they restock the shelves over here on defense, and that's what you guys have done so far in this draft. I really do like the defensive pickups that you guys have had. I think this just kind of shores up that middle of the field spot there for you, Zach.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a good pick. I'm curious. I'd have to look and see what linebackers are left because it might be a little bit of a reach, but I think he's a good linebacker. I think he's really athletic, and I like the pick. So, it just kind of depends on who's actually still available. I'd have to look at that list, but I can't. I'm got so many lists open right now. It's hard to pull up. Let's look here. Kyle Lewis out of Pitt is still available, so that's a good one. Deontay Lawson. Yeah, we haven't heard Deontay Lawson or Harold Perkins, so kind of surprised, I guess. I feel like it might be a little bit of a reach, but I do like him. Scooby Williams is still out there too. So
there's a lot of linebackers. Like I said, the linebacker pool has not been tapped into very much. I thought we would have seen a little bit more go yesterday. But hey, I guess everyone else on their draft boards had linebackers going today. So this is going to be really fun to see the linebackers start falling. I'd like to see a lot of these guys, like you said. This is going to be fun. Perk should have gone, I think, already. I like Lawson. He should have been gone. So I'm really interested to see what these teams are going to do, who their idea for linebackers is going to be if they are going to pick up linebackers. Going to be interesting and fun to see. What do you think the 49ers do here with this pick there, Zach?
I don't know, because like a Blazing Rhino said, with how many times they traded down in the first, I thought they would have had more picks. I agree with you. I thought they would have more picks, but I'd have to look at the 6th and 7th. They might be really loaded up there, but I think with this one, I think they probably need to go like O-line or maybe go get a D lineman, like an interior D-line.
I like the offensive line, like you said there. Williams keeps getting hurt over there. We know they are live and die with Trent Williams over there. I think it's one of those things that you really need to get somebody to learn and mentor off of him. I would like to see you guys go ahead and pick up an offensive line. Or at least a tackle there, so you can have somebody shade after Trent Williams.
I'm still surprised that Keith Abney is available still. It's just blowing my mind. We got a lot of linebackers and a lot of cornerbacks still available. Grayson said the guy that sent you a Galaxy. Oh, he's the one that left. Okay, well, hey, we really appreciate him. El Cruz 32, that was awesome. If you are still in here, we really appreciate you, man. Thank you. Grayson said Travis Kelce, I have a rookie card. That's awesome, man. If you have a rookie card of Travis Kelce, that's a big one too. Let's make sure we share this to everyone, guys. We got 33 people in here. Let's try to get this thing back up. If you guys are liking what you're seeing, make sure you go follow us on here and then follow the link in our bio and go subscribe to our other socials because we got a lot of stuff over there. We actually put a lot of content on over there, so make sure you guys are checking that out as well. We really love doing this for you guys, and the more we can grow it, the more we'll be able to do for you guys. So really appreciate the love and support we've got in the past couple days. We're up to 1.9 thousand likes already in here, so that's awesome. You guys we're killing it again. So the 49ers, their pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock, and then we have the Panthers, the Dolphins, and the Chargers up next after that as of now, pending trades, of course. A Blazing Rhino said, is next year's draft loaded with running backs? I'd have to look again, but I think I know there's a couple really good guys, but I think it is a fairly deep running back class, but I'd have to look again. I can't remember off the top of my head. The last couple weeks getting ready for this, I've spent so much time looking at this specific draft that I can't remember.
What a lot of the analysts are saying is next year is going to be really heavy. Again, we're going to go really heavy tackle, really heavy interior line. You're going to have maybe a few running backs that pop off a page and really few quarterbacks that are going to be going, but it's really going to be a solid interior line draft. That's what everyone's saying. So a lot of people aren't really trying to trade into 2027 just because they know it's going to be a lot harder to pick, get really good picks, get really phenomenal players like running backs, quarterbacks, and then defense as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all pans out for 2027.
Yeah, the 49ers pick is in. This is the kid that transferred from Kansas State. He transferred over to Washington. Carver Willis. He's
like
a tackle. I do too. Like I said, I think they should go O-line here, and they did. They went and got themselves an offensive tackle. Washington, this kid was there, for a couple of years. Well, no, he transferred for Kansas State, but I think he was there for, I want to say he was at Kansas State for like 3 years and then went over to Washington
Never
for his
allowed
final
more than
year.
2 sacks in a season. That is a phenomenal stat.
Yeah.
He's played right tackle his entire career over there in college. Yeah, like I said, Trent Williams over there, they are live and die with that guy. If he goes down for any reason, and he's had a few injuries here in recent years, so this is kind of one of those you have to shore up your offensive line. I'm surprised they kind of didn't go offensive line sooner in this draft because
I'll tell you why in a second.
I'm surprised they didn't go offensive line sooner in this draft just because this is really where you need to be. You need to make sure you're protecting Brock Purdy. You need to make sure that you guys.
Sorry, let me read it. All right. So Grayson said, I'm tempted to send you a gift. Hey, man, if you can send them, we really appreciate the tips. Chicano Batman said, throwback Rams. Hell yeah, brother. This is the old Kurt Warner I pulled out today for you guys. He said, elbow that Seahawks fan next to you. And then he laughed when I did it. So we appreciate it, Chicano Batman. Make sure you're following us, man. I like your sense of humor. Thoughts on the Bears pick? So are you talking about this round, the Malik Muhammad? I love it, man. I think Malik Muhammad is an absolute stud. I think he's one of the best cornerbacks in the country last year, and I really like the pick. So I'm really excited to see it. I think they're building a good defense there. The Bengals pick is in Connor Lew, the center out of Auburn, probably the best center available still. He tore his ACL in October, so he's still recovering from that, but I think this kid's going to be really, really good, and it's about time the Bengals go get some offensive line help. They need it so bad.
I would have liked him to go interdivision to the Ravens here, help kind of solidify that Linderbaum hole that we have. I think Vega, they might be pushing over there, especially with the center going out right now. I do like the wide receivers that we picked up, but this would have been a really cool guy to see go over to the Ravens and fill that Linderbaum hole.
I agree. Chicano Batman, thanks for the follow. I like the quick responses, man. You're on it. We really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Bama J2256. I'm from Arizona. I loved Warner. Man, Warner was great. When he was with the Rams, the greatest show on turf, that was some of the funnest football to watch. Obviously, I grew up watching that, so I love watching him play. I was really happy when he went to Arizona, took them to a Super Bowl. That's why I said, I'm supporting. I go to St. Louis every year in December for dirt track races in the dome down there, Gateway Dirt Gateway Dirt. Oh man, what's the name of it? Why am I drawing a blank? Anyways, it's Gateway Dirt Nationals. Wow, I don't know why I was drawing a blank. But anyway, so like St. Louis, I love St. Louis. Yeah, I loved Kurt Warner. I think he was awesome.
I loved Kurt Warner, greatest show on turf, part of that team. Then he goes over to the Cardinals. I would have loved him a lot more if he'd have made sure. I'm a Ravens fan, so I would have loved him a lot more if he'd have made sure those Steelers took that L in the Super Bowl. But
a Blazing Rhino said, "I'm so excited for Madden 27. Some teams looking stellar for rebuilds." Yeah, dude, Madden. Let me know how the game is nowadays, because I don't get much time to play video games anymore. Single dad, working, doing this kind of stuff. So I stay pretty busy, but let me know how the games are, because I haven't played one in a long time.
Bama J256, appreciate the follow.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see. This is the best Cardinals draft I've seen in 20 years, said Bama J26.
I would agree with you in that one. I do like what the Cardinals are doing in this draft right now.
I do too. I really like the Carson Beck pick. He's boomer bust, so be prepared. He might be really good. He might be horrible. We'll find out, but I think he's going to be really good, and I really love the Jeremiah Love pick.
Another cornerback from Texas A&M. Texas A&M has been getting poached pretty quick here. I do like these picks going from them. Will Lee the third. Man, this guy is really good cornerback. 8 pass breakups to 2025. I mean, he's really good speedster. He stays locked in on his wide receivers. He makes it really hard to get away from him. He's really good at keeping himself in the position to make plays or swat the ball away at the last minute. He had four INTs, 2 forced fumbles, 24 pass breakups in the career that he had over there. I do like this kid. I like what the Panthers are doing. They've been really rebuilding, helping out with the offensive line, and now you're going to go ahead and get some defense over here and try to get a really good team captain, a young team captain, possibly for you guys' team that you can kind of build this defense around. I like this pick.
Yeah. Splendid Daddy 653 said, "I live just south of St. Louis, about 45 minutes." That's awesome, man. Hey, make sure you follow us. Maybe next time we're down there, we'll have to try to get together and hang out. That'd be pretty cool to meet some of our fans. That's really cool. Let me know. Hit us up in the messages.
How you feel about the Blues just barely missing the playoffs there? I mean, I roasted them a little bit. I was telling Zach here, I said, on the podcast, I might have to give an apology if you guys end up being doing the same thing that you guys did in 2017, where you go ahead and make the run for it, and actually 2019 sorry. Yeah, 2019, where you guys made the run for it, go from the worst team in the league at All-Star break, and that's exactly what you guys were on pace to do again this year. It's crazy.
Splendid Daddy, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. And heck yeah, let us know. Hit me up in the comments. Or in the message, or in a message. We'll talk about that.
Dolphins just picked up another trench warfare guy. You're going to have an edge rusher from the Longhorns. I mean, hook 'em horns right here, you guys.
Trey Moore is a stud, you guys.
Yeah.
Trey Moore is a stud.
He's going to be fun to see over there in Miami. This Miami team has got really good picks going on for them. They've kind of been a little bit more quiet from what I would say, as far as, teams that you say that are going to win the draft. I mean, I really have like my number one team right now. I think that's really done the best and stood head and shoulders above everyone else in this draft would be the Browns. Number 2 would have to be the Jets. Giants and Cowboys are really kind of tied for 3 right now for me.
A lot of people have been asking about this guy. So the Chargers pick is in. They took the safety out of Arizona, Genesis Smith. This kid, again, I'm really surprised he was still available. Man, the last 4 picks have been really good. Connor Lew for the Bengals. Will Lee the third for the Panthers, Trey Moore, the edge from Texas for the Dolphins, and then Genesis Smith for the Chargers. This kid is really good, you guys.
The only knock I have on this guy, and this is probably why he fell so far, is because he's had a really high missed tackle rate.
Yes.
So when he has had the chance to make tackles, it's either maybe a business decision or he just misjudges it and doesn't land the tackle on his guy. So he's kind of a project safety for them, trying to make sure that you're going to wrap up and lock this guy down, or at least push the guys out of bounds. That's kind of where his fault was at. I do like this pick, though. I think he's got really great upside for you guys, and you're getting him for a steal here at number 4.
Yeah,
in the fourth round. That's a steal.
I think his missed tackles are more so he tries to go for the big hits, and he's just kind of missing on them.
Big hits, or he tries to go for the ball, and
right.
Hey, you're taught. I mean, wrap your guy up first, and then the second guy will come in and punch the ball out.
Exactly. Solidify the tackle. Don't try to be the hero. Let's get caught back up here. Grayson said good. Will Estrada said, what do you Panthers going for? So what are the Panthers going for? The Panthers actually ended up taking a cornerback, Will Lee the third out of Texas A&M, and I think it's a really good pick. Re-ask that question, because if that's not what you meant, let me know and re-ask it. Bama J 256, running back, quarterback, O-line, and D-line so far for the Cardinals. Yeah, the Cardinals have had a really good draft, you guys. They might have really solidified their offense if this pans out. If Beck ends up being a hit, and I mean Jeremiah Love's going to be a stud no matter what. Jeremiah Love's actually from St. Louis, what we were just talking about earlier. So shout out St. Louis again. Jeremiah Love is an absolute stud, you guys. I thought he was arguably the best player in the entire draft, period. So I think you guys got a steal there. And Carson Beck, like I said, that's a boomer bust. I hope it's a boom. O-line, D-line, that's spots you guys needed. So you're building something there. A blazing Rhino. Price goes up.
You must be still talking about Madden over here.
Yeah,
Price goes up, game stays the same with a few new bells and whistles.
That's kind of what I figured. That's what it used to always be too. That's why I kind of just quit playing. Man, I think the last Madden I played was Madden 25, when you could still draft the players from college football 14 onto it. Whenever I do play a video game, I still play college football 14, and I have my franchise that I've had for probably 15 years. I make these guys and draft them onto Madden, as crazy as that sounds.
I mean, Madden is like I buy one every 10 years, so I guess in another year I'll have to buy it and see what it's all about again.
Bama J said Arizona has gotten a little bit of everything. Yes, they have, dude, and they're building a really good team, I think. They're still probably about 2 years away if this draft does end up hitting, maybe 3, but they're on their way, man. It takes time to build a team,
Splendid Daddy, appreciate the follow.
Yeah, heck yeah, he said. Jordan C.M. Nelson, so happy on the Neil situation. Neil, message me on that one again. Let us know what you mean on there. I'm drawing a blank here. Grayson Barrow, you have met me. Yes, I've met you, Grayson. You've sat in my race car before. Wyatt, love the Seattle jersey. Go Hawks. Wyatt, you follow us already, I think. Appreciate the follow, man. I think I saw you pop up last night.
Saints pick is in. They just picked up a guard, Jeremiah Wright from Auburn.
Let's take a look at this guy, because I don't know a whole lot about him. I'm not going to lie to you. 6'5" and an eighth, 331 pounds, 10-inch hands. Looks like he's fairly productive, fairly athletic.
Yeah,
so
he's a tall guy, 6'5".
Yeah, he's a big guard,
and he's 331 pounds.
He's got the size of a tackle. He's got the size of a tackle. I would say you could move this guy over to tackle, but I mean, if you can play him at guard, that's even better. Hopefully he's athletic.
That means he's athletic.
Around.
That means he can really pull. That's a lot of weight moving at you quick. These guys better keep their head on a swivel, or they're going to get cornholed pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'll have to look him up, because I don't know a whole lot about him. I don't want to sit and lie to you guys.
So they spent first 2 seasons at defensive tackle, converted as of last year.
That's why he's big. He was a defensive tackle before. Okay.
So they must have either had an injury at guard or somebody go out, and then he was just been able to play the position. But the fact that he's guard and he was there all season means that he's really good and athletic. He can move up, get to the secondary. He can pull and get your holes open for your running backs. That's what you want. That's what you want in a player. You want a toolbox player that can either go from guard to tackle to guard, go from guard to center. You kind of want somebody who can move around. Hey, Ravens Nation over here. We're making a trade, moving up again. All right, I like this one. Let's see what we got. I'm hoping we go for a center here, get Linderbaum shirt up. We end up giving up the 5th round, 154th pick, and 2027 6th round pick in order to get this 133rd pick here. Let's see what we end up picking up. I do like the fact that we're making an aggressive move right here. Let's see what DaCosta's got cooking.
Yeah, let's get caught up real quick before this pick comes in. So Bama J 256 said, now Arizona just needs a kicker in the 7th round. We need a kicker bad. Yeah. I'm always leery about drafting kickers, but hey, the last, we see kickers get drafted and they end up being really good. So,
and you got to give them time too. So if you can pick up a kicker now when your team's still rebuilding, it means that when he misses field goals, you're not going to be pulling your hair out and screaming at your TV, maybe throwing it out the window or whatever.
Splendid Daddy said, I honestly don't watch hockey. Oh man, you got to start watching. It's golden era hockey right now. Hockey's
watch
probably the best sport to watch right now, personally.
you watching any baseball? Seems like the Cardinals are making a really good push right now. I do like what they
Jordan
got going
Walker
on there.
finally looks like he's what he was supposed to be. I am too fine followed. We appreciate it. Thank you. I am too fine. Thanks for the follow. Bama J256. The Jets have surprised me for sure. The Jets have had probably the best draft so far. I've said it over and over again the past 2 nights. I really like their draft so far.
I think they're number 2 compared to the. Okay, we do go ahead and pick up a tight end. We're going to shore up our tight end room with Matthew Hibner. I think this is kind of a reach. I don't think he was one of the best tight ends still on the board.
It is a reach. I think they're going on potential here. He's got potential. 6'4" and a quarter, 251 pounds. He's coming out of SMU. I think it is a little bit of a reach, but you know, he could end up being a really good player for you guys. So I would sit and wait. In 2 seasons, he had 57 receptions, 819 yards, and 8 touchdowns at SMU. So I mean, he's fairly productive, especially at tight end. I mean,
I don't know,
400 yards a year, 414 yards per reception in his career. So he's actually kind of a big play guy.
I like Jolie. If I like Jolie, or I'd like Trig to go hit in the spot. Like you said, this is going to be potential. Eric Acosta and the head coach see something that I don't. So this is a win for us. We obviously thought we needed him now. Somebody else must have been getting ready to pick that they were worried about. Yeah. So they jumped ahead of the Falcons. So I'm almost wondering if the Falcons pick here is going to be another tight end.
Yeah. I want to get caught up real quick, but I will say one thing. A lot of times when we don't know a lot about these players, there's a reason we're sitting on the couch and these guys are drafting these players. So I just throw that out there. You know, if I knew more, I might actually have a job with one of these teams. That'd be pretty sweet.
Honestly, they're getting paid millions of dollars to make sure that they know what's going on with every single player in the draft. And we're just sitting at the house talking about it and making our projections.
Yeah. Splendid Daddy said, I'm a Bengals fan. I'm honestly proud of the offseason they've had. I think you guys have had a pretty decent offseason. I really do. I think making that trade was big.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you really think that trade for Dexter Lawrence for the 10th round pick was worth it? I want to know what your opinion is there, Splendid Daddy. I like Dexter Lawrence going to your guys' team, especially after you get rid of Hendrickson to us. I'm interested to see kind of what your thought is. I think you guys could have done a little bit more damage picking up a younger guy and then not having to worry about him on your payroll. But I do understand that you needed that Dexter Lawrence spot.
Yeah, the Falcons are on the clock. The pick is in. Or sorry, the pick is in. The Colts are on the clock. So far, they've taken Avian Terrell, the cornerback out of Clemson, and Zachariah Branch, the speedy wide receiver out of Georgia. He's the kid that transferred from USC to Georgia. They've had only 2 picks, but they've had a good draft so far. Alejandro Perez said this Raiders class is fire. I agree. The Raiders have had a good draft.
If McCoy pans out, you have the steal of the draft. Yep. Officially locked in steal of the draft. If you guys do, if he doesn't pan out, then I think the steal of the draft kind of goes to the Browns with EMW going to them. I can't believe he fell as far as he did yesterday.
Yeah. Dog Pound Duo said, "Go Browns, go Browns." Yeah, they've had a really good draft too. I actually think that Browns have had a really good draft the last 2 years and this year included. Yusuf said, "Everyone here, can y'all like and repost my Jordan Poole edit?" Oh, okay. You do edits on TikTok? That's awesome. I'll go check those out, man. Message me and let me know. Make sure you follow us and then message me and I'll go check them out. Okay. F Trump, do you like the?
Hey, you back?
Yeah. Thanks for coming back, F Trump. Do you like the Connor, the Cowboys took him off for the cornerback?
The cornerback. I do like this pick. I like the fact that you guys are really going to go shore up your guys' defense. Man, you guys have had a really good. I mean, you had 2 back-to-back picks over there, so you end up picking up a lineman, and then you guys end up picking a quarterback. I do like what you guys are doing. You guys are loading up on defense. That is exactly what you want to do, especially with the injuries that you guys have been prone to. Now you guys are getting youth in there, and hopefully you're going to get rid of those injury bugs in your locker room. So you guys are going to have a lot of talent that these young guys are going to learn off of and keep growing, and then you're going to plug and play these guys as needed. I do like what you guys have been doing in this draft.
Yeah, the Falcons pick is in, so they picked the linebacker out of Oklahoma, Kendall Daniels. I like this pick. I think he's a really athletic linebacker, and I think he's going to be really good. They're really trying to build up their defense, it looks like, especially last year and then now this year. They took a cornerback and a linebacker now. Last year they took 2 DNs, a safety. They're really building that defense up. So
the linebackers are starting to go in this round finally. I mean, the draft really hasn't been soiled with a whole lot of linebackers getting taken other than in this 4th round here.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of people in here again, guys. So that's awesome. We appreciate it. Make sure you guys share this to everyone so we can keep it growing. And then all the new ones, let's make sure we follow us. Click the link in the social and go like our other social medias. We do a lot of stuff on other apps as well. So just make sure you guys go like those and subscribe there as well. A Blazing Rhino, who do you think is the biggest reach? Like, he was supposed to go in the 5th round, but went in the 3rd. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's Matthew Hibner to the Ravens as of right now, the tight end. I didn't expect this guy to go until maybe like the 7th round, and here he is in the 4th round. So
that one was a really big reach. If you're talking about in the entire draft, I think Ty Simpson was the biggest reach so far. I think the Rams could have waited a lot longer to pick up that quarterback instead of picking him up right out of the gate. That would probably be my biggest reach so far in this draft.
okay. I kind of thought Ty Simpson would go in the 2nd round, so I didn't see it as that much of a being that high in the draft. It is a really big reach, but I didn't see it as much as, like, I thought Hibner may be like a 7th round pick and he goes in the 4th. So I'm gonna stick with Hibner.
Another linebacker ended up going to the Colts here.
Bryce Betcher.
Pitcher.
Oregon linebacker here. Oregon has athletes, you guys. This kid's an athlete. Really, really good. He's the nation's top player who began as a walk-on. He won the Burlsworth. I don't know why I couldn't pronounce that, but I mean, this kid's a baseball player. He was a center fielder for Oregon in 2024.
Golden Glove.
Yeah, like he's an athlete, you guys. I'm telling you, he's a really athletic player. He was actually drafted in 2024 to the MLB by the Houston Astros. So really good player. Just crazy athlete. I think he's a guy you can put middle linebacker. You can put him over at outside linebacker. I mean, heck, he could probably even drop into coverage for you, play some safety type, hybrid position. So I really like this pick. Colts are going with some athletes here.
He didn't want trash cans to be part of his game, so he's going to go pro football.
Let's see. Let's get caught up. We kind of fallen behind here on the comments. Where was it? Sorry, guys. We're gonna try to catch up.
We're trying to find our place here.
Okay, so we answered that one. So Jeppy said, "Always an ad when the Saints about a draft." Yeah, there's always a commercial when the Saints come up. That's crazy, huh? Nuit. What did the 49ers trade for? I'll have to pull that up because I'm not exactly sure.
When was their trade? Let me go look it up for you.
Yeah, see if you can pull that up. Yeah. Just Clip said, "Go Cubs, go!" Oh man, we got a Cubs fan in here. This guy's a Brewers fan, so you guys are going to be rivals. It sounds like.
Fly the L, buddy. Fly the L.
I'm a Rockies fan, so I won't say much. I'll just keep my mouth shut over here. Actually, we've had a pretty good season so far this year.
Wrigley Field, though, is a very beautiful park. I had to give it to you guys. Historic and beautiful, absolutely worth going to. If you get the chance, anybody in the comments, go ahead and get yourself a chance to go over to that stadium. It is very beautiful to go to, even if you're going to go watch the Cubs play.
Yeah, and hey, make sure you guys actually, for sure, go to that link and make sure you follow over there, because this guy in 2 summers actually filled his complete passport for every MLB stadium. So we're going to be doing a whole series about that, and he's going to give us a bunch of information on that. So make sure you guys go and follow that other link. Make sure you guys subscribe over there and check that out when we get that up, because that's going to be a really cool episode, or even a couple episodes, because it's been a lot of traveling for him. So Marv 824, Chargers are cooking. Yeah, they are. Bama J 256. Who's y'all's pick for Mr. Irrelevant in this draft? I've got Nussmeier from LSU. Okay, I like that. I kind of thought Nussmeier would already be gone, but he might slip down to Mr. Irrelevant.
So the trade you guys ended up getting for the 49ers, the Ravens ended up giving you guys, we got 133rd. You guys ended up getting 154 from us this draft, and then you're also going to get a 2027 6th round pick from us as well.
Right. So I'll have to get back to you on who I think is going to be Mr. Irrelevant, because I'd have to look at a list. But I like your Nussmeier pick. I really like that one. Lou 3276. Rams are setting up Ty for TO years, probably 10 years from now, or picks are bust. I think they're setting him up. I think Stafford's got 2 years left. I think they're going to let this kid sit there and learn from Stafford for the next 2 years and then step in, kind of like what Aaron Rodgers did or Jordan Love. I think it'll be really good for the Rams. So I really like the pick, to be honest with you.
I do like the Buffalo Bills picking up Skyler Bell there. That was really good pick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What was Eastside Funds? You put Buffalo won the 4th round with Skyler Bell. That's what I was referring to. I really think you're right on that one. I do like what they picked up there, getting a wide receiver over here for for the Bills is going to be solid for you guys.
I'm gonna say the Raiders won this round though because they got Jermod
Yeah,
McCoy.
as long as he
They
can
also
pan
got Mike
out,
Washington
he's going to
Jr.
be the steal for you guys. The Raiders got a steal with that pick.
Yeah, but I do like the Skyler Bell pick a lot. Lou 3276, thanks for the follow. Bama J 256, who took Branch from Georgia? Atlanta Falcons took him. They got Zachariah Branch. Eastside Funds, he has championship DNA with UConn. He's a Tyreek Hill mixed with Emmanuel Sanders. I agree with you guys. Skyler Bell's a stud. I really like the pick. I really, really like that
Well,
pick.
and this, I mean, you look at exactly what the GM has to do this year. I mean, you got to make sure Josh Allen's not a Superman anymore. You went ahead and picked up more, and now you're just re-solidifying the wider receiver room. You're getting him some solid wide receivers. I do like this pick.
LJ said thoughts on the Raiders draft. I think the Raiders have had a really good draft. Don't expect much this year though. Just saying, Fernando Mendoza. I really hope they sit him for a year or even two, and then Jermod McCoy is going to have to recover and stuff. But you guys have a ton of talent coming over there. I really like this draft for you guys.
Well, and you look at these quarterbacks too. The quarterbacks that go right out the gate usually fizzle out, or they really have a hard time keeping that kind of consistency. Whereas you look at like Patrick Mahomes, he sat behind Alex Smith for a season. You look at Jordan Love, he sat behind Aaron Rodgers. You want these guys to end up getting mentorship and then going into the realm. I mean, look at JJ McCarthy. He went out and got trial by fire, and now he's getting roasted by the fans and everyone.
I'm cutting you off here, Trenton.
Ooh,
North Dakota State finally got represented here, guys. Bryce Lance. This is Trey Lance's younger brother, the receiver from North Dakota State, 6'3" and 3/8, 204. This guy is a stud, you guys. He is fast. He's big. Very just incredibly athletic. I really, really like this pick. 2025 first team AP FCS All-American. He averaged 21.2 yards per reception, which was 6th in the FCS. Just a really good athlete, you guys. His brother was a quarterback, 17 receiving touchdowns in 2024, which led the FCS and set a single season school record. NDSU is a very prominent FCS team. They actually moved up to Division I this year. Back-to-back seasons with 1,000 receiving yards, which is the first player in school history to do that. NDSU is actually going to be playing in the Mountain West this coming year. This is big. We're actually up here in North Dakota, and so whenever we see a guy get drafted like this, we really like to shout them out. So Bryce Lance, awesome job, man. Really proud of you. This is really cool. Going to the New Orleans Saints, man. He ran a 4.34 in the 40-yard dash at 6'3" and 3/8 and 204 pounds. This guy flat moves, you guys. And they're adding him to Chris Olave. They already took Jordan Tyson 8th overall. Now they get Bryce Lance. They went out and got Oscar Delp this year. They got Juwan Johnson at tight end as well. Like this is starting to look like a really scary offense for the Saints, you guys. I love this pick. I'm super happy with this one. Awesome job, Saints.
Yeah, I mean, NDSU, this guy, he went really, I can't believe he went so far down in this draft. The speed that he had, the talent that he's been able to produce over here in North Dakota. I really do like this guy. I like Lance. I'm excited to see him go to the Saints. They're going to actually be a team I'm going to probably start following a lot more now than I have in the past. Just because, like you said, North Dakota, homegrown boy. Over here, I do like when our North Dakota boys end up going somewhere else. You know, that's why you keep your eyes on like Wentz and whatnot over here in the state.
Right.
You just kind of keep your eyes on these really big guys. And I mean, heck, most of the time it's always offensive linemen that we're losing.
Well, yeah. And like, I mean, Bryce Lance didn't grow up in North Dakota, but he went to North Dakota State. So we consider him a North Dakota boy. I mean, it's awesome to see these kids get drafted from these smaller schools. I'm really, really awesome. That's a great pick. Sam Sawyer, Duval will surprise you at the end of the 7th. Yeah, Duval. Blake, hey, Falcons are having a pretty good draft so far. I completely agree. I really like what the Falcons are doing. They haven't had a ton of picks yet, but the few picks they have had have been really good picks. So Chevy Joker, need a receiver here for the Colts. Sorry, man, we're a little behind. You guys took Bryce. Okay, so you guys took Bryce Betcher. You guys do need a receiver, but I really like this linebacker. He's an athlete. He's a baseball player. He's a football player. He's just a really good athlete. I think you guys are going to be really happy with that pick. Chevy Joker, also, thanks for the follow. We appreciate it, man. Blake said at Bama J 256 Falcons. Bama J said reports are that the Rams flew Simpson out there months ago and really liked him and said if he was still available, they were picking him. I did hear that actually. I heard that the GM was actually telling his family because the family had kind of asked around like, hey, is it worth him coming out? Should he go another year in college? And I heard the GM of the Rams actually told them like, no, he go out, and kind of had intentions of taking him anyways. So I believe that story. That sounds, pretty realistic. Blazing Rhino, seeing a lot of ex-baseball players that made the transition. Yes. Baseball and football kind of translates, and it seems odd that it would, but it does. It's the athleticism.
Yep.
A lot of people kind of don't realize how athletic you have to be to play baseball. I know sometimes you see guys that look a little pudgier out there and stuff, but really, I mean, don't underestimate the athleticism of those baseball players, man. They are freakish athletes.
I think a lot of these baseball players that end up going to the football is just because of notoriety and fandom. I mean, honestly, I don't know about you, Zach, but I would rather be a baseball player and the longevity that you could get out of
Oh, yeah,
baseball
for
than you
sure.
could out of football. I mean, granted, if you're going to go to football, you have more of a chance to be on the 53-man roster just because the teams narrow down so fast. Whereas baseball, you might have to go to the minors and then move yourself up. But you're still going to get a lot longer paycheck, I think, out of baseball than you would football. And maybe the reason why you go football too is because you can get that notoriety. You're going to have that fandom. But if something should happen, then you can always lean back on your baseball career.
Right. Joseph said, "What you think Saints are gonna do?" They took Bryce Lance. I'm really happy with this pick. I didn't expect him to take another receiver, to be honest with you, but I really like the pick. So that's freaking awesome. I'm so happy that NDSU kid got picked.
Yeah, I thought they were
love
going to
that,
go into the
man.
trenches again and pick up somebody in the trenches. I probably on the defensive side is what I was thinking. Go after like an edge rusher or defensive tackle, but I really do like the Bryce Lance going over there. I think he's a really good player.
Right.
Like you said, North Dakota State, not a whole lot of people are circling their games on their calendar, watching them. I do think this is a guy that is going to be really explosive. He's got really good explosives. He's got really good high up potential side. I like this pick for you guys.
Yeah. The Cowboys, the pick is in. The Dolphins are on the clock. We're gonna try to get caught up here real quick. Bama J256. I'm a Brewers fan too. This guy loves the Brewers, man. Blazing Rhino. If I had to pick a baseball team, I would pick the Diamondbacks, but I barely follow baseball. Hey, start following it, man. We can help you out with that. Go to the link in the bio and start following us. Subscribe over there and follow our baseball stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you're over in the Arizona area, make sure you go to a game. It's a
Yeah.
lot. It'll get you hooked a lot more. Any seat in the house is a good seat. I mean, it's one of those cliches I know you hear all the time, but any seat in the house is a great seat. It's a lot better than sitting at the house watching it. It really gets you involved in the game, gets you that nice environment. And then if you're worried about the heat over there in Arizona, they got a nice little dome, keep it really cool,
Yeah.
AC going on over there. You're gonna love it.
Adam Davis, thanks for the follow. Everyone that's followed, thank you. We really appreciate it, guys. Blazing Rhino Saints are going all in on Shuck. Yeah, they are.
Yes,
They're
are.
trying to get him some weapons.
Okay, I like this pick from the Cowboys.
Yeah.
LT Overton, edge rusher, Alabama. Man, you just cannot go wrong with an SEC defensive player. I absolutely love this pick. You guys are really locking down your guys' defense. This is going to be a scary defense going into the future. Jerry Jones has pretty much pushed all the chips into the middle of
Yeah.
defense or bust.
Yeah.
We are going to go after quarterbacks. We are going to make you uncomfortable. And we're going to, I mean, honestly, this kind of feels like Parsons was part of the reason why he got rid of this, got the pick from Green Bay, ends up getting rid of Parsons, and now it's, hey, we're going to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and just go into the defensive side of the ball, and we are going to get after these teams. We are going to make sure Jalen Hurts is uncomfortable. We're going to make sure that why can't I think of his name?
Jackson Dart.
No, I got Jackson Dart. Jadon Daniels.
Oh yeah.
For the Commanders or Redskins. I think he's really going after these guys. He wants his team to not be, second star anymore. He wants you guys to be first fiddle at the dance. So
Yeah. Zarier, thanks for the follow. Bama J. I love the North Dakota guys. Bryce Lance is a stud for sure. Yeah, he is, dude. North Dakota puts out a lot of really good talent. Fantasy and DF's football talk. Thanks for coming back, man. You were here last night as well. Appreciate it. What teams you all like? I seen you guys with different jerseys last night. We wear different jerseys all the time.
Yeah.
I'm a Broncos fan. He's a Raiders fan.
Ravens fan.
Or Ravens fan. That's what I meant. But no, we like to support players, guys. I'm a players guy. I really just follow, a lot of players' careers and stuff. So if I had to pick a team, I'm a Broncos fan, but I definitely like a lot of players. A Blazing Rhino, baseball is where most of the short athletic freaks go because at 5'8" and below, you can't do much else. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of really crazy athletic guys playing in the MLB.
But you're seeing now too in the NFL, they're taking a lot of these smaller guys just because of their freak athleticism.
Right.
So, I feel like that's not necessarily as true as it used to be in the past. Looks like the Dolphins just made their pick. They're going to go linebacker. Man, these linebackers are falling in this round now. Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh, redshirt junior. Jeez.
Yeah, he's 5'11" and 7/8, 220 pounds.
Just give him the 6 foot.
He's yeah, no kidding. He's kind of a hybrid linebacker. I really like this guy. He's a guy that can drop back and pass coverage. He's a really good player. I really liked him at Pittsburgh. Pitt had a good team for the past couple of years, and this kid was really productive for them. So I was kind of surprised he was still on the board. I actually mentioned him earlier, saying I thought he would already be gone, but he's got really good speed, pursues the ball really well. I really like this player.
He really trusts his eyes. If he sees something, he goes after. He trusts what he's seeing. That means he's watching a lot of film. That's what that tells me if I'm a GM. If he is going after a quarterback, making sacks like that, he's going through the line. He's really committed to what he's doing. It means that he trusts what he sees. He's trusting the film that he's watched. I do like that intangible that he's given these guys.
Right. Bama J said, "I got a Brew Crew Yelich jersey." Nice, man. That's badass.
I love. What's your thoughts on the new City Connect jerseys? I like the old ones a lot better than I like the new ones. If I'm gonna be honest here, I do love Yelich though. I mean, I was at that White Sox game when he went clutch and hit that home run to put us in the lead. I mean, pinch hit, and he just knocks it right out of the park. That had to have been the most electrifying game I've been at in a long time.
Oh yeah. Vic said, "You guys think Pavia is going undrafted?" Actually, I'm going to take Diego Pavia as my Mr. Irrelevant. We were talking about that earlier. There's my pick for you. I think he's going Mr. Irrelevant. Cornerback. I'm probably gonna murder this one.
Ephesians.
Ephesians Price-Sock. This is a cornerback out of Washington. This kid, I don't know a whole lot about him. He went to the 49ers. This is their 4th round pick. He had an interception and 7 pass breakups last year, 3 straight seasons with 45 plus tackles and 6 pass breakups, or 6 or more pass breakups. I don't know a ton about him. I'll have to get back to you guys on that one, but he did transfer over from Arizona. So another kid that transferred from Arizona up to Washington. I think they might have been following a coach, if I'm not mistaken, but this kid, 49ers have taken 2 Washington guys here back to back. Washington is a good football program. They put out a lot of good NFL talent. So I'll have to look up some film on him, but I do think this is probably going to end up being a good pick for them. Pavia, I think Mr. Irrelevant. Fantasy and DF's football talk. Kyler Murray should stick with baseball. I think let's see what he does in Minnesota because he's got some weapons now, but I agree with you, he should have.
Yeah, I think if Kevin O'Connell can get this boy to study film, because he's really good at the beginning of the season. You watch a lot of his stats, you watch a lot of his film. He does really good until defenses figure out what he's doing, and it really feels like the scouting report that they had over in the contract that they actually had over in Arizona, where they were trying to get him to watch more film, and then they nixed it because they didn't like the way it came out and the way it made Kyler Murray look. It looks like that was absolutely true. He was not spending any time in the film room watching what was going on and just going off of pure athleticism. If that's what you're going to do, then you should need to go to baseball. But if you are going to actually study film, he can be an NFL quarterback, and he should be a really good one. But he just he cuts himself off at the knees, especially middle of the season. You become one dimensional, and these defenses can figure you out. I mean, these guys are in the film room just as much as anybody else, and that's exactly what they tell you. I mean, you listen to the interviews from Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, they're clicking. He said, at the end of every game, if I'm not clicking and watching what you're doing as a quarterback, as a running back, then I'm already defeated because these quarterbacks are really good at seeing what I do. And if I'm not making my game change, then they're already changing how they're going to attack me.
Yep. The Bengals take a wide receiver out of Georgia. This kid transferred from Miami and Lackawanna College. So this was a small school, transferred to Miami, and then transferred to Georgia. He's a big kid. He's tall. I think he's like 6'4". He's a really good player though, you guys. 116 receptions, 1,437 yards, and 13 touchdowns in his career. He spent 2 seasons at each Georgia and Miami Hurricanes. Really, really good player. Big guy. I like this pick. I like it.
I like the wide receiver. I don't like the pick for the Bengals. I think you guys needed to go and dive into the offensive line. You need to
but
keep Joe Burrow healthy. You already got wide receivers. You just locked down Higgins. You locked down Chase. I mean, I get the pick. You get the best talent that you can get, but I think that line is really where you guys need to have the most focus go, and you're not having it go into the focus of your offensive line. And now, great, you got another wide receiver, but how good is a wide receiver if a quarterback can't throw him the ball because he's injured all the time?
yeah, true. I like the pick. I think Higgins was on the franchise tag, so I don't think they locked him up. Comments here. Bama J said I used to work at D-back Stadium. That's sweet.
That's
man.
awesome,
That's
man.
awesome. Bama J also said I believe he's not getting drafted. So Pavia, I still think there's a lot of QBs that are better than him. Blazing Rhino, I'm from Ohio, but been a Packers fan since forever. I pick teams based on loyalty and enjoyment. I agree with that. Blazing Rhino, also Diamondbacks won me $400 on a parlay. Nice, heck yeah.
That's even more reason to become a fan, man. Start watching the game.
Fantasy and DS football talk. Come join me as a Pittsburgh Pirate fan as long as the owner can keep the talent. Dude, the Pirates actually have a lot of really good young talent there.
You better give Pat McAfee some likes. I mean, him being on the Pat McAfee show, having Paul Skeens out there and really roasting the ownership.
Yeah.
This Pirates team is really fun to watch. I'm a Brewers fan, diehard, but I absolutely love watching this Pirates team. I am excited for you guys. I thought for sure I was kind of surprised that they had you guys winning the NL Central, but watching this team play live, I think they might be right. You guys have a really good chance of making a solid playoff push. Especially, I mean, heck, you look at Paul Skeens yesterday. He was on Perfect Game Watch. We talked about it a little bit on the podcast here. 6 2/3 before he got hit on that. That's crazy. And I mean, you guys were all he already got the run support, 4 runs. Connor Griffin's going to be a stud. If you can get Cruz as a DH instead of in the outfield as a liability, I think you guys are going to be a solid team.
Yeah. Joe Truin, hey buddy, what's going on, man? Nice to see you in here. Appreciate the support. I'm looking forward to the Steelers' second round pick this year. Roll Tide heading to Pittsburgh. Yeah, dude, you guys have had a good draft. I know in the first round you didn't get the guy you wanted, Makai Lemon, but you went and got Jeremy Bernard instead, and I think he's going to be electric for you guys. I'm kind of excited to see what Pittsburgh is this year. So nice to see you, Joe. Stick around with us. We're going to be doing this all day, man. So
gotta love them Philadelphia Eagles, don't you, bud?
Yeah. Bama J said I do like the old ones better, so he's talking about those jerseys. Wes is in here. Kyle Lewis should never have fallen this far. I agree, dude. Wes, I'm glad to see you in here. How's it going today? I know you were messaging me earlier this morning. I'm glad to see you're in here. I know you weren't really happy about the snow the other day, but that happens, right? We're in North Dakota, so.
So it looks like the Texans just picked up safety. Did you already talk about this, Kamir?
Nope,
Ramsey?
Fernando Carmono.
Or I'm talking about the Texans.
Oh, okay, Kamari Ramsey.
Yep.
No, I haven't mentioned that one yet.
So Texans did pick up safety Kamari Ramsey from USC, redshirt junior. Good pick for you guys. Like we said, you guys are really solidifying your guys' defense. You guys this last year had the best defense, and that you guys are trying to keep that. You guys are trying to keep the reins as the number 1 defense in the NFL. So it makes sense to stock that up. You guys shored up your guys' offensive line in spots. So this is going to been a really good draft for you guys. I do like the guard pickup here, like you said, for the Titans, Fernando Carmona. You got to keep Ward on his feet, and this last year was a little rough for him. He getting trial by fire, getting hit all the time, not really having the time. He's proven that he's got the quarterback intangibles to play NFL caliber football as a quarterback. He's gotten some wide receiver help this year. Now it's time to get that offensive line up to snuff so he's not getting hit. I mean, this is exactly what I thought the Bengals should have been doing.
Yeah. I agree with you, Wes. I think Kyle Lewis should have never fallen this far. It is crazy. Bama J, I got 2 free tickets to every D-backs home game when I worked there, Lower Bowl. That's freaking sweet, man. That's really cool. Jay said,
you ever get to go to the pool section over there, or is it just Lower Bowl?
Jay said, I don't think AJ Brown is leaving. I definitely do. I think he's going to be a New England Patriot, especially with the draft pick of Makai Lemon. I think that was just them solidifying that they don't need him there anymore.
Well, and it feels like all these rumors about Jalen Hurts are coming from Brown. I feel like he's the cancer right now, and they've identified that, and that's why these trade talks have already been going. I would expect him to go to the Patriots. Maybe he doesn't want to go there because of the whole Diana Rossini thing, but I mean, he's going to go somewhere. I don't think the Eagles keep him. I think that's exactly why they decided to jump ahead and get Lemon from the Steelers. They're trying to make sure that they can get rid of A.J. Brown and get another wide receiver in that locker room.
Bama J said A.J. Brown can't leave till June 1st. Right. So there's a trade agreement already made, but the season doesn't start till the official season doesn't start till June 1st. So he can't be traded until then. Eagles fan Tom said Eagles. Yeah, Eagles. Wes said, "What's up, boys? Not much, man. How's it going?"
At least you can spell Eagles better than your guys' mayor, right?
Yeah, EGLA something S. Yeah,
Eggles.
Yeah, fly birdies fly. Let's see here.
Lawrence Taylor's in the hospital. I didn't hear that. KJFM.
KJFM. No, I didn't hear that either. That's not good. Blazing Rhino, Saints or Giants could use A.J. Brown, but I don't know if they have the capital. I don't think the Saints need him anymore the way they're drafting.
Yeah, the way the draft is, and I think the Giants are going to pick up OBJ, and plus the wide receivers that they got, they're going to have them mentor off of OBJ, from what reports keep saying. So I really don't think that that's what you guys want. I don't think John Harbaugh's going to go that direction because he does not like drama in his locker room, so I don't see them going with A.J. Brown. I do love the talent from him, but I don't think they're going to try to take that kind of poison in the locker room.
Yeah, I agree. I also think the Saints with them drafting Jordan Tyson and now Bryce Lance out of NDSU. Jordan Tyson and Bryce Lance are going to be really good for them. They already got another tight end as well, the kid from Georgia, Oscar Delp. So I don't think they really need him at this point. Cardinals picking again, said Bama J. Yep, the Cardinals, their pick is in right now. The Panthers are on the clock. Eagles fan laughed at that. Caden said, "Do y'all think Jordan is the best wide receiver in the draft?" Jordan Tyson? I do. I think Carnell Tate was probably the second best receiver. The only thing with Jordan Tyson is he did have some injuries, but I think Jordan Tyson is the best talent at wide receiver in this draft. But Carnell Tate, I mean, I think the Titans, they knew what they wanted and he was available, so they said we're taking him. We're getting our guy. Do y'all? Or I already read that one. Bama J. Never got by the pool. That's rented out for the big bucks. Yeah, I'm sure that's all like corporate, rented out. Guys, let's make sure we share this live with everyone. Let's get as many people in here as we can again. Like you said earlier, we were up to like 400 people, so let's get this thing rocking again. We're up to 4.7 thousand likes. We really appreciate the support, you guys. We've had a ton of gifts today. It's awesome. Really, thank you a lot. A lot of new followers. Like I said, if you guys aren't following us, make sure you follow us on here. Go to the link we have in our bio. Go subscribe to our other socials. We do football, baseball, basketball, and hockey, and we got a lot of plans to keep growing this thing and branch out even further if you guys keep following us. So it's on you guys. If you guys can keep following us and letting us grow bigger and bigger, we're going to keep doing more and more stuff for you guys. So we really appreciate the love, guys. Thank you. Blazing Rhino said Rams head coach definitely gone when Stafford leaves. They even made him back up their early pick on Ty. That's what I said too.
I agree with you.
I think when Stafford retires, I think McVay is out, and I think Ty Simpson's going to step in. They're going to bring in another coach, and they're going to really try to keep that train rolling there because they've got a really good team and they're really good at rebuilding. They never have to fully rebuild anymore because they're always bringing in talent after talent, and they really keep a good stockpile. So.
Well, and on top of it, I mean, you watch the way that he answered that call with Ty Simpson. He was not enthused at all about this guy. I mean, it really just kind of writing on the wall is he's riding with Stafford, and he wasn't bought in on this guy. And if you're not going to be bought in on the new quarterback that's the GM is getting, then it's either going to be a new head coach or you're going to be going after another quarterback. And I don't feel like you said, I don't feel like the Rams are in a position where they feel like they should have to restock the shelf again after they just committed to this next quarterback.
Right.
I think they had him high on the board. The GM did and went ahead and picked him up. So,
yeah, 5th round already, Bama J. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Y'all are the best live draft I've found on here. I'm here for the long haul. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys saying nice things like that. We try really hard here.
Hey, there you go. Cardinals just picked up Reggie Virgil. I like this. Red Raider Nation, you guys got another player off the board. Cardinals are really loading up this year. They've gotten a really good draft pool going for them. They've kind of been like quiet, unsung team this year. They're just making play after play. I mean, they really had the big splash with Love, and then other than that, it's been just consistent, really great picks. I mean, like big splashy players. I think the Jets have really made some trades up in this one. I think the Browns have, but that's kind of why the Arizona Cardinals have gone so quietly. And if you're a Cardinals fan, that's exactly what you want. You want to be the sneaky guy coming in from the NFC West to take that division, right?
Right. I know me and Wes. So Wes, the guy I was just talking to a little bit ago on here. He's one of our guys that helps us. He's a co-host of our shows. He does a lot of the podcasts with us. So me and him were talking earlier this morning about the Cardinals, and we were kind of discussing this whole Carson Beck thing, Jordan Love. I know he wasn't quite as high on Beck as I was, but I really think Carson Beck going there, like I said, it's a boomer bust type pick. If it's good, it's going to be really good, and if it's bad, it's going to be really bad. But Jordan Love is a for sure hit in my opinion. Me and him also kind of disagreed on the Jordan Love as well, because he was like, it's really high to take a running back. But like I said, like I feel like these guys, man, they're hard to not to pass on when they're this good. I mean, running backs are a dime a dozen, but they're not these kind of running backs, in my opinion. Wes, let us know.
Running backs are very hard to come by, and you just got yourself a top 10 running back.
Yeah, Wes, let us know in the comments what your thoughts were on what the Cardinals have done so far, because I'm interested to talk more about it. I mean, obviously, I'll be texting you about it as well, but let us know in the comments so these guys can know.
Carolina
as well.
just picked up a center. They are locking down for this is all in draft for Bryce. They are finally getting him offensive line help that he can be protected and have solid play go on. I do like this pick. Sam Hitchich from Kansas State. This guy's 6'4", 6'4" and an eighth, 303 pounds, 5'10", 40-yard dash. I mean, you really don't have to move too much as a guard. I mean, as a center, you're going to be snapping the ball and then making your blocks right away. He does have athleticism, though. With his size, do not be surprised at how sneaky fast this guy is. He will sneak up on you, and next thing you know, you're on your back, and you're like, okay,
right,
that must have been the guard that got me. No, that was a center. He got you really good.
Yeah. The Chargers pick is in. The Browns are now on the clock. The Browns have been killing it, you guys. Let's see what they do here next. Let's go back here. Rams head coach definitely. No, we already read that. Okay, so a Blazing Rhino said GM got lost in the sauce. They should have traded down at least some.
I agree for the Rams. I think they should have. I think you guys drafted way too high for Ty Simpson. You guys could have gotten a lot more capital. That's kind of the same thing I felt with the Ravens. We should have moved down for that guard. If that was where we were going to go, we could have gotten a little bit more picks out of it. But hey, these guys are high on the draft board. Like we said, these GMs are looking at this. These scouts are looking at these guys day in, day out, watching film on them. This is their job, and it's not our job. So if we're wrong, we're wrong. We're just guys who sit on the couch and talk about this stuff. But these GMs and these scouts are really diving in and putting the work in. And a lot of it, too, comes down to relationships and, like, the talking points. So Ty Simpson is somebody the GM fell in love with, and he pulled the trigger on it. So, I mean, the GM's willing to stake his job on it, so there must be something behind it.
Yeah. Bama J said Arizona, another stellar pick. Yeah, I think Arizona's really having a good draft, guys.
Hate to cut you off here, but the Chargers just picked defensive tackle Nick Barrett, South Carolina. He's a senior. I like this. This is really good. This Chargers team got rid of Bosa. I mean, they're starting to make some waves as far as getting themselves back into pressuring quarterbacks. You got to have trench warfare. We've talked about this multiple times. In the trenches, you win the games. And it's a really unsung position. You're never praised for it, especially on the offensive side where, oh, you did a good job. You made sure the quarterback was upright. That's kind of the standard. You're supposed to do that. So like when you end up giving up one sack a game out of the hundreds of snaps that you guys end up having, people are mad at you. Man, this guy sucks. This tackle sucks. This guard sucks. But you got to remember this side of the ball, the defensive side of the ball, this is exactly where you're going for. They're supposed to be disruptive makers. They're supposed to make sure that you have a failed play every now and again. And I feel like this is exactly what the Chargers team is going for. I like what John Harbaugh is doing here. It feels like this is kind of how he's going to build his team with a lot of defense and then helping his quarterback get better. So watching the way he did things in Michigan, I feel like he's doing the same thing over here, maybe without the cheating, but we'll see.
Bama J, or we already read that one.
Allegedly.
Taco Bell employee, thoughts on Dolphins linebacker Kyle Lewis. So I really like this pick. He's the Pitt linebacker. I think Kyle Lewis would have been, I thought he was like a bottom of the second round, high third round pick. So to see him go as late as he did, I really like this pick. I think the Dolphins got a really special player there. I think he's going to translate really well. Bama J said maybe we'll get out of the cellar in the division this year. Yeah, you guys are in a tough division though, dude. The Cardinals, I mean, you got the Rams, the 49ers. It's just it's a tough division.
Well, I
You're
honestly
not going to get out of it this year, I don't think. But
mm.
you guys are really building towards that.
Well, I feel like you got rid of a lot of the dysfunction this last few years. You got rid of a coach that really could not get his quarterback to dive into it. Um, Kyler Murray was off the hinges. He was not listening to what people and coaches were trying to do. I think getting Brissett in there, Jacoby Brissett over there, was really solid because he's going to make sure that you guys are acting like a pro team. He's been on so many other pro locker rooms. He's going to get this thing centered up for you guys. You guys end up getting a quarterback that can learn behind him. You guys get the running game. You guys have made a solid draft, and I think within the next few years, you're definitely going to be making playoff pushes, or you're going to at least be competitive instead of where you guys are at right now, which is the very, very bottom.
Yeah,
Browns just made their pick. They have a center that just ended up going, Parker Brailford out of Alabama. Again, another Alabama guy, redshirt junior. SEC, man, SEC and Big Ten, they just make winners on the line. I like the fact that the Browns are going to protect Shadur Sanders. This is what this draft has told me so far, is they are really going after weapons for Shadur, and they're going all in on this kid. They're going to get him protection, and they're going to give him weapons.
yeah, I love the Browns draft so far. I'm not Axel 20 said, what round is it? It's round 5. Let's see.
Round 5, 7 picks in.
Bama J said Carson Beck has got to be better than Kyler. I never liked Kyler. I think Kyler's going to be really good in Minnesota, but I think Carson Beck, like I said, boom or bust, man. You're going to get a really good player, or it's going to be a bust. There's going to be no happy medium with him.
Bama J, you got to at least laugh at the way he ran with the ball in his hand. Looked like a little toddler getting away from you with the candy he wasn't supposed to have.
Blazing Rhino, Jordan Love changed to running back. Did I say Jordan Love? I meant Jeremiah Love, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a long couple days here. Taco Bell employee, thoughts on, okay, so I already answered that one. So Kyle Lewis, I think he's really good. The pit linebacker, I think he's going to translate really well. I think they got a really good pick there. I'm surprised he fell as far as he did. I agree with Wes on that one. Bama J 256, I live in Alabama and was not expecting Ty Simpson to go in the first round, especially not 13th. I agree. I think it was a reach, but like I said, the Rams, they're really good at drafting, and I think if this pans out, they're going to look like geniuses, you guys. He's going to sit behind Matthew Stafford for probably the last 2 years of his career, and then I think Stafford and McVay are going to both walk away at the same time, and Simpson's going to step in and be, taught up well by Stafford. So it could end up being a really good pick, or we might look back in a couple of years and say, man, what were they thinking? Hale Carter, is Proctor a good pick for the Cardinals? Proctor, let me bring him back up. I got to pull him up. I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. Wes Sumners. So Wes, this is our guy Wes. He's in here still. Wes, I'm so glad you were able to be in here. He said Lewis is a stud, high motor guy. Never thought he would be this late. Be excited. I agree entirely, Wes. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a guy that's going to bring a lot of energy. He's a really good linebacker. He's one of those. He's just got a lot of football IQ. Like you said, high motor guy. I really like him. I think he's going to translate really well. Taco Bell employee said, I'm a Packers fan, live near Pittsburgh. I'm a big Pitt fan. I go to every game. Okay, so you probably know what we're talking about then. Yeah, I think he is really good. That must be why you're asking our thoughts on him, trying to see if other people's opinion. Yeah, no, I think he's really good, man. I think he's a really good player. I really enjoyed watching him. I'm a Miami Hurricanes fan, so watching the ACC, did you have
Caleb Proctor? Yeah, safety from Louisiana. Not safety, defensive tackle from Louisiana. 6'2", 291 pounds. I mean, this guy's got really decent reach. I think he's going to be solid for you guys. He's going to be attacking quarterbacks. I like this pick for you guys. You're trying to get after you guys' opposing quarterbacks right now in that division. You can't have Brock Purdy, you can't have Sam Darnold, and you can't have Stafford running wild on you. You got to make sure you're getting some hits on these guys. I really do like the fact that you guys went ahead and picked up Kaleb. I think it was kind of a good pick. I'm surprised he dropped as far as he did to you guys. Like we've said multiple times, you got to win games with trench warfare, and that's exactly what you guys want to do. Is you want to be in the trenches, attacking these opposing quarterbacks, disrupting their game plan, and getting in these guys' face. I think he's also going to be really good at plugging up holes for running backs. He's going to find himself in the gaps that they want to go in. He's going to find himself making those kind of plays. He's got really good football acumen of shedding blocks and getting after the running back, getting after your after your quarterback as well, he's going to put that kind of pressure on that you really want.
Yeah, he's the kid out of Southeast Alabama or Louisiana.
Yeah, Southeast
He's the
Louisiana.
small school kid. Yeah, I like him a lot. I think he's a really, really good prospect. I've watched actually quite a bit of film on him, and I was really impressed. I don't know how he ended up at a small school, to be honest with you, but when he played against LSU, he really dominated. So I think he's going to be really good. Let me try to get caught up
I'm
again.
gonna check out what the Seahawks just traded to get this pick over here.
Yeah,
It looks like Washington did pick up an edge rusher though, Joshua Josephs. From Tennessee, another Tennessee player going. It seemed like Tennessee had a lot of players that kind of kept falling in the draft here. I'm really surprised to see they had some really good prospects, but they just kept going a lot later in this draft than I figured they would have.
yeah. A Blazing Rhino said, how you feeling about our picks this year so far at Taco Bell employee? Wes said, biggest turnaround teams. I got the Giants splitting with the Eagles and Cowboys this year. I think the Giants, the Jets, and the Cowboys have had really good drafts. Same with the Browns, but biggest turnaround from one year to the next. I'm gonna say it's the Giants. I think the Giants are gonna. I said it earlier. I think the Giants are gonna win the NFC East this year. I really do. I think they've drafted really well. They brought in a really good coach, and they have a lot of really good talent there already. A really good defense, and I think they got guys coming back. As long as the Scatterbo and Neighbors come back healthy, I mean, I think that's a really good team. A Blazing Rhino. Giants might go positive this year. I really like Dart and Scat. I agree with you entirely. Yeah, I really like it. Let us know on that Seahawks trade.
So here you go. The Cleveland Browns are at it again. They're getting themselves another pick for the 2027 draft. So they're going to get a 4th round pick in the 2027 draft for this pick that Seattle is now acquired from them.
So Bama J said, haha, little toddler. That's hilarious, bro. Yeah, he does. He looks like a little toddler running out there. It's crazy, but I think he's going to be really good with Minnesota. I really do. Kyler Murray. LM said, who let the Bucks get Ruben Bain and Keontae Scott? I know, dude.
Hey,
they're building something there with that defense.
I'm still upset about the Ruben Bain.
Yeah,
So
the Ravens let Ravens let him get him. That's who. Bama J said, yes, Proctor's good. Proctor's really good. I agree. Zanvella, I think it's pronounced. Yo, Seahawks traded up. We're gonna get an O-lineman. I think you guys should get an O-lineman here. I think you guys got your running back in the first round. You made some good picks. I think you need an O-lineman.
You got
here.
a safety and you got a cornerback already. I
Yeah.
think it's time. I agree with you. I think this one has to go to an offensive lineman for you guys.
Yep, 4th round next year. Okay. Do you want to pull up Emmett Johnson so I can look at him again? Sorry guys, we've had so many. Yeah, mine's everywhere.
Yeah, we haven't gotten very much sleep, so we're trying to accommodate and try to get as much players and make sure we're knowledgeable, so we're not just feeding you guys any lines.
Yeah, I put together a lot of spreadsheets to do this, so we've got to look back through stuff. We'll get back to you on that one, Eli, about what do you think about Emmett Johnson. Wes said Giants are going to be a pain in my butt. yeah, now for a decade. Yeah, probably at least a decade, man. They're going to be crazy good. I know being a Cowboys
pain
fan.
in the butt.
Yeah. We got our pun guy again. I know being a Cowboys fan, Wes. I know that's hard to accept, but I think the Giants are going to be really good. I think you guys got a really, really big problem on your hands. Aiden, who do you think Seattle's going to get here? So they actually went with a guard out of Iowa. It's Bo Steffens.
Nebraska.
Oh, is he the running back? Yeah, the running back. Okay, so he's the running back from Nebraska. Okay, I recognize the name. I just
a lot of
remember.
running backs go. I think 3 this draft.
I'd have to look, but
let me go pop that one up.
I don't think Emmett Johnson's been drafted yet, though,
No,
right?
he's not.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say he hasn't. I haven't seen his name yet. I think Emmett Johnson's good. I mean, Nebraska running back. Yeah, they're good, man. I think he's a good player, but I think he's probably gonna end up going in maybe the late 5th, early 6th round is kind of where I projected him. So we'll see what happens. But I do think he's a good player. I don't think he's going to be like a lead back in a backfield, to be honest with you, but I think he's going to be a really good 1-2 punch guy that comes in and gets you, 40 yards a night and maybe a touchdown. I think he's a really good player. So, Giants. Yep. Okay. So I read that one from Wes. Yeah, Wes, let me know your thoughts on that response there. I think the Giants are going to be a big problem. A Blazing Rhino, man, you're still in here. I appreciate it, man. Lost Ruben Bain, but stole Zion Young. That's exactly what I said yesterday was, yeah, the Ravens passed on Ruben Bain. It's a disappointment, but then they went and got Zion Young as a steal. So I think they panned out just fine because they got the best guard in the draft class. in my opinion, and he's a very versatile player.
So I was mistaken. We've had 5 running backs go so far. I guess 2 off. We had Jeremiah Love, or Jordan Love, as Zach calls him.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Jadarian Price. We had Washington Jr. end up going. So Love ended up going to the Cardinals. Price is Seahawk. Washington Jr. is now a Raider. We had Coleman, who's now going to be a Bronco, and you had Kalon Black, who's now San Francisco 49er. So we have not seen him go yet.
That's that kid. Kalon Black's the kid out of Indiana. He's a stud. Justin Jefferson just got selected by the Browns. This is a linebacker out of Alabama. This kid's a really good linebacker. I like him. Shares a name with one of the best wide receivers in the league.
I was just saying,
it's going to get a little
confusing,
but 6 foot 3/8 of an inch, 223 pounds. I think he's a really athletic linebacker. I think he kind of played more middle linebacker, but I think you could put him out on the outside. But I think he's he's going to be a tackle machine. I think he's going to get a lot of tackles for the Browns. And the Browns, I mean, they took Schlesinger last year. So this Browns team is just really building something special,
guys.
I
think the commissioner needs to do something here. I mean, Browns are really winning this draft right now.
Yeah.
As a Ravens fan, I'm not too proud about this this draft that they're having. They're making some waves. I think their team's going to be drastically better this next year.
Yeah.
And
so the Raiders
gone, all in on protecting Shadir Sanders, so now they're going to go get defensive players. Ugh.
Yeah, the Raiders just made their selection. They took the safety out of Arizona, Dalton Johnson. Another good safety here. Like I said, there's a lot of defensive backs that were kind of not drafted in the first 2 days, and we're seeing a lot of them start to go here. This kid was first team All Big 12, 97 tackles last year, 4 interceptions, 7 pass breakups. Those were all career highs for him last year. I like him. I think the Raiders, like I said, man, they're really building something. Don't expect anything this coming season, but I think here in about 2 or 3 seasons, the Raiders are going to have a pretty solid team if they can keep this together. Let's see. Draft ends tonight. Yes, it does, Bama J. Today's the last day of the draft. We're rounds 4 through 7. We're in round 5 right now. Thanks for the follow, Charks Cards. Bama J 256. I think Pavi is going to end up being in the UFL. He hurt himself the way he acted after the Heisman. That is a good point. I could see him going to the UFL, but I'm going to stick with him as my pick for Mr. Irrelevant just because I like the name. It's cool. I think I could see him doing that, but probably more likely that he ends up in the UFL. Bold prediction from Wes here. Bold prediction. Bain has a better career than the pass rushers taken before him. I agree with you. I think Ruben Bain was, dude, I know me and you were talking about it actually, Wes, before, but I think Ruben Bain was a top 5 talent in this entire draft. I think he slipped a little because of some off-field things that happened. Not happened. They happened a while back, but they got brought to the spotlight here recently. But I think he's going to be this, he could really end up being the steal of the draft. This guy, he's a very high motor player. Just gets pressure. Doesn't matter who's blocking him. He gets pressure. So I agree with that take.
Here we go. Panthers just made a pick. They're going to pick a player from Penn State, safety, Zeke Wheatley. Penn State went really underrated this year. I don't know what the dysfunction was, but they had a really solid team. I do like them picking up a safety over here for the Panthers. This is going to be a really fun team to watch. I mean, they exceeded expectations this last season, I think, and now they're just even going to get even better. They've really gone after the defense this year, and then they're really going after protecting Bryce Young. This is going to be a really fun NFC competition between the Saints, the Falcons, the Bucks, and the Panthers this year to see who ends up winning it. It always seems like it's kind of one of those weird dogfights to the very last week of the season where 2 or 3 of you guys are going to be in it. I feel like it's going to be the same this year with the draft class that you had. I think so. Hey, you finally get you guys' tight end.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Broncos.
I do like this pick. I said this earlier. This would have been one of the ones that I wish the Ravens would have picked up. Justin Jolly
Justin Jolly
from North Carolina State. Man, he's really tall. He's going to be able to high point the ball. He's going to be really good at blocking for you guys, which is exactly what your team loves to do. I mean, what is his reach? He's got hand size 10.5 inch.
Yeah, he's got a wingspan of 79 and 3/8.
It means he can put his arms on you before you can get your arms on him. That's what I like.
He's a good pass catcher. I like this kid. I think he's going to be good for the Broncos. I was kind of hoping we would get a higher projected tight end in this draft, but Justin Jolly is a good one. I'll take it. I think he's good. I think if we keep Evan Ingram around and put this kid behind him, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch there for us.
Well, and on top of it, you could probably go after Njoku this year, where you can get that locker room for the tight ends really locked down.
Yeah. Bama J said Fernando was locked in the Heisman after the Penn State game. I agree with that. Blazing Rhino, that's the only problem with Jordan Love. He needs some running back magic in him. Yeah, yeah, Jordan Love. So yeah.
Well, Jordan Love just got himself a center. The Green Bay Packers go after center Jaeger Burton from Kentucky. Started all 12 games at center 2025. I really didn't really watch too much Kentucky film. It looks like he didn't allow a sack in 2025. So that means he's really good at snapping the ball and then protecting. 450 plus pass blocks. So that means he was getting pressured on him and he didn't give up anything. So that's what you want to see if you're Jordan Love. Hey, give me a guy who's going to be able to snap me the ball, hopefully very accurately, and protect the crap out of me. So
yeah. Bama J said, I'm surprised nobody has taken Kewan Lacey from Ole Miss. I don't think Kewan Lacey's eligible. I think Kewan Lacey was I think he's got one more year of college football. Do you want to look that one up real quick? Because I don't think he's eligible yet. I could be mistaken there, but I think he's out next year, and he's one of them that I was saying next year could have some loaded running backs in the draft class. We'll get back to you on that one though. Brendan, the Vikings traded Jeddas to the Browns. What? Jeddas? You mean in JJ Jefferson or Justin Jefferson? JJ? No, I don't think so. No. I'd have to see that. I haven't seen that yet. Blazing Rhino, they only got a few years left in Miles. If Sanders doesn't pan out, he'll be gone without a ring. He also said Pack traded up, get something juicy. Yeah. Wes said, where did the Louisville receiver Chris Bell go?
So Kewan Lacey is he is not eligible. He signed to go back to Ole Miss again this year. So
that's what I thought. Yeah.
He will not be eligible in this draft. He'll be eligible in 2027.
That's what I thought. What? Justin Jefferson. I don't think Jefferson got traded. That'd be crazy. I mean, I haven't been on my phone much because we've been doing this, but if that's true, man, let us know because that's crazy. I cannot believe that happened. Wes, Chris Bell went to the Miami Dolphins, and I think that's a really, really good pick for them. I know you wanted him. I wanted him to slide to us. Yeah. No, he ended up on the Dolphins, and I think he's going to be really good there. Jets stole the first round of the draft, and now it's the Browns, said Bama J. Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's been 1A, 1B. Browns and Jets are really up there trying to fight to hoist the draft champions right now, and I think the Browns have had a way more phenomenal draft than the Jets. The Jets really got a lot of the pieces that they did need, and it's going to be exciting to watch this team get better.
Yeah, Will, thanks for the follow. Everyone, thanks for the follows. Thanks for the support. We're up to 5,000 likes here. We got 42 people in here. We were up to 400 earlier. Let's share this thing. Share it to all your friends. Let's get as many people as we can in here. And then, like I keep saying, make sure you guys follow us, and then also click that link in our bio so you can go follow and subscribe on our other socials. We do a lot of stuff out here, guys, so it's really fun. We love doing this. Let's keep it up and keep it growing. We'll announce this pick, and then we'll get caught up on comments.
So yeah, here you go. 49ers go ahead and they're solidifying their defense. They go ahead and pick up linebacker Jadon Duggar from Louisiana. This is a senior, 240 pounds, 6'4". Man, this 49ers team is really solidifying their defense. It feels like the dark side and the old 49ers team of old. This feels like Legion of Boom and the old 49ers, where they're just going to keep clashing for your defensive. Who's going to hoist the defensive champion of their division? I really do like what they're doing here for their defense.
Yeah.
Like we said, I'm kind of surprised that they went with wide receiver so early, but you did need to go ahead and get yourself a wide receiver for Debo being out, and then you lost Ayuk. I mean, that was kind of the writing on the wall after last year, the whole sitting out and then just having a whole bunch of issues with Ayuk trying to figure out his contract. So I think you guys did yourself a solid by getting rid of him, and now you guys get another wide receiver who doesn't have bad blood with you.
Yeah. This kid actually used to be a safety, so he's kind of still learning how to play linebacker, but I think he's going to be he's just kind of an athletic player. I think he's going to be really good. 49ers are good at drafting athletes, man. They put really good defenses together all the time.
Buccaneers just made their pick, defensive tackle DeMonte Capehart.
DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson. This is a good D tackle. He's kind of a big dude, 6'4" and 7/8", 313 pounds. He's very athletic. I really like him. He started 12 games over 6 seasons. He
Another
didn't play a
tall
whole
defensive
lot,
tackle,
but
man.
yeah, he's a big guy. I like him. I think he's really athletic. Let me get caught up here.
21 tackles, 2 pass breakups in 2025, career high. So he's peaking at the right time right before he goes
Right.
into the NFL. That means he's starting to mature. He's really starting to get into his body. It's what it sounds like is, you always have that little bit of time where it's a little awkward. You're not really sure of yourself. And I feel like he's kind of coming into the fold with his own.
Yeah. A Blazing Rhino said, looks like he can play guard if he needed to. 700 snaps at left guard. Let me know who you're talking about there. I can't remember. I got off track here. Will said Harold Perkins is still in the draft, bro. Yeah, Harold Perkins is still available, you guys. There's a lot of really good talent still available. Keith Abney still hasn't been picked. The cornerback out of Arizona State. Crazy. Bama J 256. Oh yeah, Lacey is next year. Yeah. Yeah. So Lacey is next year. We looked that up. Kewan Lacey's going to be a freak, though, you guys. I'm really excited to see him come out next year and see where he goes. Donaldo Rodriguez said wrong one. Will said Justin Jefferson, linebacker. Oh, the line. Okay. That's why I was like, there ain't no way Justin Jefferson got traded. Okay, so Justin Jefferson got traded then because he just got drafted by the Browns. So let me know on that what we're talking about there, guys. Sorry, Browns drafted a linebacker named Justin Jefferson. Yep, I know that. Lennon as a Titans fan, I don't understand our 5th rounder. Can you explain it? 5th rounder for the Titans was Fernando Carmona. That's the guard out of Arkansas. You guys are trying to build an offensive line, man. You guys got a rookie quarterback
sophomore
last year.
Quarterback now. So
yeah,
you got to get him protection. This is exactly what you want for your team. You want to get that. You want to get your trenches solidified so this guy can have time to run the ball if he's got to. He's got pass the ball. You want him to be able to do some play action passes. This is what you need. And an athletic guard from Arkansas. Arkansas is, Burleson came from there, right? Burlsworth, that's his name. Arkansas, he ends up, the trophy is named after him. I think Arkansas has got a really good offensive line. This is what you want for you guys. He's used to playing in the South, so going up to Tennessee is really not going to be a problem for him. He's used to the weather. You want to make sure that Ward is staying on his feet. You guys got Ward some weapons this season. Yeah, I would be excited if I was you guys. This is the same thing that the Panthers are doing. This is the same thing that the Browns have been doing, where you're really solidifying that line. You're going to see a lot of linemen go here and this year and next year, and this is what you want, because if you have a really good line, that means your weapons are able to do what they're supposed to do, and they're actually able to produce. Versus, if your quarterback's continually getting hit. Look at what happened to C.J. Stroud there in the championship game. We learned that if you're going to keep getting hit and you're going to keep having the defense be too disruptive on you guys and you don't have that line secure, what's going to happen? You're going to lose these games, and this is exactly what you want. You want to solidify your guys' offensive line, and the more offensive linemen that you pick up early in these drafts, they're more or less guaranteed to start for you guys versus take the chance on them and then they don't pan out. You want somebody that's going to protect your quarterback now.
Yeah, no, I like the pick. I think you guys are building an offensive line, which is what you need to do to protect your new quarterback. The Lions just made their pick, and finally Keith Abney II is off the board. The Arizona State cornerback is off the board. He goes to the Lions, and guys, this is a steal. I thought he would be high 2nd round, maybe middle 2nd round. He's going here in like the middle of the 5th round, so I'm not sure why he slipped. I'm really curious to look at this. When we get done here today, I'm gonna have to look in to see why he slipped down the board so far. But this guy's a really, really good player. I like the pick.
I don't think we covered it yet because we were going on about the Tennessee player, but Colts did draft George Gums Jr., the edge rusher from Florida. He's a senior. I like this pick for you guys as well, for you Colts fans out there. Going after quarterbacks is really what you guys want to do. You guys, this is just trenches. You guys, a lot of these draft picks are going to be in the trenches. This is what you want to see, especially with these kind of depth that we have for the trenches right now. Solidifying your guys' offensive and defensive lines is where games are won. I've said it 100 times now. This is where the unsung heroes are. This is where you want your players to really shine. You want your offense to be great, because if these defenders are not getting highlights and not known for getting sacks, that means that they're doing their job. And then these players that are so disruptive, like your TJ Watts, your Myles Garrett, there's a reason why these guys are getting paid so much money, because it's not very often that you're beating these offensive tackles, these offensive guards. So you want to solidify that line, and you want to put as much pressure on the opposing team, and you want to open up holes for your offense. So this a lot of trench warfare is happening right now. I'm really eager to see how many of these guys are going to be really ready to go football players. How many of them end up on the practice squad versus where they're picked at right now. I like the fact that we're having a lot of trench players picked. I know it's not the shiniest, it's not the best thing. You guys don't really. I mean, look at Jason Kelsey. The only reason he really got popular was because of his personality. You don't really have a lot of these guys that are pop off the page like Linderbaum, where you're like, man, this guy has really made a splash for us. It's always the shiny guys who have the ball in their hand every play. Yep. So the fact that you don't hate these players means that that's how good they are, because you don't know them. Like Trent Williams, the fact that he goes out last year, and the reason why you know his name is because he keeps getting hurt, and then that team completely looks bad. They are giving up way too many sacks. They're letting their quarterback get pressured too much. That's what you want. You want to make sure that you're solidifying your guys' edges. You guys are getting after the trenches.
Yep. I'm going to cut you off here. So the pick is in for the Dolphins. Let me get caught up here. Michael Taft out of Texas, the safety. This kid's a stud. Another one that I just can't believe he fell down this far. Again, I thought he was like a middle to late second round, maybe early third round. I think he's a really good safety. Played at Texas Longhorns. I can't believe this guy fell down this far. 5'11" and 7/8, 190 pounds. Athletic safety, really productive safety as well. So I'm just not really sure what's going on, why these guys are falling so far. But real quick, I did want to say on that one that you were just talking about for the Colts, George Gums. This guy's an athlete. He actually used to play wide receiver. He's played tight end. He's also played edge rusher. So he is an edge rusher now, but I mean, he's an athletic guy. He can play, all over the field. Back to the comments here. Michael Aragon said, "Go Broncos." A blazing.
Bama J, thank you for sharing with 10 friends. We do appreciate the shares.
Yeah, for sure. A blazing Rhino said, "Packers pick Burton." Packers pick Burton. Yeah, they took Jaeger Burton, the center out of Kentucky. I think it's a good pick. I think they're trying to build up an offensive line. They do need some help on the O-line. I think that's kind of the one thing that's been kind of holding them back. So they've got a good defense. They've got a good quarterback. They've got a really weird wide receiver room, but a good receiver room. Caesar said, "So boring when Giants aren't making moves."
Welcome back, Caesar. See you back in here. Good seeing you.
All right, here we go. Okay, so the Vikings went out and got a fullback, Max Bredesen from Michigan. I like this kid a lot. Bredesen is a big-bodied running back. I think he's more of a running back, but they're probably going to use him at fullback. He's 6'2", 252. I think you could put him in as just a ground and pound, 2 yards. Basically what a fullback used to be. Fullback's kind of a dying position in the NFL.
Reminds me of Ricard over here. I mean, I feel like he's going to be the guy who can make the blocks for you, and then on top of it, he's also going to be the guy that is going to be a 1-2 punch for you, where as a defense, it's going to be really hard for you to figure out who they're actually handing the ball off to. Because if you line up in I formation with a true fullback there, all right, who's getting the ball? Is it going to be the fullback going right up the middle in an I formation, or are you going to bounce it outside on us? And it's going to make sure defenses stay honest on you. I do like this pickup. The running game for the Vikings has been kind of iffy here and there. I do like the fact that you guys are trying to solidify it, get a bruiser in there that can open up holes and make defenses break where you need to have that whole pop. He's going to be able to get a full head of steam and blow up people.
Yeah. I'm curious to find out what our buddy Andy's thoughts are. Another one of our guys that hosts shows with us. So I'm curious to see his thoughts on this. Bama J said, "I think if Lacey stays healthy, he could be a first rounder next year." Oh, absolutely, dude. Kewan Lacey's a stud. I think if he stays healthy, he'll probably be a top 15 pick. The Buccaneers just took a guard out of Notre Dame, Billy Schrauth. This guy, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know a ton on him. I'd need to look him up more. Looks like he's 6'4" 3/4", 310 pounds. They've got him listed as really productive and really active.
Well,
so
I was going to say, I mean, this guy's going to be a stud. There's a reason why the top 2 running backs in this draft were from Notre Dame. It's because this offensive line really opened up holes for them. They won the trenches, and this is exactly what you want. This is a guy who's going to be able to protect protect Baker Mayfield, and on top of that, he's going to open up the run game for you guys as runners. I'm excited to see what you guys end up doing this year. The Buccaneers have made some really good moves on the offensive line here.
Yeah, just think about how crazy it is that the top 2 running backs in the draft went from the same school. It's really unheard of. I think it's the first time it's ever happened, to be honest with you.
Chiefs picks in. I'm gonna triple down again. I think they're gonna stay with defense. I think that's exactly what you guys have been needing this draft, and that's what you guys have gone after. So I'm really expecting you guys to pick somebody up. I'd imagine like a linebacker, since there's still quite a few of them on the board. Safeties. It's just going to be interesting to see where you guys end up going. Maybe you guys decide to go with the defensive interior line.
Yeah,
but I think you keep on the defensive side of the ball.
Let's everyone go share this real quick. Let's share it with all of our friends. Let's get more people in here. We're doing really good today, you guys. We were up to 400 at one point, so let's get this thing rolling again. We got a ton of likes, 5,000 likes. Really appreciate the support, guys. We've had a bunch of gifts. You guys have been awesome. We're gaining a lot of followers from this. We really love it. This is our 3rd day doing this for the draft. So make sure you guys, if you're not following us, make sure you do follow us. Make sure you go to that link that's in our bio. Go follow our other socials. I can't say the names of them on here, but I think you can figure it out. They're under the same name as this one, Nelson Sports Network. We do.
It kind of looks like a red and white logo.
Yeah, yeah, that one. Sneakus World is back, and they sent us a hand heart. Appreciate that, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the support. I think I got your name right this time, right? Sneakus? Does that sound right? I was working on it yesterday trying to get it down. Lennon said, yeah, but I feel like Sam Hecht would have been a lot better. Let me know what you're talking about there, because I can't remember where we were on that conversation. C said, missed the trade up. How you feel about Bo Steffens? We'll pull him up real quick and we'll take a look. Bo Steffens, AJ, I think the early rounds of this draft are going to be one of the best of all time. I said it before this draft happened, you guys. I think this is a really deep draft. I think there's a lot of talent. I think a lot of guys were kind of not being talked about like we normally get in drafts. It was kind of like top heavy they were talking, but I think this is a really, really deep draft. I mean, we're in the 5th round. There's still guys on the board that I think are 2nd and 3rd round talents. So AJ also said, yes, I'm a Lions fan. Let's go. Yeah, Lennon followed us. Thanks for the follow. A Blazing Rhino, linemen on both sides of the ball are the most important position. Exactly. Everything starts in the trenches with football, you guys. You've got to be able to move the line back. You got to be able to move their offensive line into the backfield. You got to be able to move their defensive line forward. So that's where everything starts. Bama J said, I thought Taft from Texas would have went earlier than he just did. I agree with you. Like I said earlier, man, I thought this guy was like a 2nd round talent. I'm really happy with the pick, though.
So Bo Steffens ended up going to the Seahawks. He's the guard from Iowa. I mean, come on. Iowa is tight end university and offensive line university. Anybody you can pick up from an Iowa that, I mean, corn-fed boy, big boy, they can move fast. They're really good. They really have good intangibles. And like you were just saying, they move the trenches. This is what you want. Seahawks did a solid job picking him up. Going ahead and getting a guard that is from Iowa, that's a win no matter what. I mean, it's almost like a guarantee lock. Like, hey, we got a guy from Iowa who's on the offensive line or a tight end. We won this spot. We can move on. This is pretty much a lock guarantee.
Yep, exactly. I agree. Let's get caught up again. Tap. Okay, so we did the tap one.
Skyler Bell is absolutely a win for you guys. Great pickup.
Yes, great pickup.
This is a 1-2 punch now. You have Moore and Skyler Bell. This was a no-brainer for you guys, and you finally get Josh Allen, another weaponized wide receiver. Absolutely. I would be super happy that your GM actually cooked with this one.
Yeah. Keon said, is it Keon? The Dolphins cooked. Yeah, they did. Sneakus World said, yo, love that Seattle jersey. Heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We love the players, man.
Yeah,
Sam
we love
Darnold balled out 15, man.
We love seeing you back in here, dude. Really, really happy to see you back in. Alex Simpson, who did the Chargers pick? The Chargers took Nick Barnett, the D tackle out of South Carolina in the 5th round. I think he's a really good pickup for them. Again, like we were just saying, you gotta, the trenches, everything starts in the trenches. So you gotta build those defensive lines and offensive lines. I like the pick a lot. Bama J said at Marissa, he's a good player for sure. Definitely needed the position. I'd have to look back and see what we were talking about there, but I'm probably agree with you, to be honest.
Sorry, Alex Simpson, we didn't get to you quick enough.
Yeah.
Asked multiple times on that Chargers pick.
Yeah, Marissa shared the live. Thanks, Marissa. Man, you shared it a bunch of times. We appreciate it. Who did the Chargers take? Yeah, like I just said, they took Nick Barnett, that defensive tackle out of South Carolina. I really like the pick, you guys. I think the Chargers have actually had like a sneaky good draft here. I liked Akeem Mesidor in the first round. I think they did really good. Bama J shared with more than 10 people, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Small 122, Oliver Tree.
You were great at Coachella. I'm sure you're talking about one of us looking like the guy. I don't know him.
Sneakus World said, yes, it does. A Blazing Rhino, do you know what the Pack gave up for the trade up in the 5th round? We'll look that up real quick. We'll let you know. Marissa said, Bills by $1 billion. Let's go.
Hey, if that defense is solidified, you're not going to have to score 30 points a game. I like what you guys have been doing in this draft so far.
Yeah. Chiefs pick is in. It's Emmett Johnson, that running back out of Nebraska we were talking about a little bit ago. 5'10" and a quarter, 202 pounds. The kid is he runs a 4.56 40-yard dash. This is a good pickup for them actually, because they need some running backs. They signed Kenneth Walker, but they're going to need some more guys. The way they like to run their offenses, they like to run a rotation back there. They really like to have 2 or 3 guys that can come in and get you yards really at any time. So I think this is a good pickup. It's like I said earlier, I don't see him being the number one in the backfield. He was a second-team All-American, but I don't see him being the number one on a team, but I definitely see him being a rotation guy that can get you probably, 700-800 yards a season and get you probably, 5 to 7 touchdowns in a season. So I really like this pickup. I think it's a great pickup for them. Back to the comments, we'll get caught up real quick. He's looking up the trade for the Pack. Okay. We had another follow. Appreciate that. SLVMPEDV. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, so I'll just spell it out. Bama J 256. NFC South will come down to the last game of the season again. I agree. I really think that is going to be a conference that's going to be, or a division that's going to be really, really tight over the next couple of years. I think Atlanta's building something. Saints are building something. The Panthers were good this year, and they're going to keep building that up. The Buccaneers have always, not always, but over the last several years have been really good. So that's a really, really tough fought division. I like that take. Blazing Rhino, did the Chiefs already let Pacheco go, or whatever his name is, go? I think Pacheco is still there. Don't quote me on that. I'd have to look it up to be sure, but I think he's still there. But I like this pickup, Emmett Johnson. I think he's a really good addition to that offense. Bama J, why do y'all think Taylon Green has not been picked yet? I'll get to you on that one real quick. Let me catch this up real quick. The Ravens just took Chandler Rivers, cornerback out of Duke. This is a good pickup for them. They're trying to build that defense.
We absolutely had to solidify our defense. I mean, that's kind of been that's our bread and butter. That's what we were known for. And this last season was abysmal. It was hard to watch Ravens football knowing that our defense was giving up so many points. We were not what we should have been. I think it is time that we restock the shelf. We really get after the defense, and this is exactly what we needed. We got some good wide receivers. Now it's time to get that defense solidified again. I like what DeCosta's doing here. Wasn't 100% sold on that guard. I think he could have gone a little later in the first round. We could have gotten some more draft capital by trading back. But, hey, we did need the interior line. There's some solid pickup. We got some good wide receivers now. We got a really good cornerback. We're getting back where we need to be as far as the Ravens are concerned.
Yeah. It's a good pickup. I like it. And then the Vikings just took another cornerback out of Stephen F. Austin State. This is Charles Demings. Kind of a smaller school guy here. I think he was a pretty highly touted cornerback, but kind of fell down probably a lot because of the fact that he was at a smaller school. 6'1" and 1/8, 193 pounds. Productive guy. I think he's a really good athlete. I think he could, he might struggle to make the roster, but I think he's going to be a guy that has some special teams potential and maybe work his way into a starting spot here in a couple of years. So I think this could be a good depth addition for the Vikings. What were we? DeAndre Morris. Know anything about him? He is with the Lions. I don't off the top of my head. I'd have to look him up. Sorry about that, Sam. I'd have to look that one up.
From what I'm seeing, it looks like you guys ended up trading your 5th round pick and 84th pick so you guys could move up and pick up Chris McClellan for the Packers. I'm not seeing anything here online where it shows what you guys ended up trading trading to get into the 5th round.
Oh, Pacheco went to the Lions. Oh, man, I missed that. That's really nice to know, actually. I
Well,
did not know
and
Pacheco went to the Lions.
that's exactly why they had to go pick up Walker over here, and now they're picking up another running back, so they had to get a 1-2 punch. Man, Gibson Pacheco, that's gonna be scary,
Yeah,
dude.
I did
Pacheco
actu
runs angry.
You know what?
That guy, I hated watching him as a Chief because it
Yeah.
just felt like he was pissed off for some reason. I don't know what that guy had. He freaking saw red if he was listening to hate music before. I don't know what he was doing, but he would go out and he would punish the turf like the turf did something wrong to him.
Yeah,
Just watching the way he stomped on the ground, man, that guy was crazy.
I did know that. I forgot about that, though, but thanks for reminding me, because now that you're saying, I do remember that's who they replaced David Montgomery with, because he went to the Texans. Blazing Rhino said so many sub 5'10" cornerbacks in this draft. Yeah, cornerback is one of those positions where some of these smaller guys do make it, man. But there's a lot of good talent in this one. Packers equals good draft, said Kells. Yeah, they've had a good draft. Thoughts on Raiders picks today, said Isaac. Don't run it.
If McCoy ends up being healthy,
Oh, yeah.
dude, you guys got the steal. Congratulations on a steal of the draft.
Yeah.
And I mean, even with him, who'd they pick up right afterwards? I can't remember his name, but I've been impressed with what you guys have
They
done.
got Dalton Johnson, the safety from Arizona. That was in round 5. They took Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, which was an absolute steal if he pans out. Then they got that Mike Washington Jr., the running back out of Arkansas.
1-2 punch for Ginty. That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are winning in this draft right now. I don't expect you guys to completely turn this thing around overnight. I'm really hoping that you guys give Mendoza some time to learn behind Kirk Cousins. I do think Kirk Cousins makes you guys viable for a playoff spot, but with the talent that's in that AFC West right now, I don't see you guys really making that push. I see you guys maybe being playing really hard football and getting the 3rd or 4th in the AFC West right now. But hey, I've been wrong before, so I'm really eager to see if you guys can make this flop right away where it turns around and now you guys are in the playoffs again.
Yeah. Trying to get caught up here. So I'm gonna give you an answer on Taylor Green, Bama J. Just give me 1 second here so I can get caught up. Pittsburgh signing Drew Eller is a bad move. We'll see how it pans out, you guys. We'll see. Bama J said he definitely ran pissed. Yeah, Pacheco he was scary to watch run. Blazing Rhino, are you gonna give letter ratings to each team after the draft is over? Yes, we are, and we're gonna try to do an episode on our other social. So if you guys go over there and subscribe, I think we're gonna try to do like a draft recap and do like a letter grade for each team, kind of give an idea of what we thought, for each team, what they did. So definitely make sure you're subscribed on the other app. The link is in the bio, so make sure you go there and click that and go over there so you can see the rest of our coverage of it. Daniel Couture said Lions drafted an edge who can't pass rush and a linebacker who can't play coverage. I don't know on that, man. I think they've had a pretty good draft. I think the edge guy, I think he can pass rush better than you're thinking, especially with Aiden Hutchinson playing on the other side. I think it's going to open up a lot of lanes for him. The linebacker, yeah, he's not really a pass coverage guy, but he can definitely stop the run for you. And I think that's big in the NFC North. You've got to be able to stop the run. So,
well, I mean, you look at the Packers, they got Parsons, and he's not even able to stop the run, and he's still making big dollars. He's still making an impact. So, I mean, it's hard to say for sure, but I mean, if you're able to be an expert at what you're an expert at, you make a big difference on your team, and that's exactly what a lot of these players do. So if that's where he's going to be phenomenal for your team, then you got to trust the process. They see something in him, or they think that they can make him a lot better in that spot. Like you said, coverage, you can always adapt and grow into that spot where you can learn from the people around you. I think you got Anzalone over there. So no, I think he moved, didn't he?
I think Anzalone's gone, but I can't remember off the top of my head. We had a trade here, guys. The Saints are sending the defensive end Tyree Wilson and a 7th round pick to the Raiders. The Raiders are getting a 5th round pick. The Jaguars just took tight end out of Houston, Tanner Koziel. That's a good pickup for them. They could use a tight end, especially after losing Evan Ingram to the Broncos. Trying to get caught up here. So Taylor Green, you guys, I think Taylor Green is slipping because a lot of teams are kind of down on the fact that they don't think he's going to translate very well. I think he's more of a runner than a passer, but I think he's got a lot of potential. But I think he could end up going undrafted. I know there was a lot of hype on him after the combine because of the numbers he put up. I just don't know if he's going to be a great quarterback. I think he's just more of an athlete, which is nice to have, but A lot of teams don't draft those guys; they go sign them later. The Titans just took
Yeah, they're getting their quarterback or running back now.
yeah, they
Uh,
took Nick Singleton out of Penn State.
I,
This guy's a
I
stud.
like Penn State's talent. I like we said before. I don't know why they had such a weird year this last year. I know getting rid of your head coach. I feel like Iowa State's head coach is going to really get the juice out of this lemon, squeeze it. He's going to get the most out of these players, as they would say. I like Singleton. He's a really solid running back. He's going to be really good for you guys. He is going to be able to help with the pass protection if he needs to, but he's also going to be able to go through open holes, or he's even really good at waiting for the holes to open and then hitting it as hard as he can. So he can really bounce outside. I think he's got really good hands as well as a running back. So he's not one of those guys who's just going to he'll be able to do a block and then bounce out, and then you're going to be able to get him in coverage, and he's going to get you some yak from that direction as well.
Yeah, he's a freakish athlete at running back. I don't know why he fell. I kind of had him as like a late second round, early third round pick, but same with his running partner at Penn State, Katron Allen. I thought they were like kind of neck and neck for where they would get drafted, but then I don't even know if Katron Allen's been picked yet, to be honest with you. Bama J said Chiefs just had too many injuries throughout the year, which hurt them. Yeah, I agree with that. How you feel about the injured corner the Raiders got? I think he's a first round talent, and if he heals up, he's going to be the absolute steal of the draft. I think it's a guy it's worth taking a risk on there. Jordan said Jeremiah Love, baby, let's go. Yeah, Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals is huge. I really like that. C Lloyd or Cloyd 111 said when Drew Aller played good teams, he always choked, threw into double coverage and can't read defense.
Katron Allen has not been drafted yet.
I didn't think
he's
so.
still
Yeah.
open for being picked up.
Yeah, Drew Aller did choke in big games, but I think Drew Aller is going to have a good career, you guys. I don't think he's a starter by any means, but I think he's a good guy.
Well,
He'll be like a Mason Rudolph. He can come in and play for you. He's going to give you production, but he's not like necessarily a starter in the NFL, in my opinion.
Well, even if he does become a starter, I think you guys did a solid job, because I think you guys are going to go hard after Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers pretty much got a verbal agreement with you guys. So even with him going over there, he's going to have a year behind Aaron Rodgers to learn how to play. He's going to learn coverages. He's going to learn how to not make rookie mistakes. I do like what they are doing right here. Getting him really, I mean, what do you guys have right now as far as quarterbacks? And unless you guys are going to tank this year to go after Arch Manning, I think this is the best pickup you guys had.
Yeah.
And let's face it, the Steelers are not going to pick early in the draft. That franchise is always really good at making sure that they win games, or they're at least competitive. So I just don't see that you guys were going to be picking early enough to get Arch Manning unless you really tank for it. So
Right. Let's get caught up here real quick, and then we'll catch up on these draft picks. Jaja said, never seen a Seahawks and a Rams fan in the same room. He's actually a Ravens fan, and I'm actually a Broncos fan. We're just fans of players. So I got a vintage Kurt Warner on. He's got the Sam Darnold Super Bowl jersey on. But that is a good point. I guess I didn't even think of it when we were sitting here. Really good point. That's kind of funny. Make sure you're following us, Jaja. Make sure you're following us, because we do a lot of stuff. Everyone, make sure you're following. Will said Harold Perkins is still in the draft. I know, you guys, there's a lot of crazy talent that's not picked yet. Just blowing my mind. Sean said, go Pack, go. How do you feel about the injured corner? We answered that one. Daniel Couture, we got Jack Campbell. We needed to replace Anzalone in the pass game. I agree with you. You've got a good point. Jack Campbell is a good run stopper. So is the kid you guys drafted. Anzalone was more of the pass, protection guy, or pass defense guy. But I think to win in the NFC North, you've got to be able to stop the run. So I think what they're doing is a good move. Will said we need corners that are not 5'8". We got Rock, DJ, and McReary. It's a good room. I'm more worried about safety. Taylor Green needs to switch to receiver. I could see that. That was Will said that. Dylan DeMarco said if the Bears don't get a D line, yeah, they're having a good draft so far though.
Just picked up a linebacker over here. So
yeah, Keyshawn Elliott out of Arizona State. So they picked up a linebacker, not a D lineman, but a linebacker. The Bears are building a good team, you guys. I think the Bears are going to.
Yeah,
be
I
good.
mean, defense has always been a staple for the Bears. I mean, you look at Urlacher in the past. I mean, you look at that Bears defense. It's always been nasty. You're dealing with a team that franchise that's really been known for having one of the best defenses of all time. I mean, they're always brought up. them and the 84 Bears and the 2000 Ravens are always in the same category where you're talking about best defenses that ever touched the field. Yeah,
85
yeah,
Bears.
85 Bears. There you go. I mean, you're looking at re-solidifying you guys' defense. You guys got offense handle. I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
was never really a fan of Williams, but he's gotten me turned around. I do like Kaleb. I like what he's doing over there. You picking up the offensive coordinator there from the Lions this previous offseason. That's huge for you guys.
Yeah. Bama J said, "Great take on Taylor Green. I agree with your thoughts. Thanks, man. Appreciate it." I do think Taylor Green's a very talented player, but I just, yeah, like I said, how do you feel about the injured corner? We answered that. BB Wookie said, "Is Price the new goat in Seattle?" Let's get him on the field first, see what he does. But he's gonna be really good. I mean, he's a round one talent at running back, so I think you guys got a really good pickup there. What happens
I think
after the
he's really
seventh
going to solidify
round?
Chardonnay over there. I mean,
Yeah,
I do like Price over there. Getting rid of Walker, you needed to have that replacement guy. Yeah, I do think Price is going to be really good for you guys. He's going to fill in some voids there. Make sure you guys are really in solid positioning. I really am excited to see how this guy plays. I feel like it's going to be a lot of like watching the Lions where you have Gibbs and Montgomery where you're going to have a 1-2 punch. I think Price is going to be the guy who can get you down the field really quick. And then I think Chardonnay is going to take up that role that Walker was, where he's going to get on that 20-yard red zone and he's going to be able to punch the ball in. I think you're going to have the speedster with Price there. That's going to be exciting for you guys. Sorry, one sec.
yeah. So what happens after the seventh round? Do they just call them if they want them instead of Blaze and Rhino? Yeah, pretty much. So whoever
Mhm.
doesn't get drafted, they go into the free agency pool. Obviously their contracts are kind of like restricted as the fact that they're still they're considered rookies, but it opens up a lot of avenues for these players. They can actually sign different contracts as opposed to what they would have if they were drafted.
Yeah, a
So
lot of the times these players that are go undrafted, it's going to go right to your free agent. So whoever your agent is, they're going to get offers from other teams like, "Hey, we want you on the squad. We want you to be on our team." So you're going to get shopped around a little bit more by your agent.
yep.
Whereas right now, you're probably going to you make usually a little bit more money if you get drafted versus free agency.
Sometimes it just depends on where they go to. A lot of times, real quick. So Jalen Kilgore just got picked by the Lion
Man,
or
the Buffalo Bills,
Buffalo Bills. Yeah,
yeah, this is again, the Bills need to solidify the defense.
yeah.
They gave up way too many points multiple years in a row. Like you look at, if you guys, I mean, heck, 13 seconds left and you lose to the Chiefs, uh, have have multiple times where you guys have been in these games and then end up losing because of defense. I mean, last year you guys could have had the Broncos, but you end up giving up that touchdown at the very end, and then you had to force the ball down the field. So this again is really good pickup for you guys. You guys have gotten wide receivers for Josh Allen, and now you're getting him a defense that's going to solidify itself. I think this defense could actually be top 10 this year, and it's going to be really scary to see what this Bills team is. I know a lot of people were talking about the Bills needed this last Super Bowl, or it was kind of a bust for them. I did agree. I mean, you're never going to get another chance where the Ravens are out, the Chiefs are out. You have so many high talented teams out of the playoffs, and you end up fumbling the ball and losing it to almost losing to the Jaguars over there in Jacksonville, and then you go up to the Broncos and you just couldn't handle them. So
Yeah. This kid's a really good player. We're gonna take a quick pause here, guys, for about 5 minutes, so we'll be back. We'll get caught up when we do come back, but we're gonna take a quick little break here because we gotta step away for a few seconds. So hopefully we can see you guys back here in a few minutes, but we'll be right back. All right. All right, guys, we're back. Welcome back to Necessary Roughness from Nelson Sports Network. Had to take a quick little break there because I had to stretch the legs and stuff and get up and move around. But
Old Wiz Khalifa was calling.
we're gonna keep this thing rolling. We'll get caught back up here on the picks that we missed. So we left off with Jalen Kilgore. I did have a few things I wanted to say on this guy. I can't believe he fell down this far, you guys. I think Buffalo got a really good player here. Not the biggest steal of the draft, but definitely a steal. Really talented, super athletic guy. 6'1" and 3/8, 210 pounds. Just really good player out of South Carolina. I like him a lot. The next one was the Lions taking the wide receiver out of Kentucky, Kendrick Law. Another really good talent. I like the kid a lot. I don't quote me on here, but yeah, okay. I was just pulling it up. So this kid transferred from Alabama. I thought so. I really liked him at Alabama. So I like I said earlier, I don't really follow Kentucky football a lot. There's just so many teams to try to keep up with, but I definitely knew who he was. The Alabama transfer, 5'11" and 3/8, 203 pounds. Another really like athletic receiver. Um, I really like this kid. I think he's going to be really good for the Lions. They've got a really athletic receiver
Yeah, I was gonna
room.
say the receiver room is gonna be dangerous for
Yeah,
these guys.
yeah,
I do
and
like this one.
they're just adding more and more talent there. So, next one was the tight end out of Indiana.
Man, the Steelers just keep picking up tight ends that are really good. I
Yeah,
mean, you have Freiermuth over there. Now you're gonna have Nowakowski from Indiana. I mean, Indiana really had a good team this year. I do like this pickup from the Steelers. I don't like it as a Ravens fan, but I like it for the Steelers. I do
yeah.
like it. Where did they make this trade at? Did it just happen or was it a
Um,
previous trade
I
already designated?
I don't know. We'd have to look that one up because I'm not sure. But Riley Nowakowski is a really good tight end. There's a lot of tight end depth in this draft, and as you can see, the next pick was a Cincinnati tight end, Joe Royer. So a lot of tight ends going. I think Cleveland's had a really good draft. I'm kind of confused by this tight end pick, to be honest with you, because of Noah Hannafin. But I mean, maybe they
Noah
just wanted to get
Hannafin, but you
another
had
guy.
Njoku going out, so I don't think that tells me that they're not going to go after Njoku this year, in free agency at all. They're gonna go ahead and ride the hot hand that is the rookie receiver, and like you said, Noah Hannafin.
Right. Let's make sure we're sharing this, guys. I'm gonna try to get caught back up on these comments as well from where we left off. But make sure you guys share this thing. Get all your friends out here. Get them in this. We love doing this for you guys. It's been awesome. These 3 days we've done really good, guys. We've had a lot of people in here, a lot of exposure. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get our other social medias exposed. You know, the red button one. You know what I'm talking about. So make sure you click that link in
Yeah,
our
click
bio.
the play button for us.
Yeah, click that. Make sure you go subscribe over there. And make sure you're following us here. We got the same name on all the socials, so just make sure you guys are following us everywhere so you can keep up with all of our stuff. We're up over 5,000 likes in here, guys. This has been awesome. We were up to 400 people earlier, so share this with everyone. Let's see if we can get that back up into the hundreds again. Where did we leave off with comments? So we had Jack Campbell, so we did that one. We need corners that are not 5'8". We did that one. We did that one. Taylor Green move into wide receiver if the Bears don't get D line. Great take on Taylor Green. I agree with your thoughts. Okay, if you're responding to my take on him, I appreciate that. That I gave that take. So Price new goat, go Hawks. Traden Lick said go Hawks. BB Wookie said is Price our new hero in Seattle. I think he's going to be really good for you guys. I think you guys are going to be really happy with Jadarian Price.
Yeah, 1-2 punch. I mean, Chardonnay and Price, they're going to be really solid. It's going to be a fun backfield.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bama said I saw Seahawks and Rams fans sitting in the same room. NFC Championship. That was a one and only time you seen it, or what? There, Bama J. Man, this second time now, I guess you could call us fans. I'm a fan of players, so
Yeah, I like what Sam Darnold did. I mean, it's
yeah,
went from seeing ghost to hosts in a Lombardi. You got to love the kid. I mean, and
yeah,
he's the first one in this draft to actually hoist the Lombardi, which is crazy because of how stacked that draft class has been. I mean,
yeah. We got a
crazy.
we got a let's go Ravens here. Got party by myself. Said Vikings ain't doing it. Yeah, I like the Vikings draft actually. I'll talk about that a little more as we go, but let's get caught up here real quick.
Man, 2 picks really quick, huh?
Yeah, so the D-back out of Wake Forest for the New England Patriots, Karen Prunty, and then the Saints take the strong or the safety Lorenzo Styles Jr. So this is actually Sonny Styles, his brother,
Mhm.
very, very, very athletic. This kid's a freakish athlete, just like his brother is. I think you guys, this is a really good pickup for the Saints. I really like it. Ohio State, you
He's
can't go wrong.
he's gonna make their special teams room electric to watch. This guy is really fun to watch as far as a punt returner and a kickoff returner. I think that's honestly why you go ahead and pick this guy up as safety. I mean, he's gonna have the intangibles to do the safety job, but man, is he quick. He's gonna be explosive to watch. I mean, I feel like a young Devin Hester, where you just gonna watch him. You're gonna be excited. I mean, we kind of were talking about this yesterday, even with like the Chiefs' old X factor over there. I feel like that's kind of be what this guy can bring to that team. Is you're gonna be watching the TV, going, "Oh man, this guy can make a huge return here."
Yeah, their dad is Lorenzo Styles, senior. He played in the NFL too, but I think Lorenzo Styles Jr. is going to be a really good safety. I think he's going to play. He's a guy you can move over to cornerback, safety, maybe even drop him down in the box. He's not super big, but he could probably give you a little pop. But I like this pick. I really do. Um,
Blazing Rhino, staple for the Bears is sucking. They had one good run in the last millennia. I believe you're talking when we were talking about defense. You are correct. I mean, the last run they really had before Kaleb is going to be, I'd have to say, when they had Jay Cutler. That was the last time you guys were even really close to sniffing anything, and it just seems like it's been really, really tough for you guys as Bears fans. Any Bears fans in here, I feel sorry for you guys because it's been a really rough few years, but now you guys are on par to win. You guys, I mean, other than maybe staying in Chicago, I don't know if you're going to win that one, but
yeah. Iconic 925 said, "Teach me a new word." Not sure we're going there. Gabriel 3M3 or 313 said, "What do you think about Lions day 3?" I think the Lions have had a good draft so far, especially day 1 and 2. Let me pull up day 3 real quick. We
I can pull up the
had
draft picks for them.
yeah,
Well,
Keith. Yeah, do that, because I know they had Keith Abney the third and Kendrick Law just this round, so I like both of those a lot. So I'm probably gonna say it's a really good.
I mean, you guys had offensive tackle Blake Miller so far in the draft. You had edge rusher Derek Moore. You had linebacker Jimmy Rolder, cornerback Abney the second, and then you have wide receiver Law. You guys are having a great draft so far. You guys, the defense is really what your injuries on defense is what's cost that team. It's time to reload that defense. I think your guys' offense is really good as it was. I mean, you look at you guys really didn't pull the trigger on having MCDC be your offensive coordinator. And once he finally took over the reins as offensive coordinator last year, that's when they started really getting after it. So I feel like the offense has always been there. You guys have the potential to be really explosive. I think he just trusted your guys' offensive coordinator a little bit too much. I mean, after going from Ben Johnson to the next offensive coordinator, you're hoping your next offensive coordinator is going to be a Ben Johnson, but I don't think that was the case. I think MCDC was a better offensive coordinator. So going after the defense is exactly what this team needed to do because of the I mean, look at all the playoff runs that you guys have missed out on because you have defensive players go down at the wrong time. You got to lock down that spot, and I feel like that's exactly what you did. You go after a linebacker, help with the Anzalone leaving. You're going to get, like you said, Campbell's going to be in there, so you're going to have somebody to mentor this kid. You got cornerback now. I really like what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I agree. I think you guys have had a really good draft. I know we talked a little bit earlier about replacing. Yeah, no, I know who they are now. I just couldn't remember the names. I know we talked a little bit earlier about not having, not replacing a pass prevent type of linebacker, but I think you got a good run stopper at linebacker, and I think you guys got a really good. I think you got a huge steal at cornerback with Abney, and then Kendrick Law's a really good receiver. So I like your day 3 so far. Gabriel M, thanks for the share. We really appreciate that. Let's get this thing growing, guys. A Blazing Rhino said I did some research real quick. Brandon Cease is only 20. Yeah, he's only 20 years old, you guys. He's a really young player and he's really talented. Um, Bama J, I wish I would have found y'all a couple days ago.
Appreciate the love, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate
man.
hate the love, man.
We're glad you found us though. That's what matters. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Blazing Rhino said Bears still haven't touched 4,000 passing yards. Packer will always rule supreme. That is true. So Caleb Williams came really close this year, but Caleb Williams is definitely going to surpass that 4,000 passing yard mark. I think he's going to do it this year, and I think he's going to be kind of doing it consistently after that. So Keith Abney was a steal, said Gabriel Gabriel M3M3 313. Wow, sorry. I agree. I think Keith Abney was a huge steal, you guys. I can't believe he fell this far.
Here we go. Ravens are picking up a tight end again. This man, we needed to get the tight end room locked down. You're getting another tight end over here.
Yeah, I don't know about taking 2 of them though. I don't really like this pick.
Well, I mean, you're dealing with Andrews, who's not going to be on You're dealing with Andrew, who's I mean, he's getting old. He's not going to be on the team very much longer. And then you only picked up the tight end from the Dolphins. He's got some age on him. So this is perfect. This is what you want. We're trying to get a young locker room for tight ends all over again. And you look at that. That's kind of where Lamar Jackson's outlet's been for a long time. His safety blanket has always been tight end. So I feel like this is perfect for us. You get 2 of them in case one of them really doesn't pan out. But on top of it, you're also getting that youth in there. So if these guys both pan out, we're going to have a 1-2 option, which is really nice. I mean, we watched the last few years where you had Andrews, you had Isaiah Likely, and then you had Kohler in there, where it was, all right, well, we could interchange these guys. If one of them needs a break, then you could plug the other one in. So I think this is perfect for our team.
Bama J said most other people doing this are rude and only care about their team. Now we care about all of them. We try to, honestly, I try not to like show too much love to my favorite team because I want to be very like honest about everything. And that's kind of one of the things we've really rolled with.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we wear other people's other teams' jerseys. We like the talent more than I like anything else.
Right, exactly.
And I mean, honestly, there's no reason to be such a hater right now. I mean, I don't care for some of the teams in the division I have to go against, but that's just rivalry. That's good fun. I mean, honestly, it's one of those. I'm excited for every team. I mean, this should be the time where every fan is really excited because you cannot lose the draft.
Right.
This is really a time for you to be hopeful. This is the time for you to really be happy about what your team's doing. You're going towards the future. So even like trading back, like you said, it's a really big business. But trading back, you get some more picks, so you're looking towards the future again, where you're giving your team that much more hope. I mean, we watched what the Cowboys did with that Walker trade. I mean, that changed that entire franchise. That franchise was changed for a long time because of that Walker trade to the Vikings, and so was the Vikings team. So this is a time where you can really be enjoying of a fan, and you shouldn't have to be listening to these people talking negativity on you. You should be able to, okay, well, at least our team's taking a swing on somebody right now, and you're hoping that it's going to pay off because you don't know. I mean, it's a 50-50 shot at this point for a lot of these guys. And if you can see that these guys have really good intangibles and they have the talent, then it's obviously worth their GMs going after them. And then it's trying to get that team on the field where you're not trying to pick number 1 every year and you're finally moving up to the middle of the draft. You're moving up to a playoff spot. I mean, look at this team. Look at the Giants this season where they go from, I mean, they look like trash, and then they have Jackson Dart Scadaboo. They've been really getting really good right now. And then you go ahead and get John Harbaugh as well. You get Isaiah Likely to go with him, and then you really win on this draft. You look at the Browns. I mean, the Browns have been where everyone says the team players go to die, careers go to die. You just don't like your team your player getting drafted by the Browns. I mean, they pay a lot of good money, but look at this draft for the Browns. I say they're winning right now, and I'm a Ravens fan. I love the Ravens, absolutely, but this makes me a little hot under the collar watching how well the Browns are doing. Man, they're really putting some pressure on us this year.
Yeah, the Browns have had a good draft. Wes is back in here. Thanks for coming back in, Wes. So like I said earlier, guys, Wes is one of the guys that does a lot of these shows with us. So he's got a lot of input and take here as well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get him on today. As you can see, we're kind of limited doing it the setup we have. We can really only have 2 people on here. I'm going to start working on trying to set this up better to where we can get more people and do these lives more, because this has actually turned out way better than we expected.
Maybe have to rent a studio next year so we can actually get a lot more people on this thing. Yeah, because
I would love to have like Andy on here and Wes and Lois and, all of our other guys, but it just didn't work out. Everyone's got different schedules and stuff. Real quick, the Ravens did make another pick. Adam Randall, the running back out of Clemson.
I like this. I mean, we've lost a lot of running back talent. We need to solidify a 1-2 punch. You got Derrick Henry. How long is he still going to play? You got Hill. We got to get another running back in here. I really do like this pick.
Yeah, so Wes commented on here. He said, what's with all the tight ends in the last couple of years? Team's going to be running 16 personnel. Yeah, I agree, Wes. I don't really like the pick with the Josh Cuevas pick. I think he's a good player. I don't think the Ravens need another tight end. It was kind of a weird pick to me. I do like the running back pick though. Adam Randall, get another guy in that room. Wes also said no bias with Nelson Sports Network. Exactly. We try to be as fair and honest here as we can. The reason that we started this whole thing, I'll give a little story here and then we'll get back to these comments and catch up on picks. But kind of the reason this all started was a bunch of us we're buddies. A lot of us have worked together over the years, different companies, but worked together. I was kind of the one that knew some of the guys from one job to the next job, brought everyone kind of together, and we are just kind of all like, hey, we're kind of tired of the mainstream stuff where it's just argumentative talk all the time. Everyone kind of like people were saying they favor their team. That's really all they talk about. And growing up as sports fans, all of us, it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, it'd be kind of cool to get back to like what we grew up watching, where it was just the highlights and just the talking about teams, not favoring one over the other, just actually giving honest opinions and really doing the research and knowing what we're talking about, not going along with, the grain or going with the flow of here, I'll do it right here 'cause it's too tough on that. Yeah, there you go. So we were just kind of like, it's time to kind of get back to our roots with sports talk. Like go back to the way it used to be, and so we all kind of came together and started recording episodes and stuff and putting it up on the other app that we were talking about, and it just kind of started growing from there. And the idea here was we just wanted to keep this thing growing. Um, so yeah, that's kind of the story of how Nelson Sports Network got started. And we want to keep this thing growing for you guys. We really love doing this. All of us, we've got guys on every show. We've got a football show where we've got Wes and Los and Trenton, Andy, me. We all do stuff on there. We've got basketball where we all jump on. We try to all, we try to all contribute to all the sports, but we do football, baseball, basketball, and hockey. And our plan is to keep growing as you guys keep supporting us. So let's make sure we're sharing this thing, get all of our friends in here again. Like I said, make sure you're following us, make sure you click that link in the bio, go like all of our other socials. It's been a blast. We've had some really, really good turnout these past couple days for this. So this will definitely be something we do going forward more. Back to the comments here. Wes said no bias. Yep, we read that one from Wes. No bias with Nelson Sports Network. Absolutely, man. I'm really glad you got to be in here, Wes. I really wish we could have done this. Like I said, we're gonna get a better setup so we can have more people, because really you can only have two doing it the way we're doing it. So a Blazing Rhino said wide receiver is big plays. Next up is tight end, safe middle ground. Then you go check down running back. I think you're talking about the Ravens there, and yeah, I agree. Some safe moves. I'm not huge on the tight end pick there, but I get it.
Well, if we're gonna go for the tight ends, I really do like the pick, but this is again, like I was saying, I think we got the guard way too early in this draft. We should have traded back if you were gonna go for the guard, and where we were at, you should have gone with Sadiq. I think he was a way better tight end for us. I think he would have really solidified our tight end room. That was where we were gonna go anyway later on in the draft. Or I mean, look, we picked up two wide receivers and two tight ends here, so you also could have gone with Lemon as well. I think picking up a second tight end it's just a safe play for DaCosta. We do want to solidify that tight end room. Watching the Ravens in the past, we've always had three tight ends. We do like to flip flop them, plug them, and play them. I think a lot of it too might have to do with how old Andrews is getting, where you don't want to have that much wear and tear on an old body, where you don't want him getting hit too many times. So it's one of those, we keep a triple tight end room where you just plug and play the guys. You give guys breaks. You have certain packages for these tight ends, and that's exactly what I think we ended up doing.
Love y'all. Love y'all. See you later.
I guess we just answered that question there. What do you guys think about the Ravens getting Josh? I mean, that's exactly what I think. I think it's a safe play. I think we're just trying to get three tight ends in the room again.
Yeah. I personally, like I said, I don't like the pick. Like I said, it's not that I don't like the player. I just don't like the pick. I think you guys could have done a little more there and gotten something that you needed, more importantly. But I understand the pick. So the Chiefs pick just came in. They took wide receiver out of Cincinnati, Cyrus Allen. This is a pretty good pick. They need some more playmakers on the offense and keep that thing rolling.
We also didn't cover the cornerback there that the Raiders picked.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Massis, California. I mean, this Raiders team is really solidifying their defense. They are going heavy on defense.
Yeah. Hazika, I think it's pronounced Hezekiah Massis. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know a lot on this kid. I'll have to look him up. 6 foot and 5/8,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
179 pounds. Looks like his ratings aren't super athletic, but a little more productive. I'm not sure on this one. I'll have to
well, if he's
look
more
some film on
productive
this
and he's not
one.
really that athletic, it means he's a ball hawk. It means he's got really good intangibles as far as what he sees downfield, what he's attacking, and he trusts himself. He trusts exactly what he studied, and I'd imagine that's probably what the scouting report is going to tell you as well. I mean, uh, that just means that you're really good at breaking down what the opposing team's doing, and then you trust the fact that you've studied it enough, and you know, okay, yep, I see what I see that you guys are running the ball right now. I see how you guys are pulling the guard. I know what's happening, and you're trusting yourself. So you're might not be the most speedy guy, but it means you're going to be in the spot that you need to be in. And if you're already doing that at a young age, once you get older, you've seen a lot more of these defenses, these offenses. You're gonna even be there faster. You're gonna understand a lot more what these teams are doing.
Yeah. A Blazing Rhino said the only team I truly hate is the Bears. The rest I have at least one player I love watching. Yeah, I personally kind of like the Bears. My mom's family is actually from Chicago, so I've always kind of had a soft spot for the Bulls and the Blackhawks and the Bears and even the Cubs and White Sox. I prefer the White Sox over the Cubs, but um
I mean, I never really liked the Steelers. I really the thing that irked me the most is I love Mike Tomlin. I hate the Steelers, but I love Mike Tomlin, and that was always he was a fun guy to watch. It was always fun to watch the rivalry. Before that, it was Jerome Bettis. So even the teams that I hate, they find a way to make me watch them and follow them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
Mike
that's
Tomlin
funny.
for the longest time was so much fun to watch him be the coach, just the way he did things. I mean, watching the Ravens and Steelers games for forever, you always do. I missed the way the football was played. It just seemed like it was a lot more smash mouth. You had a lot more dangerous gladiator hits, and now it's kind of gotten away from it. I feel like that's really brought that Steelers Ravens rivalry to the peak. Was just how we played each other, how aggressive and violent we were. But it
Yeah.
was like I said, you hate these guys, but you got to have that little bit of give and take. You have to have that rival that you absolutely hate because it makes it so much more fun to watch your team play. I mean, when you're rooting against them so bad that you can't stand to see them win, it just makes it that much more fun for you when you do win, or even when you're the opposite side, it makes them have a lot more fun having that win on you. It just makes it a lot more fun competitively.
Yeah. Again, let's make sure we're sharing this thing, guys. Let's get as many people in here as we can. I'll say it again. Make sure you're following us if you're not already. And then make sure you click that link in our bio and follow all of our other socials. They're all the same name, Nelson Sports Network. Should be pretty easy to find. Same logo and everything. So we're up to 5.1 thousand likes in here, guys. We really appreciate the support. We've had a lot of gifts today and stuff. Gained a lot of subscribers or followers, so it's really cool. Really appreciate the support, guys. It's been awesome. Um, and then, like I said, make sure you're following us on the other one, the Play Button app. We're definitely going to be putting up another episode on there, kind of giving final grades on all these teams. So we did just have a pick come in. I want to catch up on these comments real quick, and then we'll announce that pick. It'll pop up on the screen for you guys though. Um, uh, Bama J said one dude blocked me because I said I was a Cardinals fan because they took Love. I was like, wow. Yeah, see, that's something, guys. Like I said, like the only way you're gonna get blocked on our channel is if you're like,
Yeah.
sending us. If it's like bot type stuff, then we'll block that to get it out of there because we want actual people in here and we want to be honest.
Well,
So
and we want to improve your guys' viewership. We don't want you guys
exactly.
getting spammed with a bunch of this nonsense as
Yep.
well.
So we have blocked a couple people because of that over the past couple days, if you've seen, but we're never gonna block anyone for being a Cardinals fan. Like, come on, man, we love that. That's
if they're
awesome.
blocking you because you love the Cardinals and you guys got love, either that means they were upset their
Yeah.
team didn't get love,
Yeah.
or they're a Cardinals fan who's living in delusion land. Because I would love that pick. I do love the fact that you guys picked him up. The best available is who you guys needed to go after, getting a run of running back, solidifying your guys' offense with a good running back with a good running game is what you wanted to do. I love that pick for you guys.
Yeah. So definitely make sure you guys are sharing us with all your friends because we want to keep growing and we want to give that honest opinion on all these guys. So Really like the nice comments, man. Thanks, Bama J again.
I know you're trying to get to all these comments, Zach, but I do gotta mention this. Ken Coleman Jr. falling this far and going to the Dolphins, I really do like this pickup.
Oh yeah, Kevin Coleman's good.
I like the fact that he is going to be on this Dolphins team. They're trying to build themselves an offense. I mean, you're retooling. You just got rid of Waddle. You just got rid of Hill. Man, this Dolphins team's going to be fun. You guys got to get some more offensive line, I do believe. You guys got to make sure your quarterback is going to stay upright. You got rid of Tua Tagovailoa, so you're kind of getting rid of some of that concussion proneness as your quarterback. As long as you can keep your guys upright, these wide receivers, it just seems like for the last few years, the Dolphins have had the top-notch wide receiving core, and it feels like you guys are refilling that cabinet and you're getting those right back into your locker room again.
Yeah. This kid's 5'10" and a quarter, 179 pounds. Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Missouri. It's actually his fourth school in 4 years, so he's moved around a lot. He's kind of a slot-only guy, but definitely a guy that's going to bring some play, big play ability. He's another one of these guys where you just kind of like dump it to him in a screen pass, get him the ball quick so he can go out and make big plays for you. I do like the pick. I think they do need to build up that receiving room again. So, back to the comments here. AA said absolutely a sleeper and underrated underrated. Watched him in Alabama do amazing. I think you're talking about the Kendrick Law pick, I believe there. So yeah, I agree with you. Definitely a sleeper pick. Another big play kind of player. I really like that pick for the Lions. Nice. Thanks for the info. Leafs Blazing Rhino said, dang, leave a running back for the Packers.
What, you don't like Claiborne and Moss? They're still on the board over there. I mean, those guys can make some waves for you.
Bama J said the guy that blocked him was apparently the guy was a Titans fan.
Well, then that means they wanted the Titans to pick them up.
Too bad. They could have had him. They could have drafted him, or they could have traded up. I mean, and drafted him, but they decided to stick where they were. So, Timmy, what do you think about Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs? Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs. I like that pick. That's the running back out of Nebraska. Like I said earlier, I don't think he's going to be like the number one running back in a room, but I definitely think he's a guy you add to a rotation.
Well, and I mean, I think your number.
Oh man, okay, no, hold up. North Dakota State. Cole Payton just got picked by the Eagles, the quarterback out of North Dakota State.
So they got a backup quarterback now.
This is big. Is this going to be a backup or is this going to bring competition? I know a lot of people don't really. A lot of people say Jalen Hurts isn't the best quarterback. I don't understand the hate on Jalen Hurts.
How do you go to 2 Super Bowls and outduel Patrick Mahomes and you're not a quarterback that can do it?
Yeah, I've never understood that take on Jalen Hurts. But this is a really, really interesting pick. The North Dakota State quarterback. I was saying yesterday, this kid's got a crazy arm. I think he's got the strongest arm in the draft. But I do think he's more of a runner.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say,
this is a perfect pick for the Eagles because that's exactly what Jalen Hurts brings to the team. Is he is a speedster who can get out on you guys. So
this is an interesting pick, man. Really interesting. I said yesterday, and like I said, not literally, so don't take this literally, but he reminds me of like a Cam Newton, a big-bodied running quarterback. Not super accurate, but crazy strong arm. I really like this. I'm really interested to see where this goes. And this is kind of funny because remember the Eagles are the ones who drafted Carson Wentz as well out of North Dakota State. So I like this pickup a lot. I'm kind of curious to see what they do with this. Back to the comments real quick. What do you think of the Emmett Johnson? We answered that one. I'll definitely be weird not seeing Tomlin on the sidelines. Yeah, it will be. Emmett Johnson.
I was going to talk about Emmett Johnson. I really do like this. You got rid of Isaiah Pacheco, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I mean, you guys need to restock your guys' running back room. You guys did that with getting Walker the third. Now you guys get a rookie that goes 1-2 punch with Walker. I like this pickup for you guys. I do like that you guys are getting after the running back game again. It really helps with the play action pass. I mean, look at how dangerous Patrick Mahomes is just in the pass game, let alone when you have to bite on a run. Now you have to be paused for a second. If you can get the defense to freeze even for that 1 second, it opens your guys way up. You got Xavier Worthy over there in the outfield where he's just a speedster. So if you get those guys to even half a second hitch pause, it's the world of difference right there for a wide receiver. So I
Right.
really do like this pickup from you guys.
Yeah, I do too. Bama J said it'll definitely be weird not seeing Tomlin on sidelines. I completely agree with that.
Yeah,
A
not trying
blazing
to trip up Jacoby Jones
yeah,
over there.
a blazing rhino said hate and love our closer than
Closer than to neutral, huh?
oh, hate and love are closer than either are to neutral. Yeah, yeah, that's yeah. Caesar Giants have 3 picks coming back to back, 2 back to back. Let's go. Um, Blazing Rhino Cardinals fans already got it hard enough. Don't be mean to them. Caesar said Giants got yep. Giants got 3 picks next, 2 back to back.
So
Who
I
you
believe
think we
that's
will
going to be in the
pick up?
next round, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure who you guys are gonna pick up. You guys have had a really good draft so far. I believe you're talking in the 6th round here, so let me pull it up real quick. Um, got the Giants at 186 and then the Giants at 192 and 193. So, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I don't know who yet. There's still a lot of really good talent out there, you
I'd
guys.
like to see them go after Lawson over there from Alabama.
Yeah,
I would,
Deontay
yeah,
Lawson. Yeah, that'd be a
Deontay
good pick.
Lawson. I would really like to see that. I mean, you guys really are solidified as far as quarterback goes, as far as your running back goes, unless you're going to try to go ahead and get you guys a 1-2 punch for Scadaboo. But I mean,
Bama J said Cole Payton was good at NDSU. Cole Payton was really good at NDSU, you guys. He was a really, really good quarterback. But like I said, I see, and like I said, again, don't take this literally because I don't mean it literally, but I see a lot of Cam Newton here. I see a big bodied running back or running quarterback. Gonna get beat up because he runs a lot. Not super accurate, but really, really strong arm. And it's really interesting that the Eagles took him because it makes me wonder what their plans are going forward. This is kind of a guy that could step in place of Jalen Hurts if something were to come up there. But just yeah, kind of a really interesting pick here. I really like the pick, but I'm really curious to see what their intentions are with it. The 49ers just took an offensive tackle from Kansas, Enrique Cruz. This is going to be a good pick for them. They really need to solidify their offensive line. And this is what 2 tackles now I think that they've
yep,
taken.
yep.
So they're really trying to put something together there where they can kind of protect Purdy and keep
Well,
him upright and maybe try to take a little bit of injuries away from Christian McCaffrey so that he's not so beat up all the time.
and then you're putting a lot less ownership of your offense on Trent Williams anymore. You gotta make sure that you have that breathing room as far as tackle goes. I mean, that is exactly how their line has lived and died. And then when he gets injured, it completely falls apart, and then it looks like a shell of the team that they are.
Right, and he's getting older too, so, Trent Williams isn't gonna be around forever. Let's not forget that these guys do age and they do end up retiring, so it is time to start putting something together there. Caesar said, "It's that having a Super Bowl team, but only having 3,000 yards and 25 touchdowns and 10 picks kinda looks." Yeah, I think you're still talking about the Bears there. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the Bears are really building something special, though, you guys. I think Caleb Williams is really gonna change that franchise. A Blazing Rhino said Jalen Hurts is blessed with a good team. Give him the Browns, Titans, etc. He would be exposed. I do agree with that, but again, I still don't understand the hate on him because I mean, more times than not, any player, it's all about where you fall. I mean, situation. You could take the best player in the world and put him on the worst team, and chances are he's not going to pan out. I mean, that's the
Well,
way
I
it
mean, you
goes.
look at the Ravens. We tailored our complete offense around Lamar Jackson. If you don't have a team that buys in on you as a quarterback, then you're going to look like trash. So the fact that the Eagles have built this team around Jalen Hurts, that's exactly how their offenses ran. You look at the way they just picked up this quarterback, where now he's going to be a versatile quarterback and be able to move out around the pocket. This is how their team is built. They are willing to accept that that's how they wanted to build their team, and that's where they're going with it. So yes, you're right. You could put them on another team, but if that team does not build around them, then it's going to be a problem. I mean, you look at the Browns; they didn't build around Baker Mayfield. They just kept letting the kid throw the ball. Stefanski ruined that guy over there, made
Yeah.
him look like garbage, and now look at him; he's killing it over there in the Bucks. Browns, I mean, that's a dysfunctional organization, and it has been for a while. I feel like this draft is really helping them out right now. I think them getting rid of the head coach was solid. I did not like him ever there. I don't think he deserved the coach of the year when he got them. I believe he was the reason why Baker Mayfield left that team. You guys went from AFC champions, championship caliber team to looking like the dog pound of old again, and I feel like that was completely Stefanski's fault.
Yeah. Caesar said, like, rookie stats. Yeah, I think are you talking about Jalen Hurts there? Yeah, I think he would be exposed, you're right, but I think he fell to the right situation, and it worked out really well for him. I mean, he's been to 2 Super Bowls and everything. I mean, it just, this kid's good, man. Nick
Bama J.
Nick Osterman said, "Do we think Seahawks try to get one more draft pick?" Um, Possibly. They could try to package something to get one more, but I think if are they out of picks now? I think if they're out, I would probably say they're probably done because I don't know if you really try to package and get back into here unless there's someone you're really, really
Well, I think
liking.
you
I
already
mean,
moved up. That was what your game plan was,
right.
is you wanted to get the last pick in, and you wanted to make sure no one was gonna get him from you. You guys did that, and now it's time to enjoy the off season. I mean, unless you're like I said, 2027, everyone keeps saying like it's gonna be this weird draft, so maybe you try to get into this round again
Yeah.
and dig from the well that's here and get yourself a little bit more talent. But do you really want to try to take that risk where you could have a player that just pops off the page next year that nobody expected, and that would be somebody that you want to pick up?
Yeah. Bama J said, "My favorite thing the Cardinals have done was send in the toddler packing." Yeah. I think Kyler Murray is gonna be really good in Minnesota, but I agree with you. I think it was time for him to go. Anthony said, "Not gonna lie, Cole Payton is the best QB2 in the draft." I completely agree with that. I think Cole Payton, I know he shot up a lot of people's draft boards, with the combine and stuff because his numbers were really crazy, but I think he's a really good prospect. He's super athletic, 6'2", 5/8, 232 pounds. Like I said though, my biggest thing with him is I see a lot of Cam Newton, which isn't a bad thing. And I'm not literally comparing him to Cam Newton. I'm just saying like his style reminds me of Cam Newton. He's a big bodied quarterback, thick guy. He's gonna run a lot, so which is, typically leads to more injuries than normal. Um, North Dakota State guys. So I mean, of course, we're gonna shout him out. We love to show respect to those guys, but I am kind of surprised that he fell down this far. But I do think he fell to a really good situation, and I am really curious to see what their plans are there because he isn't the most accurate, but he's got a crazy strong arm. It's a really cool pickup. I'm gonna be really interested to see what the Eagles do there with him. Adrian Garcia, thanks for the follow. We really appreciate it. Anthony also said he had a phenomenal year this year. Yes, he did. Bama J, they may want Peyton in case Hurts gets hurt because he can run the same style offense. Exactly. I think
I
that's
agree
kind of
with
what
that.
they're going for here. I think they're looking at, we can, if something does happen, we've got our guy to just step right in and be ready to go. Um, we're gonna get caught up on the picks here real quick, guys. But a Blazing Rhino said, I'm hoping the Packers grab a first next year. Still think Michael was worth it unless he doesn't come back the same. True, I agree
I,
with that.
I like Micah Parsons on your guys' team. I don't know if he was really worth it in my opinion. The hardest thing for me with Micah Parsons is I feel like he's a liability in the run game. I don't know if you feel the same way. I feel like he can really get after the opposing team's quarterback, and then he can drop into coverage very well. But I feel like he's proven on film that when it comes to the run game, he's guessing a lot of the times, and he has some issues making sure he's actually getting the stops there on run. I do like Micah Parsons though on your team. I just don't know if it was worth the trade haul you guys ended up giving up.
Yeah, Bama J said Arizona was just not the right fit for Arizona, but maybe for me. Oh, Kyler Murray, yeah. I agree. He wasn't the right fit there in Arizona. Bama J said Peyton still went ahead of Nussmeier and Green, so props for him. Exactly. There's still some pretty decent quarterbacks left. I think Peyton's gonna be a really good player. Like I said, I don't know what he'll end up being, when it's all said and done, but I think he's gonna have a pretty good career. And I think he could end up, potentially taking over in Philly, here in another 2 or 3 years, because Hurts is a guy that, the way he plays, he will end up getting hurt eventually. He's had a couple little injuries here and there, but, you know, when these quarterbacks run a lot like that, they take a lot of beating, so their careers don't last quite as long. So I think this might be a really smart move by the Eagles, taking a guy that could step in place and basically continue right where he left off, and maybe here in like 2 years after this kid's been taught a little bit, maybe he does end up being the starter there for the next 7 or 8 years, and they just keep that train rolling, man. Um, the Dolphins did just take a tight end out of Mississippi State, Seydou Traore. This kid is a pretty good tight end. I like him. Mississippi State didn't have a great year, but 6'3", 233. He he's an F tight end with good athleticism. I think he's a development guy. I think that this is kind of a project. You're going to bring him in, coach him up, turn him into what you want him to be, and I think you're going to get a pretty decent guy. He's runs a 4.64 40-yard dash at 6'3 and 3/4 and 244 pounds. So a good sized body guy, seemed pretty athletic, pretty quick 40 time there. So I'm excited to see what this turns into. Um, don't really have a take on this one because, like I said, I think he's kind of a project, and we'll see what he turns into. A Blazing Rhino said Green Bay is known for having run stuffer, DTs, defensive tackles. So I agree, but I think it can be alleviated.
I think you're right there. I mean, with that defensive tackles, you guys should be able to get after where Micah Parsons is going to fall short. But I don't know. For the Cowboys, he definitely wasn't going to work for them. I feel like he was too much of a liability for them. Whereas if you can really shore up that defensive tackle spot and make sure that you're pressuring and you're getting after the run game, then you can allow Micah Parsons to run free.
Yeah. Bama J said, I'm pulling for Hurts to get hurt. He always does. Bama J also said Arizona's coming back up. Let's go. Chase said 150th pick was
Dalton Johnson.
Yeah, Dalton Johnson.
For the safety, Arizona for the Raiders.
Yep. So that was a pick a while back. I think it's a good pick. I think the Raiders are really building something here. Guys, let's make sure we share this live. Make sure you guys go and share it with everyone. Let's get some more people in here. We've been rolling really good these last couple days, and even today it's been awesome, you guys. We're up over 5,000 likes. We've gained a ton of followers, guys. It's been really awesome. We really appreciate the support. We've had gifts, everything. Just really appreciate it, guys. You guys have been awesome for us. We've never done one of these before until the draft here. We've done it 3 days in a row now, and we've had a way better turnout than we ever imagined. So make sure you guys are sharing it with everyone you know. Let's get as many people in here as we can. If you're not following us on TikTok, make sure you do follow us. We put out a lot of sports content. We do football, baseball, basketball, hockey. We got plans to grow even more than that. So make sure you guys are following us on here. Make sure you follow the link in our bio, and make sure you go subscribe over on the other apps. Yeah, guys, it's just been a blast. We've gotten way more support than we really thought we would. It's been a crazy turnout. So we really appreciate it. Blazing Rhino said the Raiders are building around Mendoza. I hope he's truly ready. I agree. I think they're really putting something together, and I think
I love picking up Cousins for them. Giving Mendoza a chance to sit on the sideline for a year. I mean, even for 1 year for sure, but 2 seasons if you can, is really great for you guys, because for the Raiders fans out here, because that's just huge. Every time you see a quarterback that's able to sit behind somebody and learn behind them, and they don't have that kind of pressure, and then they can see where the mistakes are at, they're not going to be forcing the ball. They're not going to have the kind of Peyton Manning first season where they're going to keep throwing interceptions and go, oh, I got to learn from that right now. And you're not always going to have a cerebral guy where you got like Peyton Manning where he understands immediately, oh, I did that wrong, I shouldn't have done that, and then you move on from it. You got a lot of guys that have to repeat the same mistake 2 or 3 times, whereas you don't want that for your team. I think he's going to learn those mistakes, and Kirk Cousins is going to be able to take him under the wing, because Kirk Cousins has been a solid quarterback for the Commanders. He's been a solid quarterback for the Vikings. I think he's really good at the tutelage that he can give this guy. How do you rehab? How do I rehab? How do you make sure you stay in football shape? How do you keep the mentals right? How do you make sure here's what the defense is going to see from you, and here's how you can beat that type of defense, and here's the kind of tricks of the trade for being a quarterback.
Yeah. So the last pick of the 5th round just came in. The Bills took Zane Durant, the defensive tackle from Penn State. This is a really good prospect, 6'1" and an 1/8 inches tall, 290 pounds, very, very athletic guy. He's got really rare quickness for that position. A little smaller, but for the D tackle position, but a really, really good player. I think this is a really good pick. I like this one a lot. Zane Durant is a really, really, really good prospect. I'm kind of surprised he fell to the end of the 5th round, to be honest with you.
Well, exactly. This is defense, Bills. Congratulations. You're getting a defense for Josh Allen. The less points you guys give up, the less points your offense has to score, the less pressure that's going to be on Superman to put on his cape every day. Defense wins championships. We know that. We've seen it multiple times. Even when these guys are talking about how these number one offenses, what always happens to a number one offense? They meet a number five or better defense, and then they end up losing the Super Bowl or in a big game. You want to have that kind of defense for your quarterback, and it's huge for Josh Allen. I'm sure he's got to be ear to ear grinning right now. I got a defense. I got some wide receivers now. I love this draft. It's what I would think if I was him too.
Yeah. So the draft pick that's up right now is Cleveland Browns, and they took the quarterback out of Arkansas, Taylon Green. Real quick, this draft this draft pick was the Jets, and then it went to the Browns, it went to the Jaguars, then it went to the Raiders, then to the Bills, then to the Broncos, and now it's back to the Browns. So they went out and they got another quarterback here. So I wonder if they almost have intentions of changing this guy over to a wide receiver like we were talking about earlier.
Well, that's what they're comparing him to. They're comparing him to Peyton, where he's the dual threat. He can be a running back. He could be a wide receiver. He could fill in multiple spots. So, I think this is one of those things where, as the Browns, you're trying to figure out, okay, well, this guy is obviously a freak athlete. Let's get a freak athlete on the team, and we can figure out where you're going to play.
Yeah. Not sure why it's not loading here for you guys. I'm trying to get this to load up so you guys can see the pick here. But Taylon Green was the pick. It said, let's see the comments here.
It looks like the Cardinals picked linebacker Carson Schrar.
Yeah,
from
Carson
Iowa.
Schrar out of Iowa. That's a good pickup. Good linebacker. He's a quick linebacker, 4.56, 83 tackles last year, 4 sacks and 12 tackles for loss. Those are all career highs. I like this pick a lot. This is a good linebacker out of Iowa. I want to get back to this Taylon Green pick. So Taylon Green going to the Browns is really interesting because this guy, they I think they have their quarterback of the future. I really do. I think Shedeur Sanders is the guy, but this kid's 6'5" and 7/8, 227 pounds. He ran, don't quote me, but I think it was like a 4.34 40-yard dash. So I mean, he's incredibly fast, incredibly athletic, very much so a dual threat quarterback. But I'm almost wondering if they're gonna move him over to like a wide receiver and or even a tight end and try to make like a playmaker out of him. This is a really interesting
jet
pick.
sweeps. Well, I mean, it kind of feels like with Concepcion and him, they could really make like a wildcat offense come out of this team.
Yeah.
Where's the ball going? We're going to play a lot of deception kind of ball on you.
Yeah, and maybe they're not sold on Shedeur, you know.
Well,
maybe.
and I mean, the NFL's cyclical, right? So we haven't seen the wildcat in a few years. I would be almost expecting now, with the kind of speed that you have, do you really try to go with like a wildcat? You try to get all that athleticism. I mean, it's going to be so hard for teams to commit because you're going to have people that can go from either side. So you're going to have the East-West game. You're going to have somebody who can run the ball down your throat. I really do like what we got going on here.
Yeah, and they're comparing him to Terrell Pryor, which is actually the Browns drafted him several years back. I think this kid's really just a freakish athlete. I see maybe like a Taysom Hill, but more athletic. You know, just kind of an X factor weapon guy. You can put him anywhere. You can put him at receiver, running back, quarterback. I mean, I'm really excited to see what they end up doing with this kid because he's a really good player. Carson Schrar is also a good linebacker out of Iowa. I like him a lot going to the Cardinals, 6'1.5", 231 pounds. He's a pretty athletic linebacker as well. He was only a 1-year starter, but I think he's gonna, yeah, you know, he's a little smaller, but he makes up for it in his athleticism. I think that's a good pick for the Cardinals. I like what you guys are putting together there. Bama J said,
the team in the desert's not going to be left in the desert for too much longer. I feel like they're really growing something there.
Yeah, Bama J said, I think the Cardinals are going defense again, which they did. Blazing Rhino, Raiders are building around Mendoza. Okay, I think we read that already. Okay, so Bama J, you thought they were going to take Harold Perkins, which would have been a really good pick. I'm really surprised this guy is still not picked. I don't understand what's going on there, but that would have been a good pick. But I do like the Carson Schrar pick as well. Blazing Rhino said, hope they give him some regular season games, even if it's third or fourth quarter in a blowout. Are you talking about the kid out of North Dakota there, Peyton?
If you're talking Peyton, yes. If you're talking Mendoza, I think you do that later in the season. If you're going to give him, you give him games that you're already up on, that you know what's going to happen.
Right.
Either one you're talking about, I really would be excited to see how they're going to do that. we do have the pick that came in for the Titans. They just picked up a defensive tackle. So again, trenches are really big in this draft. I mean, we've seen a lot of trench players on both sides of the ball, offensive and defense. Titans are trying to lock down that. They want to push people around on both sides of the ball. They want to implement their will on the opposing team, not have the opposing team implement their will on them. And we've watched the Titans this last year. It was really tough because they were getting constant pressure in their face. They didn't have that kind of offensive line or defensive line presence. I like this pick.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you're trying to shore up your guys' line on both directions. I think Marshall from Baylor is going to be solid for you guys.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good pick. Bama J said Arizona has a good punter. We just need a kicker. Party by myself. What you think about the Vikings? I think the Vikings have had a pretty decent draft. I like their first round pick. I know a lot of people didn't, but I think taking Banks in the first round, that D tackle out of Florida, is a really good pick. Bama J, Taylon Green to Cleveland. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Blazing Rhino, Packers need a kicker. We lost 3 of our last 5 due to him, and even lost playoffs on him. Yeah. McManus needs to go. Justin followed. Thanks for the follow, Justin. Appreciate
even if you
it.
do get a kicker, I mean, we saw Tyler Loop. You're dealing with a rookie once you get yourself a new kicker, so it just happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying. You want to embrace the future now, so if they are going to make the mistakes, it's going to happen now instead of in big playoff games. But be careful what you wish for. Sometimes you get a kicker that's supposed to be an ace, and they fall on their face. So,
yeah. Bama J said Arizona took a linebacker. I hope Arizona's last pick is a kicker. The Buccaneers just made their pick. It's tight end out of LSU, Bauer Sharp. This is a good pick. I said earlier in the draft that I think they should go grab a tight end. 6'4" and 5'8", 249 pounds. He's a converted quarterback. He was at Southeastern Louisiana. Then he went to Oklahoma, and then he ended up at LSU. I think he's a good, pretty athletic tight end. I think he's more of a pass catcher than a blocker. So I think he's kind of going to be try to be like a playmaker for the Buccaneers. But I like this. I like this pickup. I think he's a good tight end. I wanted to jump back up one pick. That Jackie Marshall, the defensive tackle that Baylor took from Baylor that Tennessee took. I think this kid's a pretty good athlete, man. 6'2.5", 293 pounds. I think if you turn on the tape on this guy, you're going to see he's really twitchy. He's athletic for the position, and I think he's going to do a really good job for the Titans. I'd expect him to be a pretty good player by year 2 or 3. Let him get his feet under him in the NFL and grow from there. Yeah, Bama J said, yeah, Otten gets hurt a lot. Right, Cade Otten gets hurt a lot, and I think it's never a bad idea to have a second tight end. These guys are more and more in tuned into the offenses these days, so it's just a good idea to have another guy there. Make sure you guys are sharing this live. Let's get as many people in here as we can, guys. Make sure you share it to all your friends. Also, just make sure you're telling everyone about us. Get the word out there that we're doing this. We've had a lot of really good comments. People really like our stuff, it sounds like. So make sure you tell all your friends. Tell them to go follow us on all the socials. It's the same name, Nelson Sports Network. We do full episodes on the other app. Make sure you go to the link that's in our bio. Go subscribe over there as well, because we do full episodes there. We've got What the Puck is our podcast for hockey. Triangle Talk is our podcast for basketball. Batting 500 is our baseball podcast, and then Necessary Roughness is the one we're doing right now. We do full length episodes over there. We do a lot of shorts on this from those episodes, and then we're gonna try to do a lot more of these lives, because this has turned out way better than we expected, guys. We've gotten way more support than we ever anticipated. So it's honestly been a little overwhelming trying to keep up with everything. You guys have been awesome. Been showing us crazy amounts of love in the comments. It's been really good, guys. We really, really appreciate it.
So it looks like teams that no longer have any draft picks right now are going to be Tampa Bay and San Francisco. So unless they decide to move up in this draft, that's kind of what I was looking at here.
Okay.
We have a few other picks going on for every other team. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this plays out. And again, I'm not sure who has the last pick in this draft. Who's going to be picking Mr. Irrelevant there, Zach?
I'm not sure on that one. I'd have to look. Let's pull it up real quick, because Mr. Irrelevant's always an interesting one. As of right now, it
you guys
is
have
the
Mr. Irrelevant.
Broncos.
You have 40 and 41 in that round, so you guys are going to be picking both Mr. Irrelevants or what?
Nice. We also have picked a couple up from there, so that's gonna be interesting. All right. Um, yeah, I don't know who's gonna be Mr. Irrelevant now. I
I
mean,
like this pick from the Washington
ooh,
Commanders.
this is
They're
a
going to pick
good
running
pick.
back Katron Allen from Penn State. We were talking about him earlier.
Yep.
I like this pickup for you guys. Washington Commanders get themselves a good running back. He's really smart. He's really fast. He's a little shy of 6 foot, and 5'11" and 3/8. He All American, third team All American. I think this guy is really going to help this team. You guys already have Jadon Daniels over there, who's going to be a speedster, who's really good. You got Deebo Samuels. This kind of opens up a lot more of that gadget, like we were just talking with the Browns, actually, where you can actually have a little bit more wildcat formations. You can have a little bit more exotic packages because of how fast this guy is.
Yeah. He was kind of the thunder to the Nick Singleton Lightning over at Penn State last year, the past couple years actually. He's not quite as athletic or explosive, but he's a big bruise, not huge, but he's like a bigger bruiser running back. I really like him. He cuts off blocks really well, and I think he's going to be a really good running back. Another guy that I don't really see being like the number one in a backfield, but I definitely see being a guy that contributes a lot to a backfield. And Washington's putting together a pretty nice backfield there with their pick last year. Croxy, what was it? Morrissey Croxy or Croxy
Crockett.
Morris? Yeah, Crockett.
Yeah.
Morrissey Crockett. I can't remember the whole name, but
Yeah.
that kid's really good. He came out of Arizona. I really liked him last year. Let's see here. Let's get caught up again real quick.
We also missed the tackle that the Giants just picked up, Bobby Jamison Travis.
Oh yeah, we did
defensive
skip over him.
tackle, Auburn. Let's see, 9 5/8 hands, so that means he's going to be able to put his mitts on you and really get after you. That's what you want to see in these guys. These big guys, you want to see really big hands because it means if they can get under you, they're going to drive you, they're going to push you around, they're going to make it so that you're uncomfortable, you're on your heels, and if you can get somebody on your heels on the defense, it means you're going to be pushing them into your quarterback. You're going to be doing what you guys got to do. I think he's got really good reach. Like I said, this is going to be the Giants are trying to get that defense up to snuff, and this is exactly kind of what you expected from John Harbaugh. You already have your offense kind of solidified. Now it's time to go after the defense and really make sure we can get after these quarterbacks, make sure you're uncomfortable. And coming from the Ravens background, that's exactly what he knows is, hey, if we have a really good defense, I have a really good shot at winning every game.
Yeah.
I feel like that's even what his brother's doing over there in San Diego. Well, not San Diego anymore, I guess. Los Angeles, the Chargers over there, you watch these guys, they're really focused on defense.
Yeah, this is a guy that they're going to be able to plug in and start to try to fill that gap that Dexter Lawrence left. CJ Jones is back in here.
Thanks
How's
for
it
hopping
going?
back in.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing the live. We appreciate that.
Yeah, Bama said, look at the Rams. They have 3 tight ends. Yeah. He also said more is better because of injuries. Exactly. I think the Falcons are last. The Broncos are actually the last pick this year, as of now. A Blazing Rhino, did the 5th round trade for the Packers pop up yet for I can't find it anywhere. We read the details on that earlier.
Don't think they got a 5th round pick for trading a player. That was all that I could find. I don't think they traded up at all from what it shows.
Right.
So that's I couldn't find anything else in regards to that. They did move up, I think in the 3rd round, and they gave up some picks, and then that's how their 5th round pick ended up falling where it fell.
Yeah. Got another follow here, Noel Moreno too. Appreciate the follow. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate the support, guys. Caesar,
you got to be excited about that. I do like that. And that's exactly it. You're feeling Dexter Lawrence, and you don't have to pay that salary cap right now. You are getting somebody who's going to be a really good plug and play player. You're going to get somebody who can drive the ball. Sexy Dexy, I know you like watching him go in the blue. Now he's going to be in tiger print over there. I think you guys did yourself a solid. You got out of one contract, and then you're going to get a young team in there, and it's going to give you a lot more salary cap room to breathe and get the players that you need. Right now, you got Scatabo, you got a lot of young utility players that are not going to have contracts that hit you right away. So you're going to have a lot of good free agents that you can pick up right now and make some waves in the free agent market once this draft is over.
Yeah. Who do you think the Giants go with the next 2 picks? I'm not sure who they're going to take, but I really think if Harold Perkins Jr. is still available, they should grab him up with one of those picks. I think he'd be a really good fit in New York Giants. Bama J said, I loved Jackson Dart last year. They just need to get him to stop running recklessly. Yeah, I agree with that. He's going to get hurt if he does it, but he's a very, very athletic running or quarterback, and I think he's going to be a really good player this year. That's why I think they've been trying to build up that offensive line as well with the 10th pick and stuff. So, Jadon 823, I wonder who will take Jeff Caldwell. I'm not sure who's going to end up taking him. I don't know on that one. Slim Meadow followed. Thanks for the follow, Slim Meadow. Appreciate it. Who Hawks? You a Seattle fan, Slim Meadow? Blazing Rhino. Oh, that means we traded our own pick to trade up while back. And the 13 was from the Wicks trade. Oh,
Yep.
okay, okay.
Yeah, they got Wicks. That's what I did read is Wicks ended up that was the trade that you guys got the 5th round pick for.
Okay.
And then you guys ended up moving the 1 pick back, I believe, in the 5th round so you guys could move up in the 3rd is how that whole thing played out.
And yes, the Jets, Bama J, the Jets did get Minkah Fitzpatrick this offseason. So they're really, really building a team there. And then they just drafted a guard out of Miami and Anas Cooper. I'm not sure how you pronounce that first name, but Anas Cooper. This kid's good. He was on that national championship run team. I liked him a lot. I'm a big Miami Hurricanes fan. I don't know if he's a day one starter, but I think he's going to be a really good lineman. He's an offensive guard. I think he's got a lot of potential. 6'5" and 7/8, 334 pounds. Pretty productive guy. I think if it's the right fit for him, I think he could be a really productive player. So I like this pick for the Jets. Again, like I said, just keep building up that offensive line. You guys have gotten a lot of weapons. You guys have brought in some guys like Minkah and stuff. I mean, went and got a quarterback. Yeah, this draft has been really good for the Jets, and I really, really am excited to see what the Jets become.
Yeah, Bama J, dang, Jets probably going to go at least 500 this year. I agree. With this draft, they have really solidified their team. Maybe they don't go 500, but they're just shy of it. I think they're definitely moving up, though. This is a team that's going to get competitive in the short future.
I agree with that. What do you think of the Titans picks? I think the Titans have had a really good draft. I really liked their first round. I think I thought it was a little bit of a reach for Carnell Tate at 4, but I think the situation was that was the guy they wanted and he was there, so they went and took him. I really liked them moving back up into the first round and taking Keldrick Falk. I thought that was kind of one of the steals of the first round. I was really surprised that they were able to do that. Real quick, guys, let's share this live. Let's get a bunch of people in here. Tell all your friends about it. Let's get everyone in here. Share it as much as you possibly can. And then make sure you're following us. Click the follow button on here, and then make sure you click that link in our bio and go over and start subscribing to our other socials. They're all the same name, Nelson Sports Network, same logo. Make sure you're following us everywhere because we put out content all over the place. We really appreciate the support, guys. Well, we're well over 5,000 likes now. We're closing in on 6,000 now. So if we keep clicking that heart button, we'll get this thing built up really good. I think the more you guys click that, it pushes it out more too. So make sure you're clicking that heart button for us. We appreciate it a lot, guys. We've even had gifts and everything over the last several days. So we really appreciate this, guys. It's been really awesome. Trenton already replied to the Jets going 500. I think they could this year, man. I think it's a possibility.
We're talking about the Titans pick. Just have a solid line, need a quarterback next year. I think so. Maybe you try to tank for Arch Manning, or you really try to trade up next year. I think you guys have the talent. I'm really surprised with this pick from the Bengals. You already went after a center in round 4, and you're going to pick up another center. Do you think they're going to try to convert one of these guys over to guard?
I do.
You pick Lou and Connor Lou over there from Auburn. I think he's a better center than the Duke Parker II here. I'm really kind of surprised on this pick. I figured you might have gone guard. Maybe that's the game plan, is you're going to convert this guy over to guard, or you're really worried about having your center get hurt. But I'm not 100% sold on this pick.
You guys don't like the Cade Klubnik pick for the Jets? They took the quarterback in the 4th round. I think it was the 4th round. I think he could develop into something really special there. I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. He might not be the answer, but I think maybe you could get a couple good years out of him. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Jets have a solid 980 QB. What do you think of Titans?
They are going to be the most improved.
Yeah, the Jets are going to be the most improved team for sure.
I don't know. I think that Cardinals team and the
The Giants.
The Giants, Cardinals, Jets, and Raiders are all really fast track to be good now, especially with the picks that they picked up. So
yeah, we
I'm
got some
interested to
teams.
see, but also the Browns as well. You can't those 5 teams. I know it's really like, hey, those are the worst teams in the league. So, but honestly, those are the teams that have had the best draft right now. Right now, that would be who I'm saying is making the most waves. But I do think the most improved team that I've seen is going to be the Browns.
Yeah. Wes is in here again. Welcome back, Wes. Glad to have you in again. He said, I get excited for the undrafted pickups. Every year, a handful of them end up getting starting jobs. I totally agree. It's always fun to watch after the draft and see who gets signed. A lot of talent ends up going undrafted, and like you said, they end up being diamonds in the rough. So, Wes, I wanted to ask you, what was your thoughts on those 2 Penn State running backs now finally being selected? Nick Singleton, I can't remember where he went off the top of my head, but I know Katron Allen just went to the Commanders. Let me pull up where Nick Singleton went. I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden, but
while he's looking that up, I don't know what your name is there. It looks like a little Kirby dance over there. Why did Seattle give up pick 188? They ended up giving a pick up 188 up, and I believe a 2027 pick in order to move up in the 5th round to pick up a guard. I think it was a solid play for the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, going and helping Sam Darnold stay on his feet. Got to have a good athletic guard. I think it was a solid play for you guys.
Yeah. Nick Singleton ended up going to the Titans, and then Katron Allen went to the Commanders. So I want to get your thoughts on that one, Wes. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments here.
Bama J, I'm watching while mowing the lawn. I hope you're on a riding lawnmower. Otherwise, that could be really dangerous for the phone.
Hey, we're glad you're watching us wherever you go, man. We appreciate it. Blazing Rhino said Jets have three firsts next year, so almost guaranteed whoever they want next year. Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah,
and man, the Jets have just they're almost like the Thunder in the NBA lately. They've just been stockpiling all these draft picks, and they're just trying to take whatever they can.
Kirby Dance, see, you're asking. Oh no, sorry, Big T. You asked what round we're in. We're in the 6th. Thank you, Kirby Dance, for answering that as well in the comments. We appreciate that.
Corey said Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs. Yeah, I really like that pick. Like I said earlier, I don't see him being a number 1 running back for a team, but I see him being a really good rotation player.
Well, and like we talked, I mean, you're losing Isaiah Pacheco over to the Lions. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is kind of on his. I don't know, is he still over there or is he?
Not even sure if he's still there or
aged
not.
out. I mean, I know you had Kareem Hunt. You're looking at older running back room as it was. It's time to restock that shelf in your running back room. Isaiah Pacheco is an angry runner. I'm surprised you guys ended up getting rid of him. But that's why you guys ended up getting Walker the third, and then getting this guy Allen over here is really going to help solidify that running back room and help you guys have a 1-2 punch where you're going to have. I think Allen's going to be a really good speedster for you guys, and then like I said, Walker's always been a really good speedster, but he's always been a really good punch-in guy for you. Yeah. So, like a lot of these teams in the NFL, you're watching where they don't just have the one running back anymore that does everything for them. It's always a 1-2 punch. So that way you can get your guy a little bit more rest, and then you have the speedster that can get you down the field quick, and then you have the guy who can just go in the trenches and then punish people and get 3 or 4 yards every time, like your Marshawn Lynch's out there, where you can just, all right, I'm going to give it to you on the 2-yard line instead of throwing the ball in getting an interception in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yep, Rim 0907 said, love the throwback Rams jersey. It's a Kurt Warner, man. Appreciate the love. I'm a Broncos fan, but I'm a fan of players, and I thought Kurt Warner was always one of my favorites to watch back in the day. Real quick, let's get caught up on picks here. So the Saints with the 190th overall pick, they took Barry Brown, the wide receiver out of LSU.
Ooh, they are giving show.
Yeah, they're picking a lot of receivers.
They're getting some
guys.
wide receivers over here. Well, and that really works. I mean, Olave has kind of been injury prone, so this really is kind of, hey, if he's going to go out again on us, we have a wide receiver to go after.
Yeah, and they're really trying to build around Tanner Shuck. I like it. I think it's great. 5'11", 177 pounds. He's another kind of like athletic guy. I think this is a really good pick. The next pick was the Jaguars took Josh Cameron, wide receiver out of Baylor, 6'1.5", 220 pounds. Another athletic guy. He's built like a big running back, but he's a really good. I like him. He doesn't drop the ball hardly ever. Mm-hmm. He's a really, really good receiver.
Well, and I feel like this was kind of on their draft board as it was, because that's why they moved Travis Hunter over to mostly defense now with a few offensive wide receiver packages. I think this is kind of what they were looking at, is we're going to try to get more and more wide receivers for Trevor Lawrence here, and we're gonna move Hunter over to the defense solely with a few offensive packages for the guy.
Right. And then JC Davis, the offensive tackle from Illinois, the Giants took him with their first pick. The next pick is in for the Giants, and then the Titans are on the clock. I wanted to catch up real quick here on something. I was trying to see what these comments that we had something in here. Bama J, I cannot imagine what team would be the worst next year with the draft pick with this draft for number one. Yeah, I'm not sure who it'll be next year. Thanks for the follow, user with a bunch of numbers. I'm not gonna say all of them. Nathan P, how would you say the Raiders draft is going? I think the Raiders are doing really well, you guys. I think they're building a really solid team around Mendoza. We were talking
Yeah.
earlier, yeah.
I think you guys are having an A- draft right now.
Yeah.
It's been a really solid, and then getting McCoy in the top of the 4th round, I think this kid's gonna pan out for you. I know everyone's a little iffy about the knee, but I really do like this. Hey, look at that. You guys for the Giants end up getting an offensive tackle, so you're protecting Jackson Dart. And then, like I said, you guys needed to go after a linebacker, and sure enough, you guys go ahead after BYU linebacker. I mean, this kid was killing it over there at Brigham Young. I really like this pickup for you guys. I think the both of them are really going to help your team now. Man, defense for that New York Giants is going to be really young, and they're going to be here a lot in the future. I feel like that's exactly what you've done. You solidified your defense this entire draft, getting more and more talent over there on defense. So you're going to be really young. You're going to have a really good defense going for multiple years. This is Harbaugh trying to get you guys good on defense for the next 10 plus years.
Yeah, I think he's a good pick. He's a really athletic linebacker. I don't understand why Harold Perkins still hasn't been picked. I honestly thought they were going to go Harold Perkins here, but Jack Kelly's a good pick though. Like I said, athletic linebacker. Bama J said 6th round and still no Nussmeier, and right now Pavia throwing a temper tantrum. Yeah, no kidding. I'm kind of surprised Nussmeier's not picked yet, but yeah, Pavia probably is a little upset right now. Bama J also said it's a bad boy. It's a bad boy 0 turn. Nice. That's a nice mower, man. Caesar, I'm at Buffalo Wild Wings right now.
What are you getting? A burger, some wings? What we got?
Yeah,
some wings and some beer. Enjoying the fact you guys just picked up an offensive line and a linebacker, man. You got to be happy about those picks.
Yeah, good picks. Slowly fill our offensive line. Yeah, I think you guys are building a line. Blazing Rhino said, I think the Titans end up with the number 1 overall. I feel that they didn't improve. It didn't improve as much as I expected. I think they're doing pretty well, honestly, but they could end up being the number 1 overall again. Pat Coogan just got picked by them, the center out of Indiana. This is a really good pick. Really surprised this guy's still on the board. I believe, don't quote me, but I believe this guy started his career at Notre Dame. For some reason, I remember Coogan being a Notre Dame Fighting Irish, but I think he's a really good center. 6'5" and 3/8, 311 pounds. Again, they're trying to build protection for Cam Ward. I wanted to get to this comment because I asked Wes a question earlier. Wes, so I was asking Wes about the running backs from Penn State and what his thoughts were on him going this late and stuff. Singleton, the West said Singleton will get more usage with the Titans. He's a good pass catcher also. I agree with that. I think Singleton was definitely the more athletic running back in that Penn State backfield. I really like him going to the Titans. I think it's a really good fit for him. I think Cam Ward's one of those guys that really likes to dump the ball off to little screen passes and quick slants and dump offs to his running back. So I think he's a really good fit there. And Katron Allen, I think going to the Redskins is going to be, or the Commanders is going to be a really good pickup. I also did see just a minute ago up there, they were talking, the Commanders are showing a lot of interest in Brandon Ayuk if and when he does get released by the 49ers. So that's kind of an interesting take.
Well, I mean, they just got Debo. I feel like they know those two have chemistry, so I feel like it's kind of writing on the wall. That's what they wanted this offseason.
Yeah, and it's a good fit too. I mean, they need some weapons. Yeah, I think it's good, and I could really see it happening. So, Augie Nelly said, "Who cares if it's really young? Can you be nice to the man at least?" I'm not sure what that's about. Bama J, what kind of Kingston kid from BYU screwing himself with that? I'm not gonna say that on here because we'll probably get in trouble for it. Blazing Rhino, I hope Perkins goes to Green Bay at 20. to fill the Walker gap. Yeah, Harold Perkins would be a really good fit in Green Bay. They could really use a guy like him. Augie Nelly said, "Dude, I feel bad for a girl, but him being in the draft doesn't help." Okay, we're not gonna talk about that. Sorry, guys. I don't want to get in trouble on here. Caesar said LB, little weird, but it's aight. Bama J said, "Yeah, I feel bad for her." And then
Thanks for atting us there.
yeah, is that how do you pronounce that? Batu? At Nelson Sports Network. Appreciate it, man. Now that we're caught up on the comments again, real quick, let's make sure everyone share this live with all your friends. Share it with everyone. Tell all your buddies about us. Let's get as many follows out of this as we can. Make sure you guys click the follow button and then also click the link in our bio so you can go to our other socials. The red play dot one or play button one. Go over there and subscribe for sure because we do a lot of stuff on there and we do a lot of like long form type stuff. So really good content. Is at least in my opinion, it's really good content. We've had a lot of really good comments from you guys over the past 3 days. A lot of people are really liking what we're doing here. So let's make sure we get it out to as many people as we can so we can keep this thing growing. The Raiders took wide receiver out of Oregon, Malik Benson. This is a good pickup for the Raiders. Just another weapon they're adding to this
More and more
arsenal,
going all in on that Mendoza. I mean, give them some weapons. You're gonna get Kirk Cousins some weapons this year. You're gonna allow Mendoza some time to learn off of the guy. I really do like what you guys got going on over here. The Raiders are trying to be a really solid team right now.
Yeah. MW982829 said the Atlanta Falcons have killed the draft so far. Yeah, the Falcons have had a good draft. I like it. Avian Terrell, cornerback. He's actually going to join his brother over there in Atlanta, and then Zachariah Branch. I've really liked their picks so far. They've had a couple after that too as well, but LaTroy
Hot take. I
said,
like how we're drafting. Seahawks fan. I think Price is going to perform better than Love. I mean, I've said this multiple times. I think it was kind of a 1A, 1B. Love is definitely, I think, the better running back. But if Price would have been on his own team, he would have been running back number one. So the fact that they were both playing for Notre Dame, I do agree. I like the pick that we had. I think he solidifies the loss that we had, Walker the third. I think Chardonnay is going to need that help, and it really helps that team. I think it was a really solid pick at 32 in the draft.
yeah. Bama J said this is a good pick for Jacksonville. Josh Cameron out of Baylor, the wide receiver. I agree with that. I think he's going to be a really good player there. A Blazing Rhino said, I wanted Terrell in Green Bay, but playing with your brother, I'm glad Falcons let them. Yeah, no, I agree. Avian Terrell would have been a good fit in Green Bay. But I think it's really cool to see him go play with his brother over in Atlanta. And also he's kind of staying close to Clemson where they both came out of Clemson. So AJ and Avian Terrell will be on the Atlanta Falcons start next year, and I think it's gonna be really cool to see. Just really exciting for those guys. I mean, it was kind of cool when they were showing the video of AJ or Avian celebrating when AJ got drafted, and then a few years later, AJ's there to celebrate with him getting drafted to the team that he got drafted to and is playing on. So it's just really cool to see stuff like that. I really like it. I think it's a good pick. Real quick in the comments, give us your guys' thoughts on who's had like the most disappointing drafts so far, because I think a lot of teams have done really well, but I think there's a couple teams that have been disappointing that we haven't really talked about yet. So let's see your guys' thoughts on that. Bama J. So Taylon Green was the sixth QB taken, right? We'll look that up. I believe he was the sixth, but don't quote me. We'll look that up real quick.
Yeah, let me pop that up right quick while he gets a little stretch in here. I'm going to try to look up quarterbacks here, see what we got when they were all picked. Let's see. So we had Mendoza go first, Simpson go second, Beck third, fourth was Alar. Then we had Klubnik and let's see, who'd you say? I think the sixth pick. Have we had him go? I think he's still on. No, he ended up going. Yes. Let me see. He was picked in the sixth round. Pick number one. I believe he went just before. No, he went right after Peyton. So he's going to be your sixth pick. 1, 2, 3, seventh pick. Sorry, in this draft.
Seventh quarterback. Okay. I think he's a really good prospect. I'm just curious of what they're gonna do with him over in Cleveland because I'm still really on board with Shedeur Sanders being the starter there. I think Shedur's a really, really good player. I think he's I don't know why, but I think he's just kind of like hasn't been really appreciated, to be honest with you. A Blazing Rhino said 49ers trade down several times for 33 just to reach when there was better options. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Blazing Rhino
Yeah,
says seventh,
you
I
were
think.
right,
Yeah,
Blazing
seventh
Rhino. Yep.
pick. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd be really disappointed. I agree. I think that would probably be the team I'd say has the most disappointing draft so far would be the 49ers. They traded back multiple times. They've reached a few times.
yeah,
I really don't like the way you guys have drafted so far. I have high hopes for all these teams. I mean, this is an exciting time, like I've said. Yeah, everyone's got the future's bright for everyone. This is a good time to celebrate for every fan base. I mean, you're only getting better. That's what you should be hoping for everybody's team is, hey, we're getting better with all these picks. That's exactly what these picks are meant for, to get us right on the right track. I think the 49ers, though, have probably been the most disappointing. The Rams are a close second for me. I really don't like how you guys reached for Simpson. I think he could have gone a little later, and you guys could have gotten more draft capital for him.
yeah.
A- And I'd have to say the Ravens as well are kind of a disappointment for me. I didn't like going for the guard at first and not trading back and getting more picks and getting the guard. And then on top of it, like I said, I really like the fact that we got two tight ends when we've always had a 3 tight end locker room, but we reached on that one. We shouldn't have had to go for another tight end. We should have been able to get a little bit more talent on the second pick that we had there.
I agree with that. Bama J said, I think they let Watson go personally. I think they should. I think Deshaun Watson should be out of the league personally. I don't think he deserves a spot on any team. Um, you won't hear me say a lot of negative things about about guys on here, but that is one that I just don't think he deserves a spot at all, personally.
Yeah, a Blazing Rhino 49ers are the most complete. They should have taken some picks in 2027 if they were going to reach. I mean, exactly. If you were going to keep trading down and then you're going to reach, you just might as well keep going into 2027. You might as well get yourself a lot more future picks. I do feel like the offensive tackles, though, I'm really excited for you guys because that's been a spot that's been really sore for you guys. Uh, Wide receivers, you guys did get some good wide receivers, but there's been some reaches that you guys had in this draft, if
Yeah.
I'm honest.
Yeah. Wide receiver Burks from Oklahoma is still out there too. That surprises me as well. Yeah, I agree with that. I can't believe he's still available. There's a lot of guys that are still available that I'm just kind of flabbergasted by. The Patriots did make a pick, the offensive tackle out of Texas A&M, Demetrius Crownover. This is a good pick. The Patriots had, like we said yesterday, they had the youngest offensive line in the league, one of the youngest teams in the league overall, I think. This pick kind of funny again. This pick started as the Colts, went to the Vikings, went to the Panthers, then the Jaguars, and ends up with the Patriots, and they finally make a selection with it. 6'7 1/4 inches tall, 319 pounds. This is a really big dude. Pretty athletic, especially for his size. He's got a really good blend of size, length, and athleticism. I think he's gonna be a really good player. And I think this is what the Patriots were needing was to just keep building that line up. They've made a couple picks already to build it up and just keep building that line up more and more and more. The more you can build an offensive line, everything starts in the trenches. The Rams finally went and got a wide receiver in this draft.
Traded up to get him too.
Yeah, and it's CJ Daniels out of Miami. This kid was an awesome player last year for Miami Hurricanes. Part of the reason we went to the national championship. I'm really high on him, not just because he's from Miami. I'm a big Hurricanes fan, but I just think he's a really good prospect. 6'2 1/4 inches, 202 pounds. He's a really good blend, in my opinion, of production and athleticism. He actually started at LSU and then he came over to Miami and helped us get to a national championship. Didn't win, but we got there finally for the first time in a long time. I really like this pick. I think this is a really, really good pick for the Rams, and we're starting to move fast here.
I like this pick for the Vikings. Just made their pick. They're going to go with a running back, Demon Claiborne. I mean, you guys needed from Wake Forest. You guys needed to get a running back in this locker room. It's been a sore spot for you guys for a while. He's a little bit of a shorter guy, but he's a really quick guy. He's 4.37 40-yard dash. He's really, really explosive. I really do like this pick.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I think the Vikings have been needing a running back. If Andy's in here, I don't know if you're in here or not, Andy, but let us know your thoughts on this one because Damon Claiborne, I think it's a really good pick for you guys. I like it a lot. So
I think he's traveling right now, so probably not.
okay. And then we had another comment. Unfortunately, living in Alabama, I've been stuck watching a lot of SEC games. Said Bama J. What's wrong with that, man? SEC is awesome football. I will say though, I think
I thought
the
you were a Roll Tide guy. I mean,
Yeah.
that should be you should be excited to see that. I mean, for the longest time, it's always been SEC. I mean, you got Auburn, you had Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. You've had a lot of great teams. Missouri's always been really prevalent over there for the SEC. Florida, when they were really good, it's been really exciting SEC football that you guys have had to watch. Big Ten is just getting really popular right now. I think Big Ten is probably going to take over for the SEC #1 watch for college football.
Oh yeah, I think it probably already is. To be honest with you, it's production wise, it's the best conference right now. But as far as actually watched on television, it might not be yet. But I'm not really sure what's going on with this Vikings pick. Why did it all of a sudden get pulled away, and then now the Seahawks are made a pick? Emmanuel Henderson Jr., the wide receiver out of Kansas, goes to the Seahawks. I don't
Must be a glitch on the side or something.
Yeah, I'm not
right
sure what's
now.
going on there. I don't know a whole lot on this kid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he sounds like he's a pretty skinny kid though. 6 foot and 7/8 of an inch, 185 pounds. Almost sounds to me kind of like a Devontae Smith type build, like body wise. I like it though. I mean, let's keep building that room up. You guys got a really good receiving team already. Receiving room. Sorry. And I think this could be a good addition. I'm not really sure. I don't know a whole lot on him.
Yeah, go Seahawks. They just made the trade up to get this wide receiver here. They're trying to give Sam Darnold another weapon over here besides Jackson Smith and Jigba. I like the pickup. I like the fact that they're getting really aggressive with wide receivers right now to try to get themselves more and more targets for their quarterback. They're going to go in with Sam Darnold. That's exactly what they're trying to say right now. You guys got some really good safeties. You got some really good defense. I like where this team is going.
Yeah. Not sure what the username is there, but he said they got Change Daniels. I'm assuming you mean CJ Daniels. Yeah, the Rams went and got CJ Daniels out of Miami. That's a good pickup for them. Sleep said go Seahawks. Wes said Eason from Tennessee is a beast defensive tackle. Appears he's going undrafted. Keep your eyes on him in the undrafted free agency. Yeah. So Eason from Tennessee, he is a beast at D tackle, but I agree with you. It is starting to look
Tennessee
like he
still
might
has
slip.
a pick too. I mean, they might try to pick him up here.
They might, but he is starting to slip down this board quite a ways. Sometimes it's because of things that we don't know yet that aren't like being talked about yet is why these guys start to slide down. So I'm curious to find out afterward. I always like to look into the guys that don't get drafted, and especially guys that I had rated higher. And it's like, God, why did they fall down? You know. So we'll have to take a look at that, and we'll talk about that one later, Wes, for sure. I'm sure me and you will be talking about
Bama
it.
J. I don't like Alabama or Auburn. Well, you gotta enjoy some of it, I guess. I don't know. Who's your team then if you're going to be in the college there?
Yeah. Country Indiana Boys said, where'd that one just go? What you rate the Jets picks in the draft so far? I think the Jets have had an A+ draft so far.
I think they're winning the draft right now. There's a few teams that are really winning the draft. They're one of them. I think it's Jets. I think the Giants have had a really solid draft, and I think the Browns. Those are like my top 3 teams. Those would be A+ teams for me right now. What they're doing with the draft and how they're moving along, I think they've really helped get their future solidified as far as their locker rooms go.
Yeah, Bama J 256 said I actually like the Big 10 and Big 12. Okay. And then he said to Country Indiana Boy, Jets pick 9 out of 10, I think. Yeah. I'd say it's an A to A+ for me. Thanks for the follow, Country Indiana Boy. Appreciate that. We had 2 picks here real quick. So the 200th overall pick was to the Miami Dolphins. It was the guard out of Texas, DJ Campbell. And then 201 was Green Bay taking the cornerback out of Alabama, Damani Jackson. These are 2 really good picks. 2 guys that I'm actually really surprised are still on the board. Again, we got a lot of guys falling down the board here, and I'm not understanding it. But this kid out of Texas, the guard, DJ Campbell, he's 6'3", 313 pounds. He's a really good athletic guard. A 3-year starter at right tackle. I think he's a day 1 starter personally. I think the Dolphins got a really good player there. Shouting out some love to the Texas Longhorns there for you, Wes. I really like that pick. I think it's a really good one. Damani Jackson, cornerback out of Alabama. This kid, 6'3" of an inch, 194 pounds. I think he's a really, really good player. He's got elite track speed. He's one of those players. He came over from USC, transferred to Alabama. I really like him. I think he's going to be a really, really good cornerback. I don't know if he's a day one starter. I think he might need a year or two to kind of develop and build up what he can be. But I think he's a really good player. He's coming from a proven school, so I really like that pick for the Packers. And they were needing a cornerback.
Absolutely. Like we've said, it's defense. The NFC North needs a lot of defense. We've seen it with the Lions. We've seen it with where the Bears have gone. That's where the Packers have really gone, and here's where the Vikings have gone as well. You got to shore up that defense because you got some solid quarterback play in that defense. You got to make sure that you're constantly getting after these guys. You have to get those pressures. I think I like that. I like the athleticism from him from Alabama. I do like the fact that you guys pick up a cornerback here.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a reach at all. I think this was a really solid play for you guys. Get somebody that you need on your defense, and you got him pretty cheap. I mean, 6th round is really nice to pick up a guy like that.
Yeah. Real quick, I wanted to let you guys know, if we do get bumped because of the time, we're getting close to 5 hours here. I think TikTok sometimes does bump you out after so much time. So if we do get bumped out, just know that we will start right back up on a new live, and we'll just ask that everyone comes over there and continues listening. I don't know for sure that it'll happen. It does happen sometimes to some people from what I've read. So just want to give you a quick heads up there. Zoe
6.
Yeah, Zoe 6.
Jets and Bucks been having a good draft. I would agree 100%.
Yes.
Jets are A+ draft right now, and I think the Bucks are A-. Man, letting Bane fall to you guys, I still have a little heartburn for that as a Ravens fan. But congratulations on your guys' picks so far. I think the Bucks have been doing really well. Let's see, Indiana boy, what you think about C.J. Allen pick to the Colts? Man, when did they pick that one up?
Yeah, I was trying to pull it up because I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't think it was a reach at all for you guys. I think CJ was a really good pick for you guys. I like the fact that the Indiana Colts are actually starting to build something. I like the fact that you guys are going to go defense for this. I mean, this draft has been really solid for you guys. You guys got some offensive line help for Daniel Jones. So you guys were a playoff team. You guys were probably Super Bowl contenders until he went down. You guys' defense was giving up a little bit of points, but you guys were really locked down for the beginning of the season. It was very interesting to see how good this team was on defense. I think just trying to re-solidify your guys' team is where you guys are getting the best help. I do like the fact that the Colts are making some aggressive plays and trying to get where they need to be. I think the most aggressive team, though, in your guys' division so far has been the Titans, hands down, and I think they've been making some seriously good moves.
Yeah, we're gonna pull C.J. Allen up because I can't remember off the top of my head. Indianapolis Colts. He's out of Georgia. What pick was he? You want to pull it up? Real quick. So the Chargers took a guard out of Boston College here, Logan Taylor. This is another guy that they're trying to build that offensive line up to get Justin Herbert some protection. 6'6" and 3/4 inches, 314 pounds. Another athletic offensive lineman. You guys, he's got really good size, good length. He's a 4-year starter. I like him. I think he's going to be good. I really like that the Chargers are trying to protect Justin Herbert and try to go for a Super Bowl run because I think that's a team that's right on the cusp of it. They just got to add a few more pieces. Let me try to get caught up here again on the comments here. So we answered that one. What do you think of CJ Allen? He's looking up CJ Allen. So a Blazing Rhino said behavior sometimes doesn't go public, especially locker room behavior. It is very true. That's something that hurts guys behind the scenes. Stefan Hanselman said, bro, my Buccaneers are cooking. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are cooking. They are doing something fierce. I mean, picking up Mayfield was a steal for you guys. I think the fact that the Browns let him go, then crazy to think that the Panthers had Sam Darnold and him on the same team. Then he goes over to the Rams and shows he's got the intangibles to be able to go in, and he can kill it, and he can be clutch. And then he goes over to the Buccaneers, and he's been doing really good. This guy, I'm a Ravens fan. Never really care to see my opposition do very well. But like I said, I'm a player guy, and this guy I've always had a soft spot for. I really do like Baker Mayfield. I want to see him really do good, and the fact that you guys are building on this is solid. Sorry about that. Yeah, CJ Allen ended up going in the first round there, second round there. It was the first pick that the Colts picked. Sorry, we've been doing this for like 3 days, very little sleep, so just trying to get everything on par for you. But I really did like the pick. I like the fact that you guys went after a linebacker. I think the fact that you got, and like I said, you guys have really gone after your defensive side. So get 2 linebackers, a safety, and you got an edge rusher as well. You get yourself an offensive tackle for Daniel Jones. I think the Colts are really trying to do something right here in this draft where you're trying to solidify that defense and make sure that you're not giving up points. So when you guys do have a situation where you have your quarterback go down, you can win the game with the run game. You got Jonathan Taylor in the backfield, so if you can just score, you can keep grinding the clock down, and you can keep the opposing team from scoring, you're going to win games. And that's exactly what we've seen in multiple years past on a lot of what these teams do is if you have a really solid run game, make sure you can just keep the ball away from your opposing team. Even if you do let them score, you're not going to score twice in a row. We're going to eat up so much clock that you have to score now, and that's where you're going to make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah. Wes replied to of course I lost it here. To Country Indiana Boy and says CJ Allen is nice. I really wanted my Cowboys to get him. Yeah, he's coming out of Georgia. I mean, you can never go wrong with a Georgia defensive player, honestly. Any player is really out of Georgia. I think it's a good pick. I think you guys needed some linebackers, so I like that pick. Bama J 256. I went to Arizona State. So Sun Devils, which is why I like Scatterbo and Tyson so much. That's awesome.
Scatterbo was fun to watch. I loved watching that. I mean, honestly, they should have been able to beat that. What was it, Texas they played?
Yeah.
I thought that for sure they were going to win that game. I thought Scatterbo was going to carry them across that line to win the game for sure.
Yeah. A Blazing Rhino said something must be wrong with Perkins. Yeah, it's starting to look like it because he's slipping a long ways down. We'll get caught up on picks here real quick after these comments because we got 2 more picks that are in. What we thinking about Seattle? Kind of like him, but where would he go? I'm not sure who you're talking about there. Where would he go? But Seattle Seahawks, I think they've had a really good draft. I like Jadarian Price in the first round. I really like the safety you guys got in the second round. Bama J
you just pick up a wide receiver here, and then you got a cornerback as well. I really like what the draft is doing for the Seahawks. You're re-solidifying the defense, and then you're going after the offense and really trying to give Sam Darnold some weapons over here.
Yeah. Bama J said that's what I'm thinking too. How about them Cowboys? What you rate their picks? Said Country Indiana Boy. I think the Cowboys have had I'd say a B+ draft so far.
I would agree with that.
I think they've had a really good draft. Yep. I think I really like the guy they got in the what was it, the second round or the late first round? I can't remember. But that D end out of UCF, I thought he was really good. I know a lot of people thought it was a stretch, but real quick, so the Jaguars took C.J. Williams, wide receiver out of Stanford, and then the Texans took the wide receiver out of Boston College, Lewis Bond. 2 good receivers here. Let me pull up some. Yeah, sorry. So Jacksonville, I think they could have used another linebacker here, but I think C.J. Williams is a good pick. He's a wide receiver out of Stanford. Lewis Bond, man, we're moving fast now. Lewis Bond is another good receiver out of Boston College. Now that the Lions have taken Skyler Gill Howard, the D tackle out of Texas Tech, another Texas Tech Red Raider
going right after the defense again. I mean, this is exactly what you want if you're a Lions fan. That MCDC style football, control the trenches, win the games. Those are what you want. Getting some more defensive tackle, edge rushers. That's kind of what the Lions are really wanting to do, is getting some pressure on these quarterbacks in the NFC North and the NFC in total. For the Cowboys, I mean, you guys have had an B+ A- draft. I mean, a lot of people are gonna say that you guys really didn't win this draft, but I think you won the draft for yourself. I think Jerry Jones has cooked really well this year. I'm excited and happy with what he's done. He's not really been behind the wheel sleeping like he has in years past. I think you get a safety in the first round, and you get an edge rusher, which were really big for you guys. You need to have more pressure on opposing quarterbacks, especially with that NFC East over there. You guys have constantly been behind the 8 ball as far as competing against the Commanders and the Eagles. I feel like now the Giants have really put a lot of pressure on you guys. Then you guys go ahead and get another 2 edge rushers. You get an offensive tackle for support for Dak Prescott there, and then you got the cornerback. I like the draft that you guys have. You have one more pick in the 7th round. I'm really excited to see what you guys end up doing with pick number 218. That should be coming up here in like the next 10 or so picks.
Yeah. Um, sorry. Blazing Rhino said Packers need a cornerback, but also need linebacker. And from what I heard, Perkins was at least a 4th round talent. So I had Perkins more like a mid second to, or not mid second, late second to early 3rd round talent is what I kind of thought. But maybe he is a 4th round talent. I mean, we're in the 6th round now, and he's still not gone. So just something odd going on there. Zoe6, thanks for the follow. We appreciate that. Connor, has anyone taken McCoy? Yes, Jermod McCoy was the first pick of the draft today.
Raiders traded up and got the first pick in the
Yep.
in the 4th round here. They picked him up. I think he's going to be a steal. I mean, everyone was worried about the 2 knee injuries and how he was going to do. I really like the fact that they went and got this guy. I think he's going to be solid. I mean, we're going to know in the future, in the near future. I think it's going to be either a year, and we're going to see that he's either a boom or bust. There's no in between with this guy, especially with the injury that he had.
Right.
So I think the fact that he ended up going to the 4th round was a super steal. I mean, this guy was a top 20 prospect, and he fell all the way to the 4th round. So this is a steal for you guys.
Yeah. Jacob Blaze said, yo, what's going on, Jacob Blaze? Thanks for coming in. I think you were in here yesterday or the day before, weren't you? We appreciate you coming back if you were. Make sure you guys are sharing this with all your friends. Let's get as many people in here as we can. Like we said earlier, we had over 400 people in here. It's been really good, guys. We've had a lot of support. You guys have been really awesome. We really appreciate the love and support we're getting. We're getting close to 6,000 likes, so make sure you guys keep smashing that heart button for us. We've gotten gifts and everything. Never expected stuff like that, so we really appreciate it, guys. Make sure you follow us if you're not already. Also send us to your friends. Share this with your friends. Let's get as many people in here as we can, as many followers as we can. And then also make sure that you follow us on here. And then also click that link that we have in our bio so that we can grow the other social medias as well. You know, that red play button one? Yeah, go on there and subscribe for us because we do a lot of content on there. And we do a lot of like long form podcasts. We've got What the Puck for hockey, Batting 500 for baseball, Triangle Talk for basketball, and then Necessary Roughness for football, which is what we're doing right now. So,
and we do a lot like we're doing here, where we'll interact with you. So
yes.
we do like the comments, we do like the feedback, we like to hear what you guys are saying. It looks like the next few comments we really do appreciate. Our answer in the Connor question, yes, he did go. We talked about that. We do appreciate you guys getting back with them for us. Really do like that.
Yeah, thanks for helping us out because we're trying to keep up here. Sauce Man, who do y'all feel has had the best draft, top 3, let's say? So I think the Jets have had the number 1 draft so far. I'm going to go with the Browns at number 2, and then I'm going to say the Giants at number 3. I think those are the 3 best drafts so far.
I agree with you, but my change is going to be I think the Browns are number 1, Jets are 2. But it's preference at this point, whoever you think. I think the Browns have made a little bit more moves and waves in this draft. So
yeah,
I really do give it to them. I really do feel like they are embracing Shooter Sanders. That is what this draft has told me. They've gotten him some really good weapons, and then they're getting some defense as well. I really do like what the Jets are doing, but it's preference, I guess, at this point. Who you want as your preference? I take the Browns number 1. You're taking Browns number 2, and the Jets number 1 for him, and Jets number 2 for me.
Yeah. And like I said, just make sure you guys go over to the other socials and follow us. We do a lot of content over there. With plans to grow as well. As we keep growing, we're gonna expand more and more. So let's get back to these comments. Uno, did the Cowboys pick in this round? No, they have not picked in the 6th round yet. I don't even know if they have
their
a
picks
pick.
coming up. There should be, I do believe.
No, I don't think they have.
Oh, they
one
pick in the 7th
6th.
round.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yep, they pick in the 7th round, I believe. Connor, Ravens should have taken McCoy. We're losing Marlon next year. Yeah, but McCoy's got injury problems. He's got the 2 knee injuries, so it is a gamble.
I think it would have been worth the gamble, though. I mean, especially when we know we're going to lose Marlon Humphreys this off season, unless DeCosta can find some money in the payroll, we're going to lose him.
Yeah. Country Indiana Boys said CJ Allen was picked up in the 2nd round. Yep. Okay, so we did get to that one. Sorry, man. We it's been such a long 3 days. Sometimes the names kind of slip by just because we've said so many names and looked at so many spreadsheets and websites and the TV and just it's been a lot. But yeah, no, I like the pick. I think he's a really good player. like I said earlier, you can't go wrong with a defensive player from Georgia. You can't really go wrong with any player from Georgia. So NB1 said Raiders. I think the Raiders got a B plus draft right now, and they should get Corleone or Xavier Harris. Yeah, that
Uh,
would be a good pickup for them. I think it's at least a B plus. I would say they've gotten some really good talent out of this draft.
Blazing Rhino, we do appreciate that you were on. We appreciate the time you've been over here.
Yeah, for sure. Country Indiana boy. Yeah, the Colts have Jonathan Taylor and Alec Pierce, but they traded Michael Pittman Jr. to the Steelers. Yes, they did. Um, uh, yeah,
But I think Downs is going to be solid for him.
I do too. I really do. I think Downs is gonna really step up. Is it Josh Downs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bama J. Jerry Jones said all off season he was focused on defense, and he definitely has been. He's absolutely has been.
He did
He's
no
really
flip flopping
proved it.
at all there. He stayed true to the course.
Yeah.
He said this is what we're doing, and he set the sails and went that direction. I mean, it's been defense, 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 and I think that's exactly what the Cowboys needed.
Yeah, Brody Zane. Why hasn't Perkins been picked? Harold Perkins Jr. out of LSU. I'm not really sure. That's what we were just talking about that a little bit ago. Actually, I'm wondering if maybe there's some off the field issues or locker room issues maybe going on that we don't know about yet. But it seems odd because he seems like a really good talent and he's really slipping down. So I'm not sure on that one. Real quick, the Chargers took a guard out of Oregon, Alex Harkey. Probably a pretty good pickup for them. Like I said, they need to build that lineup
Yep.
for Justin Herbert. So
2 guards back to back right here.
yeah, Micah Morris out of Georgia goes to Philadelphia, and then Alex Harkey out of Oregon goes to the Chargers. Um, let's take a look again. I lost my spot here. Matty J. Deontay Lawson and Tim Keenan not being taken is confusing. Yeah, that's two really good players out of Alabama that's still on the board as well.
Uh,
Just a lot of talent, guys, that's still available. It's really, really, really crazy, but it's going to be a really fun free agency after the draft here. Chief fan said Chief Kingdom.
yeah, as long as you're not doing like Chiefsaholic over there, we'll be okay.
Aiden, I think the Browns or Raiders won the draft. Yeah, the Raiders have had a really good draft too. I'd say they're at least top 5, but I think the Browns have had an awesome draft. Same with the Jets. Um,
Let's see, country Indiana boy. How do you feel about Fernando Mendoza? I love the pick for Fernando Mendoza. I really like what the Raiders have done in order to get Fernando Mendoza, where he can actually sit behind Kirk Cousins for a year or two. You get some solid running back support. You've gotten a terrific line support for him right now, and then you've gone after the defensive side of the ball. So that tells me that you're focused on trying to keep your quarterback upright. You're going to really prioritize Mendoza having time to learn behind Kirk Cousins, and then on top of it, you're going to have defense that can pressure the team. So you're not going to have to score 20, 30 points. You probably 15-point game, 16-point game, and you're going to win that thing. And that's exactly what you want as your team. If you can have your defense where you're allowing the opposing team to get maybe 12 or less, you're winning most of those games.
right, I agree with that. Country Indiana boy, how do you feel about Fernando Mendoza? I think Fernando Mendoza is a stud. I think you sit him for a year behind Kirk Cousins, at least a year. You let him develop, just keep building that team around him, keep bringing in an offensive lineman. You've got some weapons, but you've brought in even more. You're building up your defense, keep building that up. And by next season or the season after that, I think you guys are going to be sitting in a really good position. I think Fernando Mendoza, in my opinion, is at worst a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, at best an All Pro caliber quarterback. I think he's going to be a really, really, really good prospect. I think I really like him. I'm really high on him.
So the next question is going to be, it looks like JCDLC 007. It looks like you're asking when the Broncos' next pick is. They have 3 picks in the 7th round, so you're going to have pick 246, and then you're going to have the last 2 picks, 256 and 257. So we are currently at 209 right now. So you should the rest of the 6th round, you're not going to have anybody to pick, but unless you guys decide to move up.
Right. Atlanta just took a defensive tackle out of Washington, Antario Thompson. This kid, he's 6'1", 306 pounds. He's a little undersized, but he's really explosive for like an interior defensive man. I think he's got a lot of potential. Could probably be like a 3 technique, plug a gap. He's a 1 gap kind of guy. I like him. I think he's going to be pretty good.
30 tackles, 1.5 sacks in 2025
Yeah.
over there for Washington. 34 tackles at Western Michigan in 2024. That was a career high. Yeah, this guy is really going to be good for you guys. 2 block kicks, so that means he can get there fast. He can see what's going to go on when they're snapping the ball. He's got really good, I guess, what am I trying to think? Kind of like a Palomalu effect, where you can see when the snap's going to happen. You can react to it quick. You got that twitch speed. That's what I'm thinking about here, where you trust your instinct. You trust the twitch that you see. You're going with it. So
Yeah. Hawks fan 12 said Emmanuel, the receiver the Seahawks got, he looks good.
oh
Yeah, he
yeah,
does look good. I think you guys got a really good talent there. Chase said the Raiders. How long Broncos? Yep. Is that Frankie? How do y'all feel about Seahawks thus far, off season and draft? I think they've done really well, you guys. I think losing Kenneth Walker sucks, but
you filled the gap right away.
yeah.
You filled the gap right away in round one. I think Price is a solid replacement for Walker.
Chase said sorry, but they gotten more moves. NB1 Raiders definitely best in the draft. Chase also said team has more draft picks doesn't mean they picked better. Jets got a lot of picks. Uh, you're right. Just because you have a lot of picks doesn't mean you're picking the best. But I think the Jets have actually taken a lot of talent out of this draft.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like the Browns and the Jets have had more picks, but yes, they have more picks, but I feel like the picks that they've had are really high quality picks as well.
Right.
So that's why I give them this win. It's not because the quantity. I mean,
it's quality
over quantity.
honestly.
I mean, like you're looking, yeah, you've had less picks, some of these teams, but what did you do? Like the Rams, I mean, they could have moved back and gotten Ty Simpson. They didn't do that. I feel like that's why you're losing this draft right now. I feel like the Ravens, we could have gotten Vega a little later, and you could have traded back and gotten Vega if that was going to be the game plan. We're losing the draft right now, in my opinion. So yes, all because you have less picks, it means that your chance of success is going to be a lot less. But you look at these teams and what they're doing. They're making a lot of trades up. They're moving up the board. I mean, you look at the Titans, that's exactly what they've done in here. And a lot of these teams that have actually moved back, I feel like even when they move back, they've been reaching. So what was the point of moving back if all you're going to do is reach? You might as well kept moving back then.
Yeah. Bama J said, "Why is Jerry so high on Dak? I truly don't get it." Then he said, "7th round is going to be wild, I believe." Yeah, I think it's going to be wild 7th round. Toot Arrington, thanks for the follow. Why is Jerry so high on Dak? Dak's a really good quarterback, you guys. I think Dak gets a lot of hate. I don't understand why, but I mean, statistically and maybe not playoff production, but statistically, Dak is probably the best quarterback the Cowboys have ever had. I mean, we play in an era where the passing the ball is so
you can say a lot of people are
know?
going to say that's because a lot of garbage time, but I mean, you got to play the game that's in front of you, and he ends up getting points on the board. I feel like Dak is a good quarterback. I think Jerry Jones was really, really bad as a GM when that whole deal happened. I think he should have paid Dak Prescott early, because you could have gotten that contract early, and then the salary cap's only gone up. And instead, you waited till the last minute, and then you really hamstrung the Cowboys with having to get that super contract over to him, because you didn't really have another option for quarterback. You weren't going to trade him away, and now your team was suffering because the salary cap was so much higher because the quarterback, when you could have gotten him for you could have gotten him for a really high league max then, and it would have been almost nothing now.
Yeah. Real quick, JSN followed us. Is that Jackson Smith and Jigba? Glad to have you in here. Thanks for the follow. We appreciate it. Bama J said, "How do you think Fernando is going to feel when he loses a game after winning so many in a row?" It's going to be a little tough pill to swallow for him, I'm sure, but I think he'll adjust pretty quick. He's gonna have to get used to losing if he's going to be with the Raiders for a little while. So I think that team is building up, though. They're going to be pretty good here in a couple years. Wavy said Dallas is winning the draft so far, while Cleveland has the worst draft back-to-back years. Honestly, Wavy, I completely disagree with you. I think they had an awesome draft last year. I actually think they had a pretty good draft the year before that, and I think they've had a really good draft again this year. So I'm curious of your takes on that. Make sure you follow us so that we can talk about that more.
Well, I mean, you look at what Cleveland is doing, and they got Shedeur Sanders for really cheap. I mean, I think he's going to be the quarterback of the future. They're finally building around the kid. They finally gave him some starts there towards the end of the year. You guys are still facing salary cap nightmare with Deshaun Watson. So it's one of those, yeah, the Browns are doing the best they can. I think their draft room is really solid. I just feel like the GM at the time signing Deshaun Watson was, I think it was honestly Stefanski's call on that one, and I think he whiffed really bad. In fact, I feel like he's the one who pushed Baker Mayfield out of the locker room there for you guys. for any of you Browns fans. I think he was the reason for the destruction of that team. You guys go from AFC Championship caliber team to garbage to. I feel like you're right on par with where you need to be. I think the GM's been doing a solid job for the last few years. In fact, you picked up Baker Mayfield. You guys end up having these really good things, and then you guys go with the head coach, and the head coach is Stefanski. I don't like him at all. I think that the coach of the year awards that he had was just because of the quarterback play and the running backs that he had. And then he pushes all of them out the door and then has to do it again, make that team look like a superstar team again, ends up making them look decent again. And then that's why he got the 2 coaches of the year. I did not like Stefanski. I still don't like him. I think the Falcons did a really bad job hiring that guy, but that's water under the bridge, I guess.
Yeah, real quick, the Washington Commanders took a center out of Michigan State, Matt Golbin. This guy, he's a really productive center, 6'3" and 5'8", 305 pounds. He's a 3-year starter with average size, good power. I like him. I think he's a good pickup. And again, you guys need to protect. Everything starts in the trenches. So they're building their lineup. They really need to protect Jadon Daniels. He's already had a pretty bad injury that wasn't really fun to watch. So hopefully this is start to add some protection to him. Pittsburgh just put their pick in. It's Gabe Rubio, the D-end out of Notre Dame. Another good player. I think he's kind of a project guy. Bring him in, let him sit and start to develop. Maybe put him on the practice squad for a little bit. But I think he's going to be a really good player down the line. But he's got some more developing to do. But can be a really productive DN for you guys if it's the right fit for him. Real quick, we got the Ravens pick is in. The Patriots are on the clock. Let's get caught up here. Do you think Dallas can get Harold Perkins Jr., said Jose Melendez? Well, yeah, at this point, anyone can get him. I mean, I can't believe he's fallen this far. It's crazy.
And that's just it. A lot of players have fallen. Like a lot of these really good athletes, I'm surprised as many has fallen as they have. I mean, even McCoy today, I thought he was going to go for sure within the top 3, and then he ends up going number 4 top, the very, very top of number 4. You've had a lot of really good talent fall, so I don't see why that wouldn't be possible for you guys. I mean, I guess if the Dallas Cowboys are really worried about it, you can make a trade because it's really close to that point in time where you can end up getting in that range where somebody will willingly trade you just to fall back and maybe get something else in return. But I think the fact is that even not making a trade right now, you guys can get this guy.
Yeah. Wavy said it's the team that Dak had around him for the past 6 years. Exactly. He hasn't had a lot to work with, honestly, but I think he's a great quarterback. I really like Dak Prescott. If you're a fantasy player, you really love Dak Prescott because the guy puts up crazy stats throughout the season. Real quickly, we have our first special teams pick here at 211. Ryan Eckley, the punter out of Michigan State's a redshirt junior, going to the Ravens. How do you feel about that one, Trenton?
We do like to pick up some special teams, guys. It seems like the Ravens always have a kicker or a punter we end up picking up a little earlier in the draft than what we should. I'm interested to see why we went with this punter. I don't mind the pick, but I feel like we've reached quite a bit in this draft, and this is kind of another reach for me.
Is that Frankie said, I love how non-biased you both are. Much love from Chicago, the Bears. Hey, the Bears. We like the Bears over here. Appreciate the nice comment, man. Make sure you're following us. And then, like I said, make sure you go to the link in our bio. Go subscribe to the red play button icon. You know what I'm talking about. Go over there because we do a lot of stuff over there. We've got football, baseball, basketball, hockey, plans to grow. But no, man, we really appreciate the nice comments. Like I said earlier, I kind of gave the spiel on how this whole thing started. We
got tired of watching the mainstream media just kind of rake these people over the coals on multiple sports. We felt like some of the sports weren't really touched on. I mean, really, like you look at the start of why me and Zach ended up going after this channel and going for it was because there's not a lot of coverage for hockey and baseball as it is, and it's really hard to find a lot of people that want to talk about it. So that was kind of where we went in. Football and basketball are really, really prevalent here in the States, so everyone really wants to talk about that and saturate the market. But even the people that do, it's really just you're looking at these guys and they hype up their team. It's no longer an unbiased opinions. It's always, I have my biases, and you can tell it. You can tell from the broadcast that these people are really biased. And like even when you're in a draft like this, you should be excited as a fan. You should think that your team is winning no matter what. And then these pundits come out here and they're just roasting your team and telling you, yeah, I think you guys suck. I think they did a really horrific job. So I mean, these GMs and these owners are trying to get it right every season. It's 32 of the most elite teams in the world are trying to get the best talent they can on the field, and you're not always going to be. Somebody's got to be the first pick every year, and somebody's going to be the last pick every year. So you got to find where you're going to fall in between, and you want to be right more often than you're wrong. So a lot of where we came from was we have our teams. We do love our teams, but we also you watch us. I was repping the Ravens. That's my team. The last 2 nights, he was repping the Broncos night 1. But we wear other teams' jerseys. I like Darnold. I mean, he came over fifth team, ends up winning a Super Bowl over there with them. You know, you go from being picked in the Jets, seeing ghosts. This guy's never going to pan out. He ends up panning out. It's always fun to watch these really good, exciting talents. And that's what this draft should be about, is how exciting is it to see these guys that have a chance to go make a future for themselves, to go into these draft classes and end up becoming a day one starter or going on to a practice squad and then grinding themselves over to be a team player who's actually making a big difference for you. You never know who that one guy is. You never know who's going to be that guy who just ends up getting that chance, who's the freak athlete who ends up making something happen for himself. And it's really fun to see. It's really fun to see what these teams are doing in order to make themselves better every year.
Right. No, I agree. We try to give just honest opinions, not based off our favorite team or teams that we hate or anything like that. Like, I don't really hate any team. I just love sports, man. I love all of it. I love a lot of the players. You know, I follow a lot of these guys' careers all the way from when they're being recruited, even some of them playing in high school, all the way through college into the pros. So really appreciate the nice comment, man. It really helps us out a lot. And like I said, make sure you share it with everyone. Share us. Let them know that we're out here and that we're trying to grow this thing for the fans. So
yeah, Frankie, bear down.
Yeah, bear down. The Bears.
Wavy taking 3 quarterbacks. That's going back to the Browns draft. I do agree it was kind of a boneheaded thing to do last year, but it was one of those you weren't really sold on who was going to be the best quarterback, and you had to get a quarterback now. I mean, Deshaun Watson is not panning out for that team.
Right.
The fans hate him. He was a horrific pick. I feel like he was tied to Stefanski. That's why Stefanski's out of here finally. I feel like you've had some decent opportunity at getting a quarterback, but you've watched how they've drafted in the past where they've been sold on a guy and then they're not really sold on him. So I feel like last year was one of those. They allowed Shedeur Sanders and got lucky enough that he kept falling. So they end up picking him up. I think you do what you can at that spot. Everyone, you watch a lot of these teams, you live and die with your quarterback. If you don't have the quarterback spot locked down, your team's going to suck. It just doesn't matter. I mean, you look at what happened to the Rams. They go ahead and get rid of Goff, and then they get Matthew Stafford over there, and then they become an instant Super Bowl winner. You look at these teams that if you can't figure out the quarterback, then you end up losing. You look at the Vikings. They had the defense, and then Kirk Cousins goes down, then they were struggling they're getting Dobbs in. They're getting all these other talent in there to try to figure it out. You have Sam Darnold, and you have Daniel Jones. That ends up getting your GM fired because of how well both of those quarterbacks do. It's a live and die with the quarterback league, and so I don't fault the Browns on having three quarterbacks picked last year. And then you look at the way they're drafting this year. They found Shedeur Sanders. They locked in. They say that's their guy. Watching this draft, it completely tells you that that's exactly what they're doing. And then they've built around the offensive line, giving him weapons. I like what the Browns are doing, and I don't fault them for getting 3 quarterbacks in last year's draft.
Right. Bama J, I was wondering about Fernando Mendoza because every time I see him, he's been happy and smiling. Like, never seen any other side of Fernando Mendoza. I think he's just a really happy guy. I think he's really in tune with his religion and everything. I think he's just got everything in life is working out great for him, and I think he's just a really happy soul, man. Honestly, I think he's just a really good person. But
if you look at him, he looks like Max Crosby did before he went to the Raiders. So maybe in a few years he'll be tatted out and looking like a gangster or something. So.
Coy Ivy, thanks for the follow, Coy Ivy. Lala said, please, Patriots, take my brother Dominic Williams or anyone, please.
Hey, awesome. I hope your brother does get picked. I like to see that. I like to see people on this channel. We had somebody whose cousin actually got picked yesterday on the channel here. We hopefully we'll see your guy go. I mean, I like to see that. Maybe he makes a practice squad, or if he doesn't get drafted, I really hope he gets a free agency, man. We got to put that positivity and love out there.
Yeah. It's It's Trimale's TV, I think that's how you pronounce it. Cowboys' last pick, I bet you, is a QB. I could see him taking a QB. Yeah, Dak is getting a little older, but it would be a good time to take a QB and kind of start developing someone. A Blazing Rhino, I always think about how if someone was drafted elsewhere, they would have done better or even worse. I think about it all the time. I'm always curious. We were actually just talking yesterday about back in the day. So real quick here, back in the day, the NBA draft used to be picked by a coin flip. The worst team in the East, the worst team in the West, they would flip a coin, and whoever won the coin flip got the first pick. And it was between the Bulls and the Lakers, and it was the year that Magic Johnson got drafted. And we were talking before we went live, like, man, could you imagine if Magic Johnson ended up being a Bull instead of a Laker? Like how today's NBA would be
the West
so
and East
different.
wouldn't have been a competition. It would have just been who was going to win the East. And then, does that lead into, does Michael Jordan end up going to the Bulls then? Does he end up having that kind of caliber team? And like me and him were kind of arguing. I think Michael Jordan still has that career because as a team, you're going to build around the ace that you got. So
yeah,
just a crazy thought that maybe the Bulls would have been a lot better competition. Maybe the Lakers don't have as many championships as they have. It would have been a lot harder fight in the East, and then whoever ends up winning the East would have walked away with the Larry O'Brien trophy every year.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to catch up on these comments, then we'll catch up on draft picks. Bama J said, I was surprised his brother transferred, though. Fernando's. Yeah, I was kind of surprised he transferred to Georgia Tech, but I think he wants to go build his career now, and I think he's going to do really well down there in Georgia Tech. And then fantasy and DF's football talk. I wish I could have seen Len Bias play. Man, you're not the only one.
I'm glad to see you back in here, fantasy.
Yeah, I think Len Bias would have been an absolute stud, and I think he would have really gave Michael Jordan a run for his money. I think the Celtics and Bulls would have been really, really crazy rivalry back then if that would have happened. Let's see here. So the Patriots at 212, they took linebacker out of TCU, Nnamdi Obiazor, 6'2 and 3/4, 229 pounds. Another athletic linebacker here. Pretty productive guy, but really, an athletic guy. I think he's got really good tape. I would like to see more of his tape just because I don't know a ton on him, but I think he's a really good player. Another linebacker. The Patriots are really building something, man. They went to the AFC Championship way earlier than they should have, in my opinion, but they're trying to stay there, and they might end up doing that. They're building something special. The Bears take defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg. This is 6'3", 310 defensive tackle. I think he's a really good player.
Constant theme for the NFC North, going after trench warfare on the defensive side.
Yep.
Exactly what we've seen from all the other NFC North teams.
And what we've been saying the past 3 days, I mean, to win in the NFC North, you've really got to be able to stop the run. And I think that's what these teams are doing. They're building up to try to stop the run. You've also got to be able to run the ball. So finally, we see Harold Perkins Jr. go. All right, guys, and I really like where he went. Let me finish up here real quick, and we'll get to that.
Sorry he ends up not going over to the Cowboys there.
Yeah, but I think he went to a really, really good fit for him. I want to finish up here real quick. Jadon Vandenberg was actually a 3-year backup at Penn State before he transferred to Georgia Tech. Caden Curry, the edge from Ohio State, another Ohio State guy here, guys. 6'2 and 3/4, 257 pounds. Really athletic, really productive guy. Caden Curry goes to the Indianapolis Colts at pick 214. I really like that pick. I'm surprised he was still available. And then let's get to our boy here, Harold Perkins Jr., linebacker out of LSU, redshirt junior. He goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Going to stay in the dirty South down there, going to the Dirty Birds. 6 foot 7/8 of an inch, 223 pounds. This guy's a really athletic linebacker. He's a little undersized, but I really, really like him. He did have that ACL tear in 2024. I'm almost wondering if that's why he was falling. Maybe they saw something on his physical. Even though he's back from the ACL tear, but maybe they saw something in the physicals where they're kind of like, yeah, we're a little iffy about that knee. But I think he's a really good player. I'm really surprised he fell this far, you guys. I really can't believe he was available there at the 215th pick. But I will say, if it works out, the Falcons got a really good steal there for this guy. And then the Packers finish off round 6. They take the kicker out of Florida, Trey Smack. He likes to smack the ball, I guess. I don't know. Another kicker. So we got our second special teams guy.
Was that a Blazing Rhino? That's what you wanted, right? You wanted a kicker going. So
yeah. So good pick. I don't know a whole lot about him because I don't I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I don't keep up a ton on the kickers and punters. Too many other positions to try to keep up on. But if he got drafted, he's obviously a pretty good kicker. So I think you guys are gonna be able to get rid of McManus now and maybe replace him with this young guy. Let's see here. Bama J, just like the Nuggets building around Jokic. Exactly. They built around Jokic. It worked out. They won that NBA title. And you've got to put pieces around your star player, or else it just doesn't work out. I mean, none of these sports can be carried by one guy. As much as people think they can, they just can't. Ryan Eckley, hello, hello, Ryan Eckley, nice to see you. Make sure you're following us if you're not. We've been doing this for 3 days now. We're really appreciating the love and support we're getting, guys. We jumped from about 6,000 likes a little bit ago to 9.8 thousand now, guys. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. It's working. We love it. Make sure you share this live with everyone that's out there. Make sure you let all your friends know we're still on here. We're still going strong. We're gonna finish up the 7th round with you guys. And then also make sure you're following us. Make sure you follow that link in the bio. Go to the little red play button app. We do a lot of long form podcasts over there, and we're going to be putting together here in the next couple days. We're going to try to put together a final review of the draft and put some letter grades on each team, guys that we were surprised, guys we were really happy with, guys we thought could have went somewhere else. We'll do like a full draft review, and that will go up on the other app. So make sure you're subscribed over there. That'll be a long form one. It'll be a pretty good episode. So I think you guys will really enjoy it. But like I said, thanks for all the love and support, guys. We really appreciate it. We've been getting gifts every day. We've been getting new subscribers, tons of shout outs, really nice comments. We really appreciate the love, guys. It's really awesome. We love doing this for you guys. So make sure you guys keep letting us grow and keep sharing us with everyone so we can keep growing and keep expanding for you guys. CF Thomas. Niners, baby. We can all agree the Cardinals suck. I think the Cardinals actually had a really good draft this year. Honestly, I think they're doing really well. Bama J said, "Hey, now, let's not pick on the Cardinals fans here, guys. The Cardinals have been in a pretty tough spot for several years now, but you know what? I think they're on their way out of it. To be honest with you, I think they got some really good picks this year." CF Thomas said, "Sorry, man. Hey, apology. Yep, we appreciate that." Randy's pit stop. Miami GM is definitely a Longhorns fan.
He went heavy against
Yeah.
Texas Longhorns.
I'm glad you pointed that out because that is funny. Yeah, he obviously is. Maybe he went to Texas. I don't know. Bama J Smack was accurate kicker. Yeah. Like I said, seeing that he got drafted, I'm assuming he was probably a pretty good kicker. I don't follow the kickers a whole lot. Not gonna lie to you, but I'm assuming he was probably a pretty dang good kicker if he got drafted. Same with the punter that got drafted. I think he was out of Michigan State. Was that punter that the Ravens took? CF Thomas, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Bama J said at Randy's pit stop or Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. Wow.
All right.
Arizona did not take a kicker. No, they didn't. And I think they're done now because they just took their pick in the 7th round. It was Jadon Williams, the offensive tackle out of Mississippi. I think this kid's going to be good for him. I said, just keep building that offensive line. You guys, everything starts in the trenches. You've got to be able to run the ball. You've got to be able to protect your passer, and you've got to be able to stop those incoming defenders. So everything starts and ends in the trenches. I like the pick. Seahawks got 3 more picks. Let's go, said I am Jadon. Yeah, are you Jayden Daniels or what? I like it. Let's go Seahawks. I'm assuming you're not since you're saying Seahawks.
He's going after Seahawks. I don't think that's going to be the real Jayden Daniels.
Was that our 6th or 7th on kicker? So the Blazing Rhinos. So that was the 7th, or that was the end of the 6th round is where that kicker went.
So both punter and kicker special teams that came were in the 6th round here.
Yep. So we're in the 7th round now. We're actually 2 picks in. The Cowboys just took wide receiver out of East Carolina, Anthony Smith. This kid, I don't know a whole lot about him. I'll have to get back to you guys on this one.
That was the Cardinals' last pick, though. Just giving you guys an update right here. That was the last pick.
Okay, yeah,
offensive tackle.
I thought so. I don't know a lot about Anthony Smith, guys, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. So I'll have to get back to you on that one. Maybe we'll talk about it more in the episode on the other app. So make sure you check that one out, guys. No, my name is just Jadon. Oh, okay. I was just being funny there, man. I thought maybe, shouting out Jayden Daniels, but we appreciate you being in here, Jadon. If you're not following us, like I said, make sure you are. We do a lot of this stuff for you guys, and we really appreciate the love and support. So, Randy's pit stop said, "Luckily for my Cowboys, this draft is a gold mine for defense." Yeah, it really is, and you
Absolutely.
guys have really built a strong defense out of this draft. I really like what the Cowboys have done. Randy's pit stop. I think you guys are in a really good position right now. Jerry finally had a good draft. I'm surprised. I don't know if you are or not, but it's been a while since Jerry's had a really solid draft, in my opinion, and he's finally doing something really good here. So I'm glad to see that.
So it looks like the Arizona Cardinals are done now. The Bears are done. Dallas is done from what I'm seeing. It looks like Green Bay, they just picked their last pick over here. Let me keep looking through these teams. I know that the 49ers and the Tampa Bay Bucks have been done for quite a while now. I'll keep weeding my way through this list here, make sure.
Also, I wanted to point this out. Bama J just commented and said Mel Kiper's eighth best available right now is Diego Pavia, so we might see him go here in the seventh round. Um, Poppy Cocoa said thoughts on the Hawks draft so far. So the Seahawks, I think, have had a really good draft. I really like the safety they took in the second round. Um, I really like Jadarian Price. I think Jadarian Price is going to be a really, really good running back for you guys, especially after losing Kenneth Walker the third. He's not going to be the same type of running back, so don't expect like this big bruiser like Jadarian Price or like Kenneth Walker was. But Jadarian Price is a really good running back, and the fact that he's out of Notre Dame, he was technically the backup to uh uh Jeremiah Love. If he was on any other team in the country, guys, he would have been the number one. He's a really, really good running back. So you guys have done really well. You've gotten a receiver as well, a couple defenders. Like I said, that safety you got in the second round, I really like. So
Yeah, I think the Seahawks have had a really stellar draft right now. I mean, you're picking 32nd overall, so it's going to make it a little harder for you to get really good talent. But you get rid of Walker the third, you end up getting Price in there. You end up getting a safety who's going to be a little more of a freelance, free roamer safety. He's going to be a little taller. I've compared him to Ed Reed here. I think he's really got the intangibles for it. I think he's going to be a really quick, shifty guy, but he's a lot taller as well. So he's going to be able to get that extra reach on those balls to get them. I think you guys went cornerback. You guys got a really good running wide receiver going on. I really do like this. This cornerback here for TJ Hall for the Saints should finish up their draft right now. I
yeah,
do believe.
this kid's out of Iowa. He's 6'3" 1/4 inches, 189 pounds. He's a pretty productive quarterback or cornerback. Had 10 pass breakups last year, so he's pretty good coverage guy. Fairly athletic. I think it's a pretty good pickup. I think the Saints have had a really good draft, you guys. I think they went really heavy on receiver, which I think they're trying to build something around Tanner Shuck there or
Tyler Shough.
Tyler Shuck. Um, I like it. I think they've done really well. Again, guys, make sure you're sharing this with everyone. We're in the seventh round now, so let's finish up strong here. Make sure you share this live. Share it with all your friends. Let's get as many people in here as we can right here at the end and finish strong. Make sure you're following us on TikTok here, and then make sure you go to that link in our bio. We do some really good content over on other apps. So go follow all of our other social medias. It's same name, Nelson Sports Network, same picture. So it's pretty easy to find. But yeah, definitely make sure you're following us on the other one because we do a lot of content on there, and we're really trying to grow that page for you guys. So really appreciate the love and support, guys. We're up to over 13,000 likes here. This is crazy. I looked 20 minutes ago and we were at like 6,000. Now we're up to 13,000. So really appreciate you guys. Keep smashing that heart button for us. We really, really appreciate it. The Bills just sent their pick in. And this is a really good one, guys. I really, really like this pick. I did not realize this kid was still available. Toriano Pride Jr. out of Missouri, the cornerback. He's a senior. I said yesterday when some of these Missouri guys started falling, I said, man, Missouri really had a strong defense this past year. This is another kid from that defense, plays cornerback. I think the Bills got a really, really good player here and kind of a steal here in the seventh round. I had him graded more of like a late fourth, early fifth round talent. 61.76 rating on his production according to Next Gen Stats from NFL, and they also rated him at a 73.65 athleticism. So The kid's a really talented guy. I mean, he's really, really athletic. I think he's really good, man. He's battle tested. He played in the SEC, so he's seen some really good wide receivers. He's kind of I consider him kind of a lockdown guy. I really like his talent. I think he's a really good player, you guys. I think the Bills got a really good one here, and honestly, kind of a steal at this point. Like I said, I had him late fourth, early fifth round. So, yeah, I like the pick a lot. I really like it.
Bama J, I'm glad Cards picked this O line from the offensive line from Ole Miss. I'm happy with all 7 picks. I agree with you. I think the Cardinals really had a solid draft this year. I really do like what they had going for them. Bama J, I didn't mean to ask since you're an Arizona fan. I'm sure you must have had a little love for the Yotes over there. How'd you feel about them going and selling that team to Utah over there? You think they're going to actually build a stadium and have an owner that actually cares for the NHL, or
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on that?
Angel Segovia, or is it Angel Segovia? Do you think LSU quarterback will get drafted? Garrett Nussmeier. I'm really starting to wonder. Bama J said he's got him as his Mr. Irrelevant pick.
Either him or Pavea is going to be Mr. Irrelevant, I think.
I don't think so because the Broncos have the last pick, so I don't think they're going to go quarterback. I don't think that'll end up being, but I think Diego Pavia is going to go undrafted. I think Nussmeier will get nabbed up here right at the end of the 7th round. I think he's just too good to not get drafted, but I think Pavia is going to end up in the UFL the more I think about it. Whoever said that yesterday, I can't remember who it was. Can't remember who that was, but I think they had a really good point. I think he'll end up in the UFL. The collection polls, Beans a dog. Bills have enough defense to take it all. I don't know if they have enough defense yet to win it all, but they're really putting they're building a good defense.
Well, and they're finally making it so Josh Allen doesn't have to be Superman 24/7.
Exactly.
He's not going to have to score 30 points a game in order to win these things. He's going to have to score over 15. And I think with that offense that you have, the wide receivers that you got, and honestly, I think Bean, this was kind of his draft. Like you got the head coach fired by throwing him under the bus pretty hard. This had to have been his draft to go all in and make sure he was making the moves to get this team to where he thought they were going to be a Super Bowl contender. They're already in that talk, so now it's just how do we get and build past this step and get past the AFC Championship, get past the divisional round, and get into the Super Bowl realm. So I feel like the Bills are right there. They're knocking on the door.
Yeah. So Angel or Angel Segovia said at Bama J, I want him in Philadelphia. Diego is better. So if you're saying you want Diego Pavia in Philadelphia, or if you're saying you want Garrett Nussmeier in Philadelphia, either or, they actually took the kid out of North Dakota State. So I don't think they're going to pick another quarterback here. I think they're pretty set in Philadelphia. Bama J said not happy. Okay, so not happy about the move, but definitely better for them. And Utah is a good fit for a hockey team. I agree with that. I think it was better for the team overall. And I think Utah is a really good fit for. I really like that Mammoth team.
Well, the way the reports were coming out, that owner was kind of he wasn't paying like hotel rooms. He was really really cheap. I think I like a team in the desert for sure. I was not happy that they ended up having to move. I don't like kind of the way it all panned out. I do like the fact that they kicked the owner out. I think they need to have a different owner in the desert there. And from what it sounded like the owner had really irked the government, and that's why they weren't giving him any land over there. He really pissed off the people in Arizona, the local law where the mayors and the governors were not going to work with him to get a stadium. They did not like what he was doing over there. They didn't like how he was not paying his bills. I think another team in the desert is going to come. I would really like to see the Yotes get another revival over there. And I mean, it's really exciting to see that like you said, same players, just different place now for your fandom for the Mammoth. I really do like the fact that the ownership is embracing them and actually getting them a team. This is a team that's really not sniffed the playoffs for a while. They've had a really solid roster for quite a while, and now they're all clicking together. They got really good coaching going on over there, and you got the owner who's pouring more and more money into them and giving them the belief that they need to make the push. I think they're going to take the Golden Knights out in this first round.
Yeah, I agree. Bama J said, I'm a Mammoth fan now. Same players, just different place. Yeah, I agree. I like the Mammoth a lot, and I'm glad that you stuck with them. The owner is Phoenix. The owner in Phoenix was a punk, and sorry, Glendale voted it down every time it came up. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he had some bad blood over there. So Let's get caught up here. So the Bengals took the tight end out of Texas, Jack Endries. This is a good player. Another tight end off the board, man.
I
We've
was
seen a
surprised
lot of
he
tight
didn't go
ends.
sooner. This guy kept falling. With all the tight ends that kept getting picked up, this one I was really anticipating to go sooner.
Yeah. This is the guy that was behind Gunnar Helm last year. I'm really surprised. We've had a lot of tight ends go in this draft. It's really crazy. Pretty athletic guy, pretty productive guy. He's 6'4" and 5'8", 245 pounds. I think he's going to be a good player, and I think the Bengals got a really good weapon here that they can use in the red zone because T. Higgins and Jamar Chase draw a lot of attention. So this guy will probably have some open opportunities down in the red zone and close to the goal line. Get probably. Heck, he could probably be a 10 touchdown a year guy because of that.
Yeah, and then you go ahead and Detroit back in the trenches. This draft, I have to give it to this draft, was really, really heavy for defense. So if you needed defensive players, this was the draft. I mean, you look at what
Yes.
Jerry Jones did, really locking down on defense. You look at what the Browns have done, they're really locking down on defense. You got the NFC North, every defensive spot that you wanted was available. This was a really, really heavy defensive draft. I am excited to see how much of these defenses really turn it around because of these defensive players. It's been really fun. And there's a lot of freak athletes over here. You're gonna have somebody make a name for themselves that you didn't think was somebody who fell, who's really gonna have that chip on their shoulder now. I think McCoy was a steal for the draft. I'm really excited to see him come back from this knee injury and prove everybody wrong.
Yeah. This is another Tennessee guy. So we were talking with some of the people in here yesterday about Tennessee players kind of fall down in the draft, and we're not really sure why. Um, I like this pick. I think Tyree West was a really, really good defensive tackle in Tennessee. He's hasn't played a whole lot. I mean, he's gonna be kind of a project, but I think the Lions have enough depth on their defensive line that it's a good project to take on and let this kid develop and see what he is in a year or two. I think he'll be good for him. Let's see. The Commanders their pick is in. The Steelers are on the clock. What
It
we
already
have
shows
here?
on the TV that the Steelers pick is in, so I'm wondering why it hasn't uploaded what's going on with the Commanders
Yeah, I'm
yet.
not sure what's going on here. We'll try to get this loaded up for you guys. Let's see. Not happy, but it's definitely okay. So we already are the most teams loaded up on defense and offensive line for production. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
we
for
knew
sure.
this draft was going to be really heavy for your guys' offense and defensive line. That was, I mean, besides a few of the specialty players that were going to come out, wide receivers, tight ends, the really freak athletes, we knew that this was going to be extremely solid for solidifying your guys' offensive line and really good for for solidifying the defensive edge rushers and defensive tackles.
Okay, so the Commanders pick came in. It's
Oh,
Ethan.
they're picking a quarterback. Wow, they didn't go with Nuthmeyer, huh?
Yeah, Ethan Kaliakmanis. I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
Rutgers.
Kaliakmanis out of Rutgers. I don't really know anything about this guy, to be
I'm
honest
I'm
with
gonna
you.
agree with you. I don't know very much film on him.
Yeah.
It looks like they don't know anything either because
Hey,
they're not showing
doesn't even
anything
have a
about him.
picture up there. I'm not really sure on this guy, you guys. I'll have to look him up. Check out our video when it goes up on the red play button app because we'll have to look him up and talk about him because I'm not really sure. It's also kind of a weird pick because Washington has Jadon Daniels, who they just took 2 or 3 years ago, and he's been really good. So I wonder if maybe they're just trying to get a good backup in there, just to have a guy that's a good, good guy that can run the same offense for them if something were to happen there. So kind of curious to see on that one. Not really sure.
Panda Worldwide. So you guys Chargers fans, I'm guessing. Never really a Chargers fan. I like the Ravens. I loved the Chargers back when they had Philip Rivers, but mostly because they had LT. I actually do have the LT jersey. That was what I was debating putting on today. You gotta love LT. He really got me close to being a solid lifelong Charger fan there. And then him moving over to the Jets. I did follow his career. I loved him. He was a great lightning bolt for them. Chargers have been a really good franchise. I'm really sorry to see that they have never won a Super Bowl. I do like that franchise though. I like everything about them. I wish they were still in San Diego and not in the basement over there of the Rams, but is what it is.
I'm curious though, what made you think we were Chargers fans? Yeah, Panda Worldwide Unlimited. Let me know what made you think that. Uh, Bama J said never heard of him. Yeah, I've never heard of that quarterback out of Rutgers. I'm not sure who that is. And yeah, Ravens and Broncos. Thanks for replying there, Bama J. Thoughts on the Dolphins draft? I was actually just gonna pull that up so I can look at what all they did pick up. I know I'm happy with it, but I can't remember everything, so I want to put up. Caden Proctor, love it. Chris Johnson, really like it. Jacob Rodriguez, love it. Caleb Douglas, love it. Will Kaczmarek, I like that pick. Chris Bell, I really like. Trey Moore, that's a really good pick. Kyle Lewis out of Pittsburgh is awesome. Michael Taff is awesome. Guys, this is a really, really good draft, actually. uh,
Yeah, they kind of been a little quiet with all their draft picks because of how sparse they've been, but they've really gone heavy into Texas this draft.
Yeah.
I do like what they've done. I feel like they're trying to turn this franchise around really, really quick. You're giving your guys some offensive weapons. Your quarterback, you're going to give him some offensive tackle. You've really tried to help solidify that defense. I like exactly what you guys are doing. I see what the GM's thoughts were and where he's going with this. I really do like it. I think they're probably one of the top fives in this draft right now.
Yeah, they took 3 guys out of the Texas Longhorns and 2 out of Texas Tech Red Raiders, so they got some kind of pipeline over to Texas that they're really liking, but no, I think it's a really good draft. I think they got a lot of talent there. I actually forgot that they got some of those guys. There's been so much going on here. Real quick, the Steelers picked up Robert Spears-Jennings, the safety out of Oklahoma. This is another good pick for the Raiders. This kid might kind of be like their replacement for Minka Fitzpatrick from a couple years ago. 6'1" and 7/8, 205 pounds. He's a pretty athletic guy. He's a 2-year starter. He's got a lot of NFL traits. He's got the size. He's got the toughness. I think he's got the drive and motivation to play the position. So I think this kid's going to be really good. Played at Oklahoma, so he played in the SEC. Big program, so it's a lot of spotlight. They had a lot of hype about the playoffs and stuff. So this kid's played big games. I like this pick. I think it's a really good one. And the Steelers are looking really good. Let's get caught up on the comments here. It's Trimel's TV said Washington also has Marcus Mariota, don't they? Yes, they do.
They signed him.
That's why I'm really curious about that pick. I've got to look up who that kid is. Panda Worldwide Unlimited said Antonio Gates too. Yeah, don't forget Antonio Gates, man.
Oh,
LT Gates, Breeze was there, and then Phillip Rivers. Like, they had some
Sproles
really
was
good
over
teams,
there.
Yeah.
They had a really good team, but I'm just saying, if you're going to tell me about a Chargers player, you can't tell me the first one that goes to your head is not him. I mean, I do love the other players they had. I mean, Cromartie was over there. You had a really good team at that point in time. I loved the Chargers and what they were doing back then. It just sucked that they got really good when the Patriots were on the evil empire.
Yeah, well, and you also had the Colts going on back then, and that was just really tough NFL back then.
You also had your Broncos making waves over there. They still had Shanahan over there. So
yeah, Panda Worldwide Unlimited said gave me a West Coast vibe, and I felt like you liked fish tacos at the beach. Well, I'll tell you what, I love fish tacos, and I really like the beach because where I live, we have 0 beaches. We're up here in North Dakota. It actually was 80 degrees 2 days ago, and then it snowed yesterday, so pretty cool.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 40 degrees for the rest of the week. It's supposed to start warming up next weekend-ish.
He said, he's still alive? Are you talking about Antonio Gates or Mariota? Marcus Mariota. Yeah, he's still alive, man. He's still kicking. He's actually a pretty solid backup. He's actually made a pretty good career for himself.
I know you're Cowboys fans. Huh, Panda Worldwide? Not a Cowboys fan. Not a Cowboys fan.
I think that he's what? I think that's his name. I know now. You're Cowboys fans. No, not that either. I'm a Broncos fan. He's a Ravens fan. What are your thoughts on Brittany Griner? Was the trade for her one-sided? Yeah, I kind of thought it was one-sided, honestly. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I got to look up the details of it again. I do watch the WNBA, and that's actually something that we are going to start talking about on our.
Yeah, it's actually one of the ones we're going to start breaking out. In fact,
yeah.
we were talking about we're starting to move over into other stuff. That is one of them. We're getting ready to kick off here.
Yep, that'll be on Triangle Talk over on the red play button app. So make sure you guys follow that link that's in our bio up there, and that'll take you right there, so you can follow and subscribe there as well. That'll be on Triangle Talk, the basketball podcast. We've also got What the Puck, which is hockey. We've got Necessary Roughness, which is football. That's what we're doing right now. And then we've got Batting 500, which is our baseball podcast. So plans to expand them. We want to do a dirt track one as well. I used to race dirt track. Me and my brother did. So yeah, just a lot of plans if we can keep this thing growing, guys. So make sure you're following on all the socials. Make sure you share this to all your friends. We can finish up strong here, guys.
It looks like the Titans made a pick right here. It hasn't loaded up on the screen here for you guys yet. We'll try to get that to pop up. But they pick up Jaron Kennick, Oklahoma, tight end. He's a senior. I'm not really too sure about this guy.
Yeah, he's 6'2", 234 pounds. He's another one of these kind of athletic tight ends. I don't know a ton on him, so I'm not going to sit here and lie, but I do know that he's one of these athletic tight ends. I think he's probably going to be a pretty good blocker, but I'd have to look up some more film on him and get back to you guys on that one. We're pretty deep in this draft, so a lot of these guys now is we're not going to know as much info on, just because, I mean, you're talking guys that, I mean, we were 225 picks in here, so it's hard to keep that many guys,
All locked in the brain
all up here. Yeah. So
well, especially with the spreadsheets, very little sleep. I mean, we're trying to do this for you guys. We've been piling through this thing. So
yeah, and bouncing from sheet to sheet that we've made, and then also using websites as references and other people's takes. It's been a lot, but we really enjoyed doing this, guys. We've had a ton of love and support. We've been getting gifts. We're up to 14,000 likes now. You guys have been really awesome. We really appreciate it. And if you guys are liking this stuff, we want to do more and more of these lives, because this has been really fun for us too. So like I said, make sure you're sharing it. Let's get as many people in here as we can right at the end here. Finish up strong. We had over 400 people for a while back. So Eduardo said Diego Pavia might not get drafted. Yeah, I'm thinking he's not. I think he's going to end up in the UFL, guys.
I mean, if Pavia or Nessmeyer are going to get drafted right now, it's going to be somebody who's going to take him as a project quarterback. I mean, maybe you'll see him go to the Panthers, Jets, maybe Raiders. Get yourself like a third string guy or somebody that you want to play with. But I mean, at this point, I really don't see him going. I think he's either going to be a free agent or somebody's going to let him go to the UFL, where he's going to be able to develop a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Destroying Dan said CJ Daniels is a diamond in the rough player Rams were looking for. I agree. I think he's a really good wide receiver coming out of Miami. I think he's going to be really, really good for them. Bama J 256 said Eduardo, if he goes, it'll be at the very end. Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't see him going to the Broncos with Mr. Irrelevant. So I don't see him getting picked, to be honest, guys. I don't see him going today, but he could. It's possible, but I don't see it. I think he's going to end up in the UFL, and he might work his way onto a roster from there, but he might just end up making a really good career out of the UFL too. Who knows? I think he's a talented guy, though. I mean, you don't get second in the Heisman voting without being talented. I mean, the guy worked his way up from the bottom up. So, I've really enjoyed watching his career, but I just don't know if it's going to go all the way to the NFL. He might end up going to that UFL. And dude, if you guys are watching the UFL, that's actually some really good football. I don't know how many of you guys actually watch it, but I really enjoy watching it. It's fun having football in the off season, and there's a lot of really good talented players in there. So Buffalo 716 said, "Go Phillies." Destroying Dan followed us. Thanks for the follow, man. We appreciate it. Essence said, "My little brother is waiting on his call." Who's your little brother? Let us know who he is. We would like to shout him out. That's awesome that he's actually up for the draft. That's crazy. The kind of talent today. Le'Veon Moss? No way. Are you serious? Le'Veon Moss is your brother? Oh, I loved watching that guy, dude. He's such a good running back.
I'm surprised
for Texas
he hasn't
A&M.
gone. Honestly, yeah. I forgot he was even on the board with as many teams, as many players has gone. I'm surprised he's still on the board here. I really do like that guy.
That is awesome. That's your little brother from the same dad. That is really cool. I'm really glad we found you. Awesome. Make sure you're following us. Message me. I'd like to talk to you more about your brother because I've really enjoyed watching his career. I think he's a really good running back. I actually had him rated as like a middle like fourth round draft pick. I thought he would be gone by now, to be honest with you. But that's awesome, man. Really glad to have you in here. Thank you for coming in, Essence.
Any of you guys following hockey? The Canes have swept the Senators. That series is now over, 4-0.
The Canes did sweep it.
They
Nice.
swept. Yep, they won 4-2 today, locking down the win.
Nice.
It's going to be 4-0. Canes are moving on to the next round.
Essence said he worked extremely hard, and I'm so very proud. Yeah, no, I mean the amount of work that these guys put in is just unbelievable. I know, you know, that's like I was saying earlier, like that's actually what got us started with this channel doing this. We got tired of listening to the mainstream media where it seemed like it was just always dogging these guys, you know, always talking bad about these players and just, you know, having really strong negative opinions about them. And we wanted to kind of shout out more like you know, the positive side of it. I mean, these guys put so much hard work and effort into their craft. The amount of hours these guys put in away from their families, their sisters, brothers, their kids as they get older and they have their own families, like it's just unreal. I mean, I played sports growing up and you know, I was pretty good, but I wasn't nearly that good. And I don't have the same kind of drive that those guys had. I'll be honest about it. I mean,
Well, and
it's just crazy.
there's no off day for you. You have to go in and train every day because the next guy is doing the exact same thing. He is grinding away, making himself better at his craft. You have to be dedicated to this. There's no off days. There's every day that matters. So even when you're not training, you got to make sure you're right on the right nutrition. You got to make sure you're getting the right sleep. You got to make sure you're doing what you can. You're going in the ice baths that you hate doing.
Yeah.
You're going into red light therapy. You're doing all this stuff to make sure you're the best you can possibly be in order to produce on the field. Because if you don't, somebody else is going to. I mean, it's like that old ad that Emmitt Smith had back in the day after they won the Super Bowl. They're like, "Hey, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you going to do?" And he's sitting under a weight bench and he goes, "I guess I'm going to take a little break." And then he says, "All right, break's over," and starts bench pressing. You know,
Right.
You got to get right back after it. There's no breaks in this game. That you take a break and somebody else is getting the edge on you. So you got to keep going and make yourself the best you possible. I'm really excited. I hope that Moss goes. I really like watching this kid go.
Yeah. Essence said, I don't know much about football, I'll admit, but I started learning more because of him. No, that's awesome. Man, that is really, really cool. I just hate this waiting game. Yeah. No, it is hard. I imagine for the family, it is really hard to sit there and just wait and wait and wait and wait on that phone call. But I tell you what, I've watched a lot of your brother's career. I watch a lot of Texas A&M. I think he is honestly one of the, like I said, I had him as a fourth round pick. I think he's going to end up having a really good career. I do. I think even if he has to work his way, you know, through a practice squad or something, he's obviously motivated. The kid's put in all the work. He deserves it. And good things come to good people. So I would stay really positive about it. As a family, I would stay really positive and just he's going to get his opportunity. He will. There are enough teams out there that need a running back like Le'Veon Moss. That guy's going to get a chance.
I'll get us caught up right quick here. So the Bengals end up picking up a defensive tackle, Landon Robinson. The Panthers end up picking up linebacker Jackson Kuwach, linebacker over there. And then the Jets just barely picked up the safety VJ Payne, and it looks like we're moving really, really quick here. The Raiders pick is already in. They picked up defensive tackle Brandon Cleveland from North Carolina State. These are going to be solid defensive players. I mean, these are going to be a little bit less no-name guys. You guys are trying to make leaps and bounds on the defense here in the 7th round and make sure that these people stick. So it's just going to be a good gamble to see how these guys play out for you guys.
Yeah. Bama J said, "What do you think about the Stars versus Wild series? I want Minnesota to win the series. I think Minnesota is going to win it in 7. If you go to that link in our bio, like I said, if you go over there and check out our NHL playoff preview episode, you'll see all of our takes. But I think the Wild are going to win it in 7, but it's going to be a really hard fought battle. The Bravo style said, "Why little bro not watching UFC?" I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean.
If you're asking us like why we're not talking about it in the sports channel, it is something we have actually talked about getting into. I mean, with the popularity of UFC, we're trying to pair that kind of with strongman sports, since Not a whole lot of people watch boxing. Well, I mean, you have people that watch it, but it's really kind of cult like. So we're trying to get into that where we're getting more and more followers on for like WWE. We're trying to get UFC, trying to get boxing and strongman, where we can get kind of those niche groups and put them together so you guys have something to watch.
Yeah. Bama J said, "When I leave here, I'm fixing to find the rest of your sites." Hey, like I said, they're all the same name, same logos. So make sure you like us on all of them. We're on all of them, but we can't name them on here, or else it'll kick
Yeah,
us
they'll
off.
flag us and then
But
not push our channel anymore. So,
yep. But you'll find it on all of them. Go to all the social medias and like us on all of them. We really appreciate. Essence said, "Fingers crossed." Fingers crossed for
Yeah.
you guys. I'm really
I'm
praying
hoping
you
Moss
guys
is
get
gonna go.
picked.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's gonna get up here and go. Did want to give you my take. He's got the Wild for that series. I ended up picking the Stars in 7. I mean, you guys have both have phenomenal teams. I'm really excited for whoever wins either direction. I'm torn on this one because I really do like both of these teams. It just sucks that whoever's winning is going to lose to the Avs in the next round.
Right?
I mean, I feel like, and I don't say that to try to discard you guys' chances against the Avs, but I feel like the Avs have a much easier round right now. They're going to go against the Kings. I think they're going to sweep the Kings or get a gentleman sweep. I feel like the Stars and the Wild are going to beat the crap out of each other. The Central has been such a hard division this year, and whoever comes out of that is going to be bloodied and bruised, and the Avs are going to be a little bit more fresh, and that's why they're going to get the advantage over you. I honestly, in my prediction, I have got Utah from the Central Division, who's going to be the poison over there in the Pacific, and it's going to be Utah and the Avs going at it for the West.
Yeah. Real quick. So Michigan basketball 23 said, "Go Bills." Bama J 256 said, "All right, cool. I understand." Heck yeah, man. Make sure you share it with all your friends too. We're really trying to grow this thing for you guys. Real quick though, the Steelers, this draft is in Pittsburgh. The Steelers just drafted the running back from Navy, Eli Heidenreich, and he is actually there. He is there right now. He's going on stage. This is awesome to see.
He's in his Navy uniform right now.
Yeah, it's really cool. Shout out to the Navy. Shout out to all the military services. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your guys' commitment and dedication and sacrifice that you guys make for us so that we can do things like this. You know, it's awesome. We love it. We appreciate it. And it's really cool to see him there and get that moment. Really, really, really cool. I want to get back to these comments. Bama J said, "Avs are the one team I really don't like, never have, but I believe they sweep the Kings." I'm a diehard Avs fan, but no, I think they are going to sweep the Kings. Unfortunately, for all the other teams, I kind of think they're going to kind of walk through the playoffs. I think they're just really, really, really good. I don't know who's going to stop them.
Well, the Avs this year were the rising tide that raised all boats. I mean, the Central was so good this year just because of how well the Avs started, and then they kept going. And then you had the Stars and Wild. Everyone else in the Central had to keep on pace in order to try to even catch the Avs and be in a playoff spot. So it was one of those. The Central was well above everybody else just because of how well the Avs kept playing. And you look at it, I mean, upsets can happen. Game 7 series really go the distance. If there's an injury, I'm really excited to see how it all plays out. But my heart goes out for the Wild. I really want them to win this thing. Want them to have a Stanley Cup. I mean, the Dallas Stars, the North Stars is what they used to be. They end up leaving and almost immediately end up hoisting a Stanley Cup. And then the state of hockey ends up getting nothing. I really wish that Minnesota would actually be able to hoist a cup. I just don't see it happening this year. I think the cream of the crop is the Avs, and it just sucks because you finally have a really good team. I mean, we've been excited for the last few years over here. We're over in North Dakota. You get to watch. You have a lot of people buy into the Minnesota Wild, and they finally actually were out of salary cap prison. They were able to get a lot of players. You end up getting Quinn Hughes. You're going after it this year. You got Kapril Kaprizov over there. You got the Wall of St. Paul. I really do like that team. I just feel like they're going to fall just a little short of that Avs team.
Yeah. Thursday jam with Lane. Thanks for the follow. We appreciate that. Avs are okay. We read that Heidenreich was hella good. Yeah. Eli Heidenreich is a stud, you guys. This is like a Christian McCaffrey type of player. Like he's a running back receiver. He's a do it all kind of guy. Like played at Navy, so not like a super prominent football program, but but a really, really good player. I think the Steelers got a really good player here. Very productive, really, really athletic, very versatile, can play all over the field. I like this pick a lot. He's 6 foot, 198 pounds, and I think he's going to have a really good career. Um, Bama J said Carolina versus Colorado is probably the Stanley Cup Finals. I've got a Kaprizov jersey. Yeah, this guy actually bought my daughter a signed Kaprizov jersey for Christmas. That's awesome. Kaprizov's a stud. Kaprizov, however you pronounce it. I've heard it both ways. So, um, I think Colorado, Carolina. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the Stanley Cup. I agree with that.
I've got Sabres in Colorado. I think the Sabres are going to pull out an upset over Carolina. I think that team can play with anybody.
I'm hoping the Sabres, and that is my pick, but I could see Carolina, honestly. Signed, that's awesome. Yeah, it's signed and framed and everything. This guy spoils my daughter. Uh, when's the Chiefs' next pick? Let me look for you real quick. The Chiefs pick at 249, so a little ways down from here. To X2 times 2 Flacco, I think. Um, Country Indiana boy said, "What do you think about the Colts draft picks going to the 7th round?" I think the Colts have had a pretty solid draft. But going into the 7th round, let me see where they are in the 7th round. They have the 237th, and then they have the 254th. So I don't know. I mean, they'll shore up some more talent here. Um, there's a lot of good players when we get into this like point of the draft that unfortunately I don't know a lot about them, but there's still a lot of good guys left. I mean, like we were just talking earlier, Le'Veon Moss is still available. I mean, great running back, really good talent. There's all sorts of guys still left out there that are just haven't been picked yet for some reason. But a lot of these teams are going to start picking these guys, and this is where you start to find those diamond in the rough type players. I mean,
I mean, talking about running backs, I mean, maybe the Broncos get Moss as Mr. Irrelevant over there.
That would be
I would
awesome.
like to see that pick. I
That
was
would
just
be
thinking about
awesome.
it. I was like, man, they could really utilize a running back like him over there in Denver. That would be really fun to see.
Yeah, well, and we already took a running back in this draft, and we took one last year. But I mean, you can't ever have too many running backs. I'll say that over and over again. The Falcons just got a offensive tackle out of Ohio State, Ethan Onianwa.
Another Ohio Buckeye off the board.
I mean, it's Ohio State. What more do we got to say there, guys? I mean, Ohio State puts out such good talent. You can't go wrong. It's kind of like drafting a guy from Georgia, like
Georgia,
yeah.
Bama, Michigan, offensive line, tight end from Iowa. You can't really lose with those kind of positions. Those guys in those positions. I agree with you. Ohio State, you got to pick from the well that is Ohio State.
Yeah. 21J, y'all behind. We were a little behind. We kind of fell behind there a little bit, but
thanks for keeping us honest, 21J.
Yeah. Bama J, I'd love to see the Sabres, but Carolina stuff. I'd love to see the Sabres as well. I think the Sabres could really do it, and that actually was my pick. Like I said, if you go check out our playoff preview, NHL playoff preview episode, you'll see our picks in there. But Carolina could really get there. Recent history tells me that they're not going to get out of the Eastern Conference Finals. So,
well, I mean, the only difference is this year, I think Carolina, Brendan Moore's job is on the line.
Right.
I think that they pretty much said that the way this team is playing is they got the knife to his throat, especially with the Panthers not making the playoffs. You don't have the bad guy in there anymore. It's time that you win, or Rod Brendan Moore is out as your head coach.
Yep. Guys, here's another really big talent that's still available that just got picked. The LA Rams go and get Tim Keenan III from Alabama.
Just said.
Amazing that this guy's still available. You guys, 6'1", 327 pounds. Pretty athletic. He's a big nose tackle. This is a guy that's going to plug holes for you. I think, not literally, Aaron Donald's kind of a one of a kind, but he's going to kind of play kind of a similar game to what Aaron Donald was, just plugging holes, really being a force on the line. And I'm really excited to see that.
21J there, LOL. Yeah, thank you for keeping us honest on our draft board there. What y'all think of the Raiders' picks so far? I love what the Raiders have done so far with this draft. You guys have built your team around Mendoza. You got Kirk Cousins coming in, so he's going to be.
My daughter just brought me banana bread.
So he's going to be He's going to be locked in for the near future. He's going to actually be able to sit behind Kirk Cousins and not have to be pressured. You got Genty, you got a number 2 running back, so you got a 1-2 punch over there now. You guys end up picking up McCoy. I think that's going to be the steal of the draft. I know everyone's a little iffy about him because of that second knee injury, but I really do think that was a steal for you guys. I love what the Raiders did here. I give you guys an A draft right now. I do like what the Raiders have put forward on tape. I'm really hoping, you hear this every year for the last few years here. Oh, this is the year they turn it around. This is the year they turn it around. They got Tom Brady as part owner now. They're going to turn it around. They're going to get it done now. I really do think this is where the Raiders, a lot of fans are going to go, hey, I remember how bad it was, and then this is the year that we turned it around. And I think this is what's coming up right now.
And it's delicious. You want to try a piece, Trenton?
No, I'm good right now. Thank you, so.
Yeah, my daughter just brought me banana bread. That's awesome. Raising her right, I guess. Let's see here. I'd love to see the Sabres of Carolina stuff. Yep, bet. Thank you, man. You're welcome, Flacco, or 2 times Flacco. 21J. Oh, what do y'all think of that? Okay, so he just gave us, about the Raiders. Toot Arrington, will y'all be streaming the NFL also on Sunday night? So we would like to. We would like to get to the point where we're doing these live streams like this for you guys on game nights and stuff. But the only thing about it is we cannot show
the actual game. You have to watch that on your own. We can give you commentary, what our thoughts are on some of these plays, but we cannot show because the way the NFL is, you got to have multi-millions of dollars in order to be there. We're not Peyton Manning with the Manning cast over there.
So if you guys like that idea, let us know. Message us and also, like I said, follow us and subscribe to the other channels. The link is in the bio. But let us know your thoughts on that because we would really like to do that. And if we can, what we could do is we could start doing those live ones, and then what we would do is we would basically, you guys would watch the game at your home, and then you would just turn the sound off and listen to us to, broadcast it. So that would be really fun to do. Hale Carter said thoughts
I
on
hate
the
to cut you off
draft.
right now, but you have another quarterback go. So Nessmeyer and Pavia don't go, and the Patriots pick up Morton over here from Texas Tech. And then you also had an edge rusher go for the Jaguars from Washington. The Jaguars are really trying to solidify that defense. I like the fact that you guys keep going into the well of the defense. Like we said, it's going to be really, really heavy defensive draft. This is exactly what you want your team to do. I'm really interested to see how many free agents you guys are still picked up in this draft because I still think there's a lot of talent out there for defenses. I like the draft and so far what these teams have done to try to build their draft teams. But I think they're going to have a lot more other people go to these teams as free agents, and they're going to try to see what they can do if these guys are going to be on the practice squad and can develop, or if they're going to let them go to the UFL and kind of develop down there, or even in the Canadian Football League over there.
Yeah. Zach Durfee from Washington, I think he's going to be a pretty good edge rusher. I like the Baron Morton pick. It's kind of odd that they're taking a quarterback when they have
Drake May.
Yeah, Drake May there, but never bad to have a good backup. But Baron Morton's a pretty good talent, so that's a pretty interesting pick. Gavin Gerhardt, the center going to Cincinnati, or from Cincinnati going to Minnesota. Again, building up that line, you got to be able to run. I think they're really trying to build something to let Kyler Murray really prosper there and build a run game. And then
here we go again. Seattle's going down to the defensive well, getting a cornerback. Second quarterback, I believe, that they picked up this draft. They are really going after defense, safety, cornerbacks. They're really trying to lock down that. The dark side is going to be here to stay. Get ready for it.
Yeah. Let's see here. So Hale Carter asked thoughts on the Cardinals draft. I think the Cardinals have had a really good draft. Carson Beck is a boom or bust guy. I think he's going to end up being a boom, but it's going to be all or nothing with him.
I think Jeremiah Love is already a staple over there. I think he's going to be solid for you guys.
Yeah, Love's going to be awesome. And you guys have gotten some pretty good pieces. Country Indiana boy. I would say the Cardinals get a B+ to an A- from me. Country Indiana boy, what do you think about the Browns drafting Taylor Green? I think it's a weird pick, but I think they're gonna end up. I don't know. I think they might end up moving him to a wide receiver, or even make him like a kind of like a Taysom Hill, where he's just kind of a gadget guy. Comes in and plays some quarterback, some running back, some receiver, tight end. Just being a playmaker, you know.
And when that pick came up, that's what I talked about. I feel like the NFL is really cyclical. You see a lot of these things make a return. It's been a while since we've seen a lot of Wildcat. I feel like that's kind of why you guys picked this up, is so you have more I mean, especially with Concepcion coming over there, you're going to have a lot of jet sweeps, so you're going to be able to sweep two directions. You have that. It's going to keep the defense honest. You're also going to have it so that you have a guy who can play in a gadget spot like that, where he can end up being in a wildcat and just doing a straight run down the middle. Especially like in a quarterback sneak situation, you're seeing a lot of these guys try to get away from the Philadelphia brotherly shove over there. You're trying to get more and more where you're able to get that 1 yard, 2 yards to get the first down. Those kind of guys are really solid for getting you there, and then you don't have to worry about your main guy getting hurt as well.
Right. 21J said, I thought I was tripping and seeing stuff on my TV. No, we had fallen behind there for a little bit. But thanks for keeping us on point. Thanks for letting us know because I didn't catch it. um, Bama Bama J said, "Hail Carter, I loved the Cardinals picks." Uh, and then he also said back to Country Indiana boy, probably going to let Watson go. I agree with that. They're going to let Watson go. And I also agree that the Cardinals picks were really good. I like their draft so far. Brian O'Connor, the only team that has beaten them in the past that is Boston, and Boston probably won't be there. That's true. They really struggled. You're talking about the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yep.
They really struggled with the Florida Panthers these last couple years, but um, I I think this Sabres team is really good, and I think they're for real. I don't think this is a fluke. I know a lot of people are thinking it might be a fluke just because it's been so long, but I don't think it is.
Well,
I think it's a real team.
come back from a 2-0 lead against the the Boston Bruins. Man, why was I going to say Sabres? I don't know. You don't come back from a 2-0 lead against the Boston Bruins over there in your own home and then end up winning 4-2 and really pushing this thing. You go over to Boston and you end up beating the Bruins as well. I think the Sabres team is for real. They're really young. They've been known to not really be good for a long time. They actually break the playoff drought, the longest playoff drought this last off season by making it into the playoffs, the postseason this year. Uh, I know we talk about it on the podcast, but I believe it was 14 years that they hadn't made it to the playoffs.
Yeah, 14 years.
So yeah, a lot of people really haven't seen them, but I do think this team is for real. I think they're having a lot of belief there. You come back from a 2-0 lead against that the Bruins have against you. It just builds belief in that locker room. I think that it's already too late for the Canes. They have nothing that they can do to stop the momentum that comes from Buffalo. I think the fact that the Bruins allowed them to come back like that, it builds that belief. I feel like we're kind of watching like the Panthers where they had that 3-1 the Bruins had that 3-1 lead against them, and then all of a sudden the Panthers come back and then they make that huge playoff push. And then it was just belief, and then they kept making the postseason every year afterwards. And then they end up going to the Stanley Cup multiple years in a row, losing one to the Golden Knights, and then they win two back to back. That belief happens, and I feel like Boston's giving it away.
Yeah. Bama J said, "What number is the last pick?" So it's 257 is the last pick of the draft. We're actually on 239 right now, so we're getting close here, guys. Bama J said, "I actually like Baron Morton over Nussmeier and Pavia." I do too. I think he's a better prospect. I think he's got a lot of talent. I like Nussmeier next and then Pavia, but I don't think Pavia is going to get drafted. I think Nussmeier might right here at the end, but real quick, let's get caught up. Seth McGowan, the running back from Kentucky, goes to the Indianapolis Colts, so that's a good pick. Bringing a guy in to take some pressure off of Jonathan Taylor there, and then the Dolphins go and get the edge rusher from Iowa, Max Llewellyn. I like that pick a lot. I think Max Llewellyn's a really good prospect. I kind of forgot he was still available, to be honest. He's a really productive, really athletic guy. And then the Bills just sent in their pick. It's punter out of Florida, Tommy Doman Jr. So starting to see a couple punters and a kicker go now. I don't know much about the punters and kickers, so that Max Llewellyn, I really like that pick. I think he's a really good edge rusher out of Iowa. Let's see here. A Blazing Rhino said, "Didn't realize the Pack traded their 7th to get that kicker in the 6th." Yeah, that's kind of weird, huh? I didn't realize that either.
21J, thanks for the follow. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hi, Grayson. Good to see you're back in the stream.
Yeah, thanks, Grayson. Thanks for coming back. Wait, is Kyler Murray the Viking starter?
Yes, he is. He's officially the starter. They picked him up this offseason. I think he's going to get the starting role over J.J. McCarthy over there. I think Kevin O'Connell likes what he sees with him. He's really got the talent to be a quarterback. I think Kevin O'Connell has his work cut out there for him, though. He's got to get that kid to start studying film. It's not baseball. You cannot just rest on athleticism and what you're used to. I mean, you start the season out every year so great over there, and then you end up goofing off, not watching film, and then these defenses figure you out. And once you get figured out, if you're not going to change your game and you're not going to adjust to what the defenses are seeing, they know exactly how to beat you, and that's exactly why he gets himself in these situations where either he's running for his life, and that's why he's got to do that, or he's making really, really bad turnovers because they just bait him. They bait him, and wait until he makes that throw, and then boom, it's over.
Yeah. So Country Indiana Boy asked, what do you think of the Colts draft picks, and what would you rate them out of all 32 teams? So as far as rating them out of all 32 teams, I can't do that right now because I'd have to look at all teams. So like I said, go to the link in our bio. Make sure you're following us on here, but then also go to that link in our bio and go subscribe to our other the little red play button app so that we can you can check out our final like review of the draft. We're gonna put that up hopefully in the next couple days. And we'll do like a ranking, letter grade for each team and kind of more of a ranking style on there. So too much to look at right now to give you an actual a rank out of all 32. But
it looks like while you're talking about getting ready to look up your stats over there, the Jaguars just made a pick for Parker Hughes, linebacker from Middle Tennessee State. I do not know anything about this guy. It does go on par though with what the Jaguars are doing, which is to get that defense as much talent as possible, and that way they're going to be really, really competitive in the AFC South over there. I like the fact that you guys are really getting competitive over there, especially with you have the number one defense against you, which is the Texans. You have to compete against them. You have to get your defense to be a number one, number two against that Texans team.
Back so the Cardinals or the Colts picks, I really like their draft so far. CJ Allen, I think, is a stud. Bryce Bocher out of Oregon, I really like him. Caden Curry, I think, was a steal. That edge guy from Ohio State. Jalen Farmer, I don't know a ton on him, but he was picked in the 4th round. He's a guard out of Kentucky. And then the safety out of LSU, I really like. The edge rusher from Florida, I think he's going to be a pretty good player as well. And then this kid they just took from Kentucky, that running back, I think could be a good pick. So I think they're, just a rough, look right now. I'd say they probably get like a B from me, maybe a B plus, but I like their draft. I think they added some pieces that they were really needing. Not a ton of like big time name guys that you're gonna really like recognize immediately, but a lot of good talent. So I think they have a pretty good draft going so far. 21J, yep, thanks for the follow. Man, Jeff Caldwell needed to be picked up. Yeah, Jeff Caldwell, I'm surprised he's still available as well. Also IDEK, thanks for the follow. You said, hey, don't come for baseball. Country Indiana Boy. Okay, I will go follow you guys on there. Yeah, thank you. Go follow us on there.
Yep. Going to the other link and following us on the play button app over there.
Yep. Let's
we would call it by its name, but we'd get they'd kick us off over here. So you know how TikTok is about these things.
Yeah. Sports Fluent Kyle said I'm a Heels fan, but Chandler Rivers go. My Ravens is a big steal. Chandler Rivers. I'd have to look that one up. I'm glad you're happy about it though. We'll look it up real quick. There's no news that Murray has been named the starter. You guys, sheesh. No, he hasn't been officially named the starter. I think did you say he was officially named, Trenton?
Well, yeah, I mean
he's gonna
that's
be
why
the
Kevin
starter.
O'Connell went
Yes.
after this guy. I mean, it's writing on the wall. A lot of fans in Minnesota are not happy about him. So yeah, I guess I'm jumping to the conclusion already. He's not officially the starter. They're going to have a quarterback competition, but let's be realistic. The way JJ McCarthy's been playing, I feel like he's going to go with the hot hand, which is Kyler Murray over there, not Tyler. I feel like that's exactly why Kevin O'Connell had them pick up this quarterback, was because he sees his offense going through him.
Right.
So that's why I'm just going to naturally assume that he's going to be the day one starter. But I could be wrong. Maybe you're right, and I shouldn't have jumped to that conclusion. So I am sorry about that.
Pavia taken yet? Said Max F 3404. Nope, he's still available. I don't even know. Said like who doesn't want a 6'5" wide receiver that runs sub 4.4 exactly. Receivers like that are just they don't come around very often. Chandler Rivers.
Oh, cornerback from Duke in the 5th round. Okay, yes. I do like the fact that we picked up a cornerback. I think we needed to pick up a safety as well. I'm really upset that we haven't picked up a safety, especially with Marlon Humphrey's going to be on the chopping block. I mean, unless DaCosta ends up finding us some money in the salary cap next year, I'm really looking forward to us building up this defense. That's kind of what we've done in here in the draft. We've gotten ourselves some wide receivers, so we have a little bit more options and weapons for Lamar Jackson. We're going to give Zay Flowers a little bit more help there. I don't agree with us going with two tight ends in the fourth, getting one in the fourth and in the fifth round. I think we could have pushed that one to later on, or maybe even gone in free agency afterwards in the draft to pick up a tight end there. I think we had one. I mean, I know we had like our locker room's always been a 3 tight end locker room here in the recent history. I do think we should have gone and tried to get ourselves a safety though. I love the fact that we are making some serious moves here though, and trying to get Lamar Jackson some weapons. I I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. I'm not too happy about the guard that we got. I like the fact that we got him. We did need to get our interior line fixed. We have some holes there, but I do not like where we picked him. I feel like DaCosta could have and should have been on the phone trying to trade that pick as much as possible. Have somebody else jump up, especially with Bain available at that spot. You had Bain, Lemon, you had Sadiq. If we're going to go for 2 tight ends later on in the draft, we should have gone after Sadiq that early then. I feel like the guard would have gone a little bit later in the draft. I mean, the second guard that ended up going was to the Texans later on, and I think he was like the 26th pick, 25th, 26th pick. I can't remember. It's been 2 days ago now. A lot of non-sleep, so just trying to get this thing going. But I honestly think that we overreached on that one, and that one really hurt us in this draft.
Sports Fluent Kyle said he's a smaller corner, but very electric. Yeah. Now that I know who you're talking about, yeah, I agree. I think he's going to be a good pick for you guys. CW Ooper. How is Michael Trigg on the board?
We were talking about him early, 4th round. I'm surprised he's still on the board.
Yeah,
here.
me too. A1 said the Raiders, great work. Yeah, they've had a really good draft. I don't even know, said bro. Jay Jettas basically threw shots at JJ. It's gonna go Murray, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. I feel like JJ has got like split personality just watching that locker room. I think you're going to go with the hot hand. Jefferson is going to dictate where you guys want to go, and he has obviously got some sort of gripe with JJ already. So I feel like you got to go with Murray.
Real quick, we'll finish these comments, or we'll get caught up first. So the Bills take a guard out of Texas A&M, Armaj Reed Adams. Pretty good prospect. He's a pretty productive guy. Really athletic, 6'5", 3 1/4, or 6'5" and 3/4, and 314 pounds. I like that pick again, solidifying that line for Josh Allen. And then the Seahawks took Devin Eastern out of Minnesota, the defensive tackle. Another guy here that I think he's a pretty good prospect. A little bit of a probably going to need a year or two to kind of develop more, but I think he's got a lot of potential. 6'5" and 1/4, 315 pounds. And then finally, Aiden Fisher, the linebacker from Indiana, goes to the Houston Texans. 6 foot and 7/8 of an inch. 232 pounds. This guy's really, really, really productive. He was the middle linebacker on the Indiana team that won the national championship. Really big playmaker. Comes up clutch in big moments. I like that pick a lot. I think the Texans are adding to that already lethal defense they have. So, country Indiana boy, what would you rate the Seahawks picks this draft? I rate them a B minus. I'd say a B for me.
Yeah,
I think they have a really good
B
draft.
pushing on B plus right now. You won the Super Bowl, so you're going to be drafting later. I'm not going to hold that against you for your guys' picks. You got rid of Walker the third. Your team's getting picked apart after winning a Super Bowl. That's always what happens to these teams. You end up going ahead and picking up Price. You guys end up getting a safety and 2 cornerbacks, locking down on this defense. The coach is doubling down on this defense. That is where he comes from. That is his background, is defensive coordinating. So I do like this. And then on top of it, you also get a wide receiver for the weapon for Sam Darnold. I like this draft quite a bit for them.
Yeah. The Raiders are out of picks, so we'll answer that question. Get past that one. Wait, who are y'all fans of? So I'm a Broncos fan.
I'm a Ravens fan.
Yep. That looks like the Raiders are done. Dude, stop. Yeah. Thank you. They go in order. Thanks. I don't even know. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm a Broncos fan, but I'm also a Players fan, so that's why I'm wearing a Kurt Warner today. Like you said, he's a Ravens fan. Same thing though. We like all players. Raiders ended with a D tackle. Yep, they did. Let me see here. Don't spam. They will read your comment. Exactly.
Yeah, we're trying to get there. We're going through the comments. We're trying to keep up with the draft board. So please have patience with us.
Barry, thoughts on the Texans draft this year? I thought Barry also thanks for the follow. I think the Texans have had a pretty good draft, you guys. The Aiden Fisher pick they just made is really good. I like that pick a lot, but they've had a pretty solid draft. I'm gonna pull it up here real quick and look.
That's what I was just gonna do for you, so you can end up looking at this. Uh, I mean, yeah, I
Houston right there. Yep.
so you got. I think it was a little reach for the guard that you guys got at first. I told that's what I said day one. I thought guards were gonna go maybe day two, day three. I feel like even the Ravens, when we made our pick there at guard, it was a reach. But we're not the only ones who reached in day one. Texans reached for this guard. We reached for a guard, and I honestly think the Rams reached for that quarterback. So there was a lot of teams that ended up stubbing their toes with that one. I do like what you guys have done, though. I mean, you got two. You end up getting two linebackers. So you get Wade Woodaz, and then you get Aiden Fisher. I like that they're going and shoring up your guys' defense. This Houston sack exchange is really, really good on defense. You guys go ahead and pick up a defensive tackle. You guys are getting a safety, and then on top of it, you got the guard for your guy. I mean, CJ Stroud, he really struggled in that playoff game. He was getting sacked way too many times. The ball just happened to bounce over the New England Patriots, and then the turnovers that should have happened for the Texans ended up going right to offensive player every time, and it took the wind out of your guys' sails. I felt like that team was a few offensive plays away from being a Super Bowl contender. And if your guys' defense would have locked down even just a little bit more, been there, had a little bit more speed, I guess, you guys would be in the AFC Championship game at least, or you guys would have made it to the Super Bowl this year with that kind of defense there. So you guys end up getting two guards, so you're trying to really protect CJ Stroud, and then you get a tight end from Michigan there who I think is going to be really good at blocking. And then on top of it, he's going to be good at shedding the block. So you have a good dump off guy for your team. I really do like this draft that the Texans ended up having. I'd probably give you guys a B plus right now.
Yeah, I like it. I would say it's probably a B minus in my opinion, but I really like the draft.
You giving them the B minus because the reach for guard?
No, just we'll give our final grade letters when we do our other episode. Like I said, make sure you're subscribed to us on the red play button app as well.
Thanks, JFK Experience.
Yeah, Bama J said my phone died. Country Indiana boy said ho 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 Hoosiers. Yeah, I don't even know yuck
Hoosiers.
JFK Experience. Yo, nice Seattle jersey. CJ Jones Chiefs fan. Sports Kyle. I don't like the Hibner pick as much, especially if Trig was gonna be here this late.
Yeah, I don't know why Trig is falling. I do not know if maybe he just goes undrafted, or maybe you guys get lucky and you're gonna pick him close to Mr. Irrelevant. You guys have the Broncos have the last two picks, and I think you guys picked up one tight end this draft.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're gonna go pick up another one, try to shore up that tight end room?
I don't know about that. Real quick, let's catch up. The Eagles took Cole Wisniewski, I think it's pronounced, out of Texas Tech. Safety, good player here.
Trying to keep the exciting whites on defense there, I guess.
Yeah, they're adding to that. And then the Patriots took Jam Miller, the running back out of Alabama. Really athletic guy, pretty productive. 5'10 and a quarter, 209 pounds. I think that's a good pickup for the Patriots. Let's see. I don't even know. It said Steelers. My team also reached for that tackle, but I like them, so I'm not mad at it.
Well, you guys were going to get Lemon. In fact, it was probably Lemon and then that tackle. So you guys were expecting to pick that tackle later, and then the Eagles went in on your own draft and then swoop them up right from under you guys. In fact, all the reports are showing. The videos are showing that you guys had him on the phone. You guys pretty much already locked this thing down. You're going to get the wide receiver Lemon, who I think you guys really did need. And your number 2 player on the board was that tackle. So, yes, it was a reach, but I don't blame you guys for reaching on that one because you had your number 1 guy go off the board, and he got stolen from you. That's as plain and simple as it gets. The Eagles decided to make that trade and steal him from you, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Sports Fluent Kyle said Ione is a Quentin Nelson level guard though. I'll be happier I'll be even happier if he retires a Raven.
Well, I
Yeah,
would have
I
been
think he's a
happy if
great.
Linderbaum would have retired a Raven. We had a solid center. I mean, as long as we can keep these guys on the roster, the big thing right now is our salary cap. I don't know. We need to start playing games like these other teams where we can keep these guys on our team. If you can keep Lamar Jackson upright, man, this team is really, really scary.
Yeah. Yes, Jay, the Chiefs do have another pick. They're coming up at 249, so they're coming up here real soon. Who did we select at 242?
It
The Seahawks took Devin
we a
Eastern.
safety from Illinois.
Uh, yeah. So the Broncos. Okay, so the Broncos just got their pick in. Miles Scott, the defensive back, safety from Illinois. Good pickup there. We could use another defensive back. Let's see. Veer too tough. Man, my Niners just blew everything up. We could have gotten EMW, Denzel Boston, or Jennings Dunker. Yeah,
And
it was a weird draft
the
for
picks
them.
that you guys ended up getting were reaches, and you guys kept falling back. So if you were going to keep reaching anyway, you guys should have gotten a lot more draft capital out of the reaches that you had. I am not a fan of what the 49ers did in this draft.
Yeah. The Patriots just made another pick. They took Quintavious Hutchins, the edge out of Boston College. I like that pick a lot. I think Quintavious Hutchins is a really good player. Um, 6'2" and 7/8, 233 pounds. Played at Boston College, so we'll see, how the production pans over. But I think he's a good player. The
Uh,
Patriots
uh,
have had a pretty solid draft,
uh,
honestly.
I believe that was a cornerback, right? Number 242 on the
Yeah,
draft board there.
242. I said that one already. That
Yeah,
was the
Devin
defensive tackle.
Devin Eastern.
Yep, Devin Eastern out of Minnesota. Um, what do you rate the Giants picks in the draft? I rate the
A
Giants an
plus.
A. I say A plus,
A plus,
honestly.
man.
Country
I
Indiana
do
boy,
like what
yeah.
the Giants did this draft, and then on top of it, you pair that with getting Isaiah Likely and Harbaugh this offseason, man, and then you already have Jackson Dart. You got Scadaboo. This is a really solid draft for the Giants. Giants fans should be happy. You get rid of Dexter Lawrence, but then you go ahead and shore up your defensive tackle. I know we actually had Caesar in here earlier who was really excited about that. You get rid of Sexy Dexy, but then you end up filling that spot right there with a really good tackle as well this draft. I like what the Giants did. I see what they're doing. They're trying to shore up the defense was going to be hot and heavy this draft. That was what you wanted, unless you had your eye on a really good specialty player. Defense is going to be where you made your money on this draft, and that's exactly what the Giants did. They knew that this was going to be a draft for them to get their defense back up to what it used to be back when they were winning Super Bowls, and this is what you want. You want really good high pressure situations that they can force where the line's going to be going. They have really good intangibles behind the line, so they're not going to be giving up stupid easy routes. They're going to be putting pressure on you to actually have to make throws every down instead of you just getting an easy slide where you can dump the ball. You have a blown coverage. You're going to have people who are actually really good intangibles there. John Harbaugh, I mean, you're talking about a coach that comes from the Ravens who knows what defense is all about, knows defenses win championships. I like the draft that you guys had.
Yeah. How do I feel the Broncos did? Said Brian 11 Run. I think the Broncos, they've only had 4 picks. We've got 3 more, or no, we've got 2 more. Sorry, because they just made
You
that
just picked
Miles
your
Scott
last
pick.
one, and then you got the last two
But
picks.
I think they've actually had a pretty decent draft. I like the Jonah Coleman pick. I like the Justin Jolly pick. Cage Casey, I think, is going to be really good. And then Tyler Onyedem, I like that pick a lot. I wish we would have had a few more picks in this draft, but we'll see what they do to finish up here. Hopefully they finish strong, but I think they've had a pretty good draft. Um, let's see here.
Oh, wasn't
Bankin' Mom, go for it.
I was just reading one of our bottom comments here. Bam J, you said it wasn't Diego Pavia earlier on Kuiper's picks. It was Diego Pons from Ole Miss. Thank you for the update there.
Yeah, appreciate that. And then Bankin' Mom said, I'm so happy with the Texans' decisions. I think the Texans have had a really good draft, you guys. I think a lot of teams have had good drafts this year.
I really do like what the Texans have done this
Yeah,
draft.
me too. Real quick, guys, let's share this. Let's finish up really strong here. Let's share this as much as we possibly can. Let's get as many people in here right at the end. If you guys aren't following us, make sure you click the follow button. Also, make sure you go to our bio and click the link that we have in there that takes you to our one of our other socials. It's the red play button one. We can't say it on here, but it's the red play button. Make sure you follow us there because we do a lot of content over there, and we really love the support we've gotten, guys. This has been awesome. 3 days, It's been crazy. We did not expect this kind of support, but it's been really fun. We've grown a lot just from these 3 days. We're up to 16,000 likes in here, guys, again. So just please share this with everyone. Let everyone know about us. And yeah, just keep showing us support, and we'll keep putting out content for you guys. We really, really appreciate it. All the love and support's been awesome. We've gotten gifts, everything throughout these couple of days. So really appreciate it, guys. You guys have been rock stars for us, and it's made it a lot of fun for us. The Browns did just make a pick. It's the tight end from BYU, Carson Ryan. Don't know a ton on him. Like I said, getting to
I,
the end of the draft
I'm
here.
just surprised this is the second tight end they picked
Yeah,
up in this draft. I'm kind of surprised they go this route, but they must see something that they really want a tight end competition going on into camp.
yeah. Country Indiana boy, what do you think about the Rams picks this draft? The Rams, that one I can't answer right now because that one I have to look again. I think they've had a really odd draft, kind of a weird draft in my opinion.
Yeah, I really do not like that Ty Simpson pick. I think you could have got him way later in the draft, so I feel like you guys should have traded. I know the GM was sold on this guy. The GM's looking towards the future. He's looking towards Matthew Stafford being out, and then once Matthew Stafford finally retires from the Rams, I think Sean McVay goes right behind him because you could clearly tell that McVay was not happy with this. We just had quarterback go, so the Chiefs are drafting Nessmeyer over here from LSU. Nessmeyer has gone off the board, so the Chiefs are going to get a backup quarterback for Patrick Mahomes. That's what this tells me. They like the way he can run the ball. They like what he's about. They're going to make him kind of like the project quarterback to make sure they have, if Patrick Mahomes should go down like this last year, they have somebody in the wings that's ready to take over.
Yeah, Nussmeier going to Kansas City is pretty interesting, to be honest, because I think Nussmeier is actually a pretty good quarterback. I'm curious to see what goes on there because Patrick Mahomes with that injury, Nussmeier, maybe he ends up starting a couple games to start the season. I'm not sure how that's going to look, but Country Boy said, "What Rams?" Okay, we did that one. Bama J said Nussmeier went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty interesting there. What do you think on that one, Bama J? He said he's gonna love being with Mahomes, though. Yeah, he is. I think he will love being in that room and learning from Patrick Mahomes. Country Indiana Boy said, "I rate the Rams a C in the draft." Um, yeah, it's probably gonna be in that range. Like I said, I'd have to look at the whole picture to know my exact grade on that, but I can't imagine it'll be much higher than that, to be honest with you. But I do think that Ty Simpson, I know a lot of people are down on that pick. But let me just say one thing: in a couple of years, if Matthew Stafford retires 2 years from now, and Ty Simpson steps in there and ends up being really good because of the mentorship from Matthew Stafford, I think this GM could look like a genius, and we'll be looking back and saying, "Man, that was a really smart move."
If this guy does not pan out, that GM is fired. That is what this draft pick is essentially. It's boom or bust for the GM right now. I think you put all the chips in the middle of the table. You better hope that Matthew Stafford can mentor this guy, and this guy's got the intangibles to make sure he's a really solid player.
Yeah, the Ravens go and get a D tackle from Michigan, Rayshon Benny. This is a really good pick, you guys. This is another guy that I'm really surprised was still available this far in the draft. 6'3 1/4 inches, 298 pounds. I think he's a really productive, really athletic guy. I like this pick a lot. I'm really surprised he was still available.
So it looks like the Eagles have 2 picks in a row, and then the Ravens are back on the board again. So
Yeah,
we're kind of ending with some double teams where it's going to be 2 teams in a row. Ravens pretty much back to back over here after the Eagles, and then the Broncos are going to finish us up with 2 more, and then in between there we got the Colts and the Seahawks. So
yep. Bama Jay said he's gonna love being with Mahomes, though. He'll also be a better backup than Minshew was. Yeah, he probably will be a better backup than Minshew. I think Minshew is a decent backup, but oh hey, we got another gift. Thursday Jams with Lane sent love you so much. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thanks for the gifts, guys. It really makes our day. We appreciate it a lot. Pookie said, "Why did we take a punter 6th round?"
I'm shocked on that one too. Apparently we were afraid someone was going to take him. I don't know. I think we could have gotten this defensive tackle here earlier in that punter spot. I feel like the punter was going to be safe because I really how many special teams players have we seen go three now.
Yep.
2 punters and 1 kicker. So maybe we were just worried that somebody else was going to. I think the other team that took him was the Bills, correct? For a punter.
I think there was only 1 punter.
Yeah, right there. Go back down. Yep.
Oh yeah,
the Bills ended up taking the other punter. So
2 punters.
I mean, maybe that was what we were worried about, was the Bills going ahead and stealing that punter from out from under us. I'm not upset with the punter pick. Punting is very important. Pinning people, having a really good leg and being able to find the death corner there right before the end zone where you can kick the ball out of bounds and lock a team within that 5-yard line is literally what you want your team to do. I feel like they must have thought that the punter could do that. Like you were saying earlier, I really don't follow a whole lot of punters and kickers until they get to the pros, where I can actually see a lot more of what they're doing, because there's so much other talent in college to follow besides punters and kickers.
Bryant Potter's back in here again. Thanks for coming back again, man. He said Nussmeier with the flex and muscles. Yeah,
you got to be happy about that. You're a Chiefs fan over there, so you got to love the fact that Nussmeier's over there, going to be backing up Mahomes. If Mahomes goes down again, you're going to have a really good backup. I mean, this is going to be like Garoppolo when Tom Brady went out, right? You know, you're going to have that solid backup. And this isn't the first time that Mahomes. This last year is not the first time Mahomes got hurt. I believe he got hurt as well in that QB sneak that he tried to do. He ended up banging up his knee a few years back, and they ended up having it wasn't Minshew at the time. I can't think of the guy's name. He retired since then. I'm sure you can probably remember Potter.
Daniels.
I don't think it was Daniels, was it?
For the Chiefs, you're saying?
Yeah.
I think it was Daniels, but I can't remember. I can't remember off the top of my head. But let's see here. Country Indiana Boy sent us a heart me, and he also sent 10 TikToks. Thank you, man. We appreciate the gifts.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys watching this long, giving us the likes, keeping us talking, talking with us, giving us Chad Henne. There you go. Yep. That one, that's the name. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So let's get caught up here real quick. How do you think Fernando Mendoza will do in the NFL? I think he's going to be at worst a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. I think at best an All Pro caliber quarterback. I think he's going to be really, really, really good. But you've got to sit him for at least a year, let him develop, keep building that team around him so you don't ruin him right away.
What I really like with Mendoza is I feel like he's got a really, really high floor, and the ceiling is just going to be way up there. Like you said, I feel like he's going to be at worst a Pro Bowl type quarterback, and at best he's going to be a multiple get you guys into the playoff Super Bowl caliber kind of quarterback.
So real quick, I'm going to say these last 2 comments, and then I want to talk about this because this pick is really, really interesting. Pavia is down to a few more shots than UFL bound. I agree with that. Diego Pavia. Brian Potter said Mahomes is out until week 9ish, so Fields will start. Yeah, that's true. I forgot Justin Fields was there as well. And then Chad Henne. Yep. Thanks for that one, Jay, with the love. Thank you to Canes. What we feel about Simpson to the Rams. Okay, let me get back to you on that one because the Eagles just took the defensive tackle, UR Bernard. This is one of those international players. This kid is kind of a freakish athlete, 6'4", 306. I believe he's out of Nigeria.
Yes, he's born in Nigeria.
Yeah, played basketball until he was 19 years old. This is just one of those freakish athletes that we see come out of Africa. Every now and then we see like 1 or 2 of them.
Well, this is the NFL's initiative over here, the International Pathways Program. They've been trying to get this thing to blow up overseas,
right?
South America. I mean, that's also why you're seeing a lot of these games go over to like Rio, going over to Ireland, going over to Germany. You're getting a little bit more NFL push overseas because you're trying to get it so that the NFL kicks off overseas like basketball has, where you have like the European League, where you're going to get a really, really good saturated class of world-class athletes. You're going to get the best of the best. That is kind of what they've been pushing here.
Yeah. This kid had crazy numbers at the, I guess it would be like the combine, but just a really, really great athlete. We don't really know anything about him other than just the way he performed with these drills and stuff. I'm really excited to see what he becomes. He's an edge rusher is what he's listed as. So really interesting pick here. I'm really excited to see what he becomes.
And I mean, honestly, the fact that they're going just based off of, he doesn't have any film. He's never played really live. I wonder maybe if he was like, had any bit of rugby experience. I'd like to do a little bit more research on this guy. But I mean, with him not really playing NFL ball, college football, high school football at all, this just means that they really, really like how fast he is, how athletic he is, how explosive he is. So I'm really interested to see. I mean, look at the bench press, 225-pound bench press. He's 31 presses. Myles Garrett in 2017 had 33. His broad jump's 10-10. Broad jump for Myles Garrett was 10-8. That means explosive. He is explosive off the line. He's going to get in your face right away. And then he's got the arm strength to push you off of him, to dip and rip, to give you the swim moves. I really do like this pick.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy pick. I'm really happy about it. What do you feel about Ty Simpson going to the Rams? I think Ty Simpson. I think it was a reach, but I think in a couple years, if it pans out the way that the Rams are thinking it will, I think we're going to look back and say, hey, that GM was a genius for taking him where he did.
Yeah, it's either going to be that, or my honest opinion is I feel like a lot of fans are going to be really upset about this pick. I do not. I mean, I'm hoping he does. I'm hoping he pops off the page for you guys, but I just don't feel it. I don't feel it's going to be the case. But I mean, that's how I felt about Jordan Love too when they did that in Green Bay. I felt like it was a little premature move. Yeah, you guys needed some wide receivers. You needed other spots to get you the Super Bowl now, and the GM's looking towards the future. That's his job. So, like I said earlier, it's the GM's job's on the line with that pick. If that guy, when Matthew Stafford ends up not retiring, I think Sean McVay is going to end up retiring as well. So you got to find a head coach for the guy. But if that quarterback does not pan out and he looks like garbage, the GM's going to be gone the next day.
Cash said, I love how Garrett thought he could compete with Jayden Daniels in college. LOL. Yeah, they were both at LSU. I think Nussmeier is a good prospect. Obviously Daniels was the better quarterback there, but that is kind of a funny comment. Jay with the love said, literally going to be another version of Myalata.
Yeah, I agree. Going
Yeah,
over to the Eagles, international player, I do like this pick.
yeah, yeah. This UR Bernard, I think, is going to be a really, really good player. He's just so raw. Like I said, we don't really know anything about him because he's just a raw player. He's never played football.
Well, and this is what the Eagles did. They got Myalata from the international program. Like, this is kind of, it feels like it's kind of their baby. They're more excited about these
Yeah.
guys than anyone else is.
Yeah, Pookie said need a good last pick here. Yeah, we need to finish up strong here. We've got what five more picks to go. So the Eagles did take another pick. They took Keyshawn James Newby, the edge out of New Mexico, 6'1", 240 pounds, so a little smaller guy, but I think he's gonna be a good player. He played at he went from Montana Tech to Idaho to New Mexico. So this guy played kind of up in our neck of the woods up here. He's a small school guy. Montana Tech is a really small school. That's over in Butte, Montana. And then went over to Idaho Vandals and then down to the New Mexico Lobos. So I'm really excited to see this guy's career. I did do a little research on him before the draft just because he played at Montana Tech, and I'm originally from Montana, so I was kind of interested in him. I think he's a really good talent. Um, Probably going to need another year or two to kind of develop into what he's going to end up being, but I think he's a really good player with a lot of potential, and I think the Eagles kind of got two guys here that are going to be really really exciting to see. They're going to make one of them potentially a D tackle and one an edge guy. It's going to be really, really exciting. That the Eagles always have good guys. Uh, Ravens pick is in. It's Evan Biernston from Northwestern, the guard.
Yep.
So getting another guard on that line.
Needed to shore up our interior line. This is exactly what we needed to do. Like I said, the guard we got earlier, I'm not upset about the pick because that is a pick that we needed to do. I think we're going to try to make him a center. I think that's honestly why we went that high up in the draft for him. I just don't know if I'd have picked him up that high.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that we get two guards here. The interior line has been picked apart for us. We're going to be losing a lot of guys due to free agency. So we needed this pick here.
Yeah. Bama J said Philly knew he'd still be there, no doubt. Yeah, I think they knew that guy wasn't going to get picked, so they knew they could wait until into the 7th round and take him. But that's a really interesting pick. I really like how the Eagles finished up here. This is a really strong finish for them. Two really good, two prospects I'm really high on. So really excited to see how those ones pan out. Finally, here goes Deion Burks, the wide receiver from Oklahoma, going to the Indianapolis Colts. This is a good pick, you guys. This is another one of them that I'm just really surprised that he was still available this late in the draft. Deion Burks, I think, had a really good career at Oklahoma. Um, just a really good college career. Yeah, very athletic, 5'9" and 3/4, 180 pounds. So he's one of these little twitchy guys that you got to get the ball out to him right away and just let him do his thing. He's gonna make big plays for you. If you get him in the open field, he's gone. I mean, he's really good. 4.30, 40-yard dash. That's lightning speed, guys. Like,
Yeah. We got 3 more picks here, Seahawks, and then 2 Broncos picks back to back, and this thing will be wrapped up. That will be your 2026 draft. Like Zach has said, we are going to do a podcast afterwards. We're going to give you draft grades, kind of what our thoughts were. So make sure you guys are going on the other channel, giving us a like, going ahead and looking for those videos. We do talk other sports, like you said multiple times. We do hockey, What the Puck podcast. We got Triangle Talk, which is basketball. We do Batting 500, that's baseball, and we got Necessary Roughness, which is going to be your football. We are going to be going into other avenues as well. Triangle Talk is going to expand to the WNBA pretty quick here. We've got some plans for that. We are going to get some other niche stuff. We're trying to come up with names and stuff. So if you want, go ahead and shoot us some comments. What you kind of think for like a fighting channel or some of these other things. We've kind of been tooling around with those ideas. We're more than willing to kind of get a little bit of ideas for it.
yeah, yeah. We got a lot of plans. And the biggest thing with our podcasts, we don't really brand them as like NFL or NBA. It's basketball. We talk NBA, WNBA. We're gonna talk college basketball. Even like high level high school ball. We just want basketball. We really like basketball. Same with football. Like it's not NFL. It's football. It's college football, UFL. We want to get into like all of it. So make sure you guys go to the link in the bio and go over there and subscribe to us there as well, because that's going to really help us out a lot, and we really appreciate the support. The Seahawks pick is in, so now we're going to finish up with the last 2 picks. They're both for the Denver Broncos. The Seahawks took Michael Dansby, the defensive back from Arizona. This is a pretty good pick. I don't know a ton on him, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I do, but I think it's a pretty solid pick. The Seahawks need defensive backs, not that they need them, but the way the Seahawks operate is they always have just a revolving door of defensive backs, safeties, and cornerbacks. And so if they can keep that kind of defense built that they've already built there and made a career out of, or made a franchise out of, it'll be really good to see them continue that kind of Legion of Doom, dark side defense. Now they call it. This will be a good pick for them. Adding more depth to that defensive back room. Let's see here. Bama J said, "Yeah, 4th from the end pick. Wasn't expecting that." Yeah, Deion Burks going that late. I cannot believe he was available still, you guys. That's a really crazy one. We still got a lot of really good talent out there that I'm just really surprised by.
I'm really
Two
kind of hoping you guys go for Moss. I know we have another listener that's
right.
got him here. I do like him. I wish I like him as a running back. I'm surprised he hasn't gone so far.
Yeah, me too. I'm really surprised he hasn't gone, because like I said, I thought he was a 4th round talent for running back. Yeah, we're 2 picks away from irrelevant. We're actually 1 away at this point. We're gonna
Yeah,
finish up strong here,
it's going to
guys.
be who's 1A, who's 1B. Who do
Yeah,
I don't think the Broncos really care. Probably send both of them off and say, hey, whoever you want is the Mr. Irrelevant showcase. Cool, whatever. We don't really care.
yeah. CJ Jones. So when do they pick the free agents? So I'm not really sure if there's like an actual cutoff. I think immediately when the draft ends,
Mhm.
they can start taking phone calls. So
Yeah, so I'd imagine actually agents are probably already getting ready to get
right.
on the phone with these teams to, okay, here my guy's still available. We've got multiple calls coming in. Who are we choosing to go with? These guys want you on their practice squad. These guys want to see what you're all about. You're scouting. So it's going to be a lot of these, and then you're going to have a lot of teams that knew that these guys were going to drop, where the GMs, that's what they held off for, is they're like, yeah, okay, nobody else is as sold it on you as I am, and like a lot of this is going to probably come down to the interviews, how you interviewed, what they like. They like your knowledge, they like how you presented yourself. So you're going to end up seeing these guys get calls, and then that's how they're going to end up going to these training camps and getting picked up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it end like immediately when this last pick is announced. I think they can start taking phone calls. So, I could be wrong on that. I'd have to look that up to be 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure, because usually by tonight, we'll start seeing signings happening. We'll start seeing news of like, hey, like so and so is going to the Steelers, blah blah blah, Le'Veon Moss. We'll start seeing things like that. So, um, yeah, good point there, Bama J. Which one do they hope turns into a Brock Purdy? Yeah, when you have the last 2 picks here, yeah, I don't know if you almost wanna go with the guy you like more as the last pick just to make him Mr. Irrelevant or what, but it's gonna be fun to see who goes here. Nelson said, "What grade do you guys give the Seahawks in the draft?" I say like a B.
B plus.
Yeah,
It's kind of where I'm landing at right now on your guys' draft.
yeah, I'd have to look at all of it again, like a for sure look at it,
Oh,
but I
there's
definitely think it's around a B.
another tight end is going to go to the Denver Broncos. So this is the second one you pick up. So this is the third team that picks up 2 tight ends in this draft.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Dalen Bentley out of Utah. Um, Kind of crazy to see this many tight ends go, man. I mean, very athletic tight end. Pretty productive. He's 25 years old, so he's a little older, but he plays with strength. He's a 6'4" and an eighth, 230 or 53 pounds. Um, good player here. 4.62 in the 40-yard dash. He was a third team All Big 12. So I like the pick. I like this pick. We needed some tight ends. I was really hoping we would get some higher up tight ends, but I think we ended up actually getting some pretty good tight ends here that I wasn't really expecting to get. So
So now we are on to Mr. Irrelevant pick. Get all your bets in. I don't know about you, Zach. I really don't think you guys are going to pick up a quarterback here. So Pavea, I don't think is going to be Mr. Irrelevant. I'm kind of hoping it's going to be Moss. I think he's going to have a really good running back career. I hope they do pick him up. I've enjoyed watching him play in the college football. But we'll see. Pavea is also a really freaky stud athlete, so he could be one that you guys are willing to let Bo Nix have a backup, kind of like Patrick Mahomes over here, where you give him a backup, you give your Broncos team somebody versatile that can run the ball, get you out of situations. I mean, we just saw, your guy went down with an ankle injury, and I don't know. Are you 100% sold on your current backup QB?
I am. That was a really tough spot to come into and try to fill in. Trig is still out there. So what if we were to go with a third tight end? That'd be kind of interesting.
Oof.
Um, I don't know, man. I don't know who's gonna go here. I hope it's Deontay Lawson, the line or the D lineman out of Alabama. That would be a good pick. I would like to see Le'Veon Moss get picked though. I really would. Um, let's see here. What do we have in the comments here? Um, what grade do you give the Patriots in the draft? I'd say probably I'd have to look at it again, you guys. Like I said, go and subscribe to our channels on the other apps. Go into our bio and click that link because we're gonna do like an actual like grading each team. We're gonna do like a full episode of that. So make sure you're subscribed on that app that looks like the red play button. I can't say the name of it. You guys know why, but make sure you go on there and subscribe to us. Same name on there, same picture, everything. We'll be putting an episode up doing like full draft recaps and stuff, but um just rough guess Patriots, remembering what they picked off the top of my head. I'd say
I'm
like
gonna
a
look it up right quick
B-ish,
so I
B
can give you
minus.
my honest opinion right now. Uh,
Maybe it'll be that girl's brother. Yeah, Bama J, Le'Veon Moss. That I can't believe his sister was in here. That was freaking awesome. I hope they do take Le'Veon Moss. I really do. Um, or the D lineman Deontay Lawson from Bama. Jake Talks said Thad Dixon. Isn't that the guy from Blue Mountain State?
yeah.
Bama J, yeah, that was cool. Yeah, that was really cool that she was in here. I was really taken aback by that, to be honest with you. I feel really bad that he didn't get picked if he doesn't here, but I do really think he's gonna dude, I think he's gonna make a team right away. I think he'll be one of the first ones called and signed, and he's gonna get a really good opportunity. So
So looking over the draft that you guys, you
Red
guys,
Murdoch, the linebacker from Buffalo. All right.
okay, Mr.
All
Irrelevant's
right.
gonna be a linebacker. I did like linebackers for this draft. I don't mind this pick. Buffalo, seen a few of their games. Happen to watch Missouri. They usually play them like once a year, so I don't mind this pick at all for you guys. Defense, you guys are really good at developing players, so I think this is a solid pick for you guys.
Yeah, 6'1" and 7/8 of an inch, 232 pounds. He was a second team AP All American with 142 tackles, 17 forced fumbles in his career,
Dang.
which broke Khalil Mack's NCAA record, which actually Khalil Mack played at the same school. That's pretty impressive that he went to the same school and broke the NCAA record, not a school record. But Second most tackles in FBS last 2 seasons. He had 142 in 25, 156 in 2024. This is a good player. I didn't realize he was still on the board, to be honest with you. Red Murdoch, I like him. I think this is a really good pick. So let's get over to
I was going to talk about the Patriots right quick, just to answer your question. If I'm going to go ahead and draft your grade your guys' draft right now, I probably going to say like a B. I feel like you guys got some talent that you needed. You're drafting a little later in the draft. I feel like you guys have some players that you need to get. You got to the Super Bowl this last offseason. I don't think you guys were ready for it, which really hurts your guys' draft capital and where you guys are drafting. I feel like you guys did pick up some really good talent that you guys needed, but I feel like there's a little bit more squeeze that you guys could have gotten out of this draft.
yeah, looking at the names, I do remember a lot of these picks. I'd say it's like right in that B area for me as well. I think you guys had a pretty solid draft. Nothing crazy, but a lot of talent brought over. Bama J said Diego Pavia just threw his fake Heisman. Yeah, he did. He's pretty upset right now. He's headed to the UFL, it looks like. So, guys, we're all caught up on comments here, so we're gonna probably
You better
jump
hope
off.
maybe he'll drop down to the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, we're gonna jump off here because we got a lot of work to do to get ready for this next episode that we're gonna be getting ready. So
Yeah,
again, like I said, guys, please make sure you go to that link in our bio. Go over to the red play button app. Get over there, subscribe to us because we're gonna be putting up a lot of content on there. And if you guys were really enjoying this, I think you guys are gonna really love what we've got going on over there. So Bama J said he'll end up in Birmingham Stallions.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Anything you want to finish up with, Trenton, here?
We really appreciate what you guys have done, is following us these last 3 days. Like we said, day one, we were on the fence about if we were going to do this or not. Things just kept not panning out. Really excited that we did. Really excited that you guys have found us, and really like that what we've been putting out here for you guys. Really happy to give more of a positive take instead of the negativity that these other pundits give. I'm really excited that you guys have been interacting with us so much. We do appreciate it. We appreciate the comments. It keeps our minds going and thinking about different things. It helps us to really stay in tune with what you guys want to hear. Do follow us on the other link. Go ahead and follow us. We do follow other sports as well. Like Zach was saying here, we will be getting on the channel. We will be doing our homework pretty quick here to get you guys your letter grades for your guys' teams. We know you're very interested on what we're going to give them. I think this is an exciting time. If you're a fan of any of these 32 teams, this is a win. I don't care what any of the other pundits say. I don't care what you lay your head on your pillow at night thinking. Every time you get another chance to get a person into your organization, into your franchise that can make a difference, that's going to be young and going to be there for at least 10 years, barring injury. I mean, we never hope for that. We hope that you guys have the longest career possible. We know that the NFL is a not-for-long league. We know that injuries have a 100% rate over there, but this is absolutely an exciting time. It should be a celebration for all these 32 teams because you won the Super Bowl. You didn't do anything to not win the Super Bowl within these last 3 days. You put teams, you give yourself more and more chances to win. You give yourself more and more players. Every draft pick is important to these teams. That's why you see them trade back and get more and more draft picks. So be excited, be happy. I feel like a lot of these teams did really, really great. The teams that were on the bottom of the draft, I'm really excited for. I think that they're going to flip this thing around really, really quick. I have to give kudos to the Browns. I have to give kudos to the Jets, and I have to give kudos to the Giants. I feel like they've had some of the most solid draft. One team that I think has got a good draft that I haven't really thought about a whole lot is the Dolphins. I'm really excited to kind of dive a little bit more into what their letter grade is going to be. I think they did have a solid draft as well. And then the Titans, man. You got a quarterback last year. You're trying to build around him. You make some moves. You go ahead and move up. I'm really happy. I want to see if that McCoy kid is going to be a steal. I'm really excited for him as well. I hope you guys follow him as well. Hopefully he does good. Put your positive vibes out in the air for him.
Yeah. Bama J said, thank y'all. This has been great and amazing. We really appreciate the support, guys. We had some people that were in here like all day, every day with us. You guys have been freaking awesome. We really love it. We got over 17,000 likes today. I mean, you guys were killing it. He also said St. Louis and Orlando are playing on ESPN now, UFL and the draft with a good UFL game. Nice. Yeah, that is actually a good matchup. And then he also said the Stars and Wild is tied 1-1.
The Stars and Wild right now. I think that's where my focus is going to go
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for that one. If you follow basketball, I think the game is on right now. The Knicks and Hawks. That one's going to be a really good series as well.
Yeah. And then PJ Lojas, thanks for the follow, man. We appreciate it. Austin James, who do you think gets Mason Reiger? Wild, let's go. Go Seahawks 08 followed. Thanks for the follow, guys. Who do you think gets Mason Reiger? Man, I don't know. I can't even give you answers on these free agents yet because so much has gone on in the past 3 days that, like I said, make sure Austin, make sure you're subscribed. Go to the link in our bio. Make sure you're subscribed to the red play button app. You know what I'm talking about. That go over there and we'll be putting up a whole graded video. What we're gonna grade each team's picks. Give them a letter grade. And then we'll try to talk about some of the free agents in there as well.
We'll keep tabs on this so we can keep track of where the free agents go, where the undrafted players end up going. Just kind of give you guys a little bit of tabs on what's going on. We try to make sure we're podcasting. We haven't really done a whole lot of NFL right now, other than this draft right now, because the playoffs, it was kind of this weird period of time. So once we start kicking off with more and more NFL news, we're gonna be posting a lot. So here we're going to have the grades here. We're going to have free agency. So we're going to be posting a lot more NFL content on our other channel.
Yeah. Last question I'll answer here. Austin James, thoughts on the Texans draft and where they stand going into the year. I think they had a B+ draft, but I'd have to look at all of it again to be 100% there. But I think they're looking really solid going into next year. I mean, they were just a Super Bowl caliber team, and I think they got better over the last 3 days. So I think they're going to be sitting really good. I think you guys got a good team there. Bama J, a lot of good players didn't get drafted. Free agents is going to be crazy as the draft ends.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's
I agree
absolutely
100%.
going to.
It's going to be wild watching this waiver wire and
yeah.
how many undrafted guys are getting calls and moving where. I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun training camp, just seeing a lot of these guys come in and where they can make a splash. I do think I seen Austin James. You just put all comes down to Stroud. I mean, honestly, that team was ready to win a Super Bowl this last year.
Yeah.
In fact, your guys' draft, if I recall correctly, you guys went after offensive line, and that's exactly where you needed to. I think you guys went after some really good defensive players to make sure you're shoring up that Houston Sack exchange over there. But I think the offensive line, if you guys could have kept a little less pressure off of C.J. Stroud, you're talking about an AFC Championship run at least, or a Super Bowl run at most. The fact that you put so much pressure on Drake May, he put the ball all over the turf, but the ball just sometimes the ball don't lie. It bounced in the direction of the Patriots all night long. That's the way it was going to be. Just wasn't your guys' year. So I feel like you guys already have the defense to win a championship. CJ Stroud is a solid quarterback. He didn't have the best tonight over there in New England, but if I recall, the weather conditions weren't favorable either. It was kind of a New England kind of game where it's going to be cold, it's going to be damp, it's going to be miserable for an opposing team, especially coming from Texas. So you guys have the talent to win now, and if you guys would have been in their number 1, number 2 seed where New England would have had to go into your guys' home, it would have been a different story. So
yeah,
I'm really excited to see what the Texans do this next season. I do like them. They've always been a sweetheart team for me, kind of like the Lions, where you just kind of root for them to do something really good. You guys have always had really solid talent, just never been able to get it to click together. I think C.J. Stroud is your guy. I know a lot of people are really hard on him, but you're in a league where the margin of error is so thin, and you get one bad bounce, and that completely does it for your season. We've seen it multiple times. I mean, heck, as a Ravens fan, I went to the AFC Championship game and watched Zay Flowers fumble on the 1-yard line right in front of me. Broke my heart. Went to the Buffalo game and watched right in front of me Mark Andrews. Maybe you guys are going to tell me I should quit going to games live, but watch Mark Andrews drop that ball right in front of me. I mean, literally in front of me for the 2-point conversion that ties that game up. Things happen. The margin of error is so thin. You got to just embrace it. It's going to be a long haul. Being a fan is a really rough thing on your heart, on your body. You're a fanatic for a reason. Your team's going to win every year, and if they don't, then it's a failure. So
yeah,
that's what you got to believe. And I think a lot of these teams have moved themselves to that direction. I really do like this Texans team. I'm excited to see how they do this next year.
Yeah. Bama J said the Knicks are up by 13. They need this win. Floyd said Deontay Lawson not getting picked up. Murdoch over him. Yeah, I was kind of surprised Deontay Lawson didn't go. But we're gonna finish it up here, guys. We got a lot of work to do to get the other stuff ready for the other app that I was telling you to go to subscribe to, the one that looks like the red play button. Make sure you guys go there. There's a link in the bio. Just last thing here, guys. Really appreciate the support. This was absolutely awesome. You guys were really good to us. We really appreciate it. So thank you so much for the love and support. Thanks for the gifts. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the new follows and everything. And make sure you go to that link in our bio. If you're not following us on here, follow us real quick, and then make sure you go over to that link and subscribe over there as well. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for coming out. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Peace.